What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course you're gonna get a thrash.
44th President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, the land that produced the first Kenyan actress to win an Oscar award in Lupita Nyong'o. And she said, no matter where you come from, your dreams are always valid. So whose dreams are going to be valid? We are here for the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit right here at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, where teams all across the country are fighting to win the overall 2025 SportPesa 7th title. So I'm not alone. My name is Ochieng Steven, and I'm here alongside one of the famous familiar faces in the rugby fraternity, Mr. Walter Orangi. Vipi brother?
Fiti sana, ni aje Steve?
Kisumu City warua Kidala.
Erokamano,
In Dala.
Andala.
Very nice. Last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. I'm telling you, it's gonna be an epic show. Just to take you through of how the pools will be looking like in Dala7s. Pool A has Kabras, who are the defending champions, and they're alongside Catholic Monks. They are MMUST, and then there's also Nakuru. And then in Pool B, there's Daystar Falcons, there's Mombasa, there's Kenya Harlequins, and then there is Nondis. In Pool C, there is KCB Rugby, there is Mwamba, there is Homeboyz, and there is Embu. And then in the final pool, there is Strathmore Leos, there's Oilers, there's Impala, and then there is Kisumu RFC. And talking about the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit, it's only fair to say, Walter, it's been a two-horse race. Right now, at the top of the standings, KCB lead the series on 104 points, and Strathmore Leos are second on 95 points. In third place, it's Oilers on 77 points, and then Kabras are on 64 points in fourth place. Kenya Harlequins, who are the defending champions, sit in fifth place on 57 points. Walter, just from the overall standings, what a season it's been, man. What do you make of it?
Yes, it's been a very, very interesting season. Rightfully pointed out, it has been a two-horse race. Looking at the standings, really, 104 points for KCB. KCB have built a healthy lead. You can see that, I mean, KCB slipped at some point. They didn't win, it was Embu.
Yeah.
They didn't win Embu. And Prince Lou. But what they did is they lost in the finals, as compared to Strathmore Leos, who at some point dropped down to play the third and fourth position playoff games. And looking at the tail end, the penultimate tournament, that was KCB 7s. That is where everything was either broken or lost. I mean, that is where you knew it was either going to be a run-in towards the final leg, or it was going to be, a walk-in for KCB. So it's interesting to see this weekend. They're very strong, KCB. Leos are here, they're on the hunt. We do have the Oilers who are coming in third. I mean, most teams are coming here, and I feel like this is going to be a spoiler weekend. This is a weekend where guys are really hunting each other down. They just want to prove a point and you know, finish strong and finish like you really wanted it. So it's an interesting weekend to look forward to.
Walter, Steve, I'm told that you only associate with the best. KCB has been the consistent side. So is that why you're wearing a KCB jersey, the only side to reach each and every main cup final in the 2025 SportPesa 7th Circuit?
No, not really. For starters, this is the first time I think I've put on a KCB jersey, and it's not simply because they're top of the standings or anything. No. It's not about that. KCB have been a good value for their money.
Yes,
they're a local side. I tell their games. I commentate their games. I feel like I need to support the teams locally, and by getting myself a KCB jersey, I mean, all other teams should be selling their jerseys.
Yes, true.
I found this so openly and so easily accessible to get this that I got it. I also have a Kabras jersey. I'll be putting on a Kabras jersey.
Not so serious, well, that was just bad, man.
I know. But most importantly, it's a fan base. You know, it's what the National 7th Circuit is all about. Creating this modern day new fan bases where we do encourage clubs to continue putting out their club merchandise, so that when you attract somebody, I mean, we watch you guys play on the pitch. We should be able to support you by buying your club colors.
Walter, you've been close to the action, commentating from all the legs. We started in Mombasa, went to Nakuru, Nairobi, Embu, Nairobi again, and finally we are in Kisumu for the final outing of the season. Just what have you picked out? What has been your highlight moment, highlight tournament, or even highlight player that you've enjoyed commentating on and watching from the action on the commentary desk?
Well, I could be biased and say that I mean, I've had the best. I've had a front row seat, and thank you so much to SportPesa, who've been very supportive and made sure that we had the games. Now, I'd rank the tournaments. I'd feel like the best thing to do is just say, no. But we've had so much fun on the National 7 circuit.
Yeah.
I've had a glimpse of the future of the National 7s team, because this is where Shujaa picks its players from. I've had a glimpse of watching the players who have come back from the national team. It's good to see the likes of Wekesa, Patrick Odongo, Nigel Maita. You can see the experience and all that. So I've seen a blend of the future. I've seen a blend of the past. I've seen a blend of the current. And I can tell you for a fact that it has been a very, very good season. Now, speaking of having who my highlight or what my highlight player or tournament is, dude, I've watched a lot of players. I've seen boys coming through, the likes of Nyangige. He's a good stepper at Impala. We've had the likes of Obuya from Daystar Falcons. We can name them, but there are so many. We have this young man from Daystar Falcons called Agonda. Arnold has been solid, you know. He's not the biggest of boys, but you know, he packs a punch, you know, and you have consistency in how he plays his rugby. They are scattered across all the teams. You go to MMUST, you'll have a select few that you'll pick from. You go to Nakuru, you'll have the likes of Javan and company to pick from. So it's been a good season all through. There's quite a lot of talent. Now, all we need to do now is how do we pick this talent from here, churn it out, get it ready now for the next level.
Yeah, and just to take you, ladies and gentlemen, just to take you back to all the action from Kisumu, the standings, this is where it matters most, because for this outing, I'm telling you, the action is who will be crowned the overall 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit champion. So top of the standings is KCB Rugby, and they are on 104 points. They remain the only side to reach each and every main cup final out of the 5 outings that have taken place so far. In second place, it's Strathmore Leos, who are on 95 points, and they're the only team who have an outside chance of winning the overall title. In third place, it's Menengai Oilers on 77 points. In fourth place, it's Kabras Sugar on 64 points. And then in fifth place, it's Kenya Harlequins, who are on 57 points. Remember, Kenya Harlequins are the defending champions, but this season, I think it's just faded from them. And Walter, just to pick on Kenya Harlequins, I don't know, it's been a struggle for them. Retaining the title has not been quite an easy task for them, has it?
Yes, it has been a big task for them. I'd have expected them to have a good run for their money this season, considering KCB and Kabras and Menengai Oilers, who probably feel like they have been spending quite a little bit more in terms of funds, lay a claim to the top cup, which is the National 7 Circuit. So Queens had their job cut out for them. Then looking at their squad, really, they lost the likes of Leon Yang. Leon Yang was very, very consistent last year. The attack rate, the scoring rate that they had, the opening few legs of the National 7 Circuit last season set the platform for them to then go ahead and win it. This season, they didn't have the likes of those players. They also lost Coach Paul Murunga Munavi. You can say whatever you can say about his coaching skills or whoever he is, but Coach Paul Murunga, sevens is his game. And he knows how to really fine-tune his charges to go out and play for him. So they lost quite a big chunk of the team that really worked themselves into the National 7 Circuit champions last year. So this season was going to be a total different season for them. Now, adding to this season being a totally different season for them, they also had players come out of the squad that was taking part. So it was a bit of a shaky start. You could see that the foundation was not as strong as it was supposed to be. If at the tail end of the season they had problems and they had to really get most of the players out for them to bring in maybe a different crop of players, it means that the foundation for their National 7 Circuit this season was not as strong as you'd have expected. So Queens struggled simply because they were never ready for this National 7 Circuit.
All right. And so action is just about to start at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. And just to give you a recap of how the pools look like, I'm telling you, Pool A has Kabras, who are the defending champions in Dala after beating Menengai Oilers in the main cup final last season. So Pool A has Kabras Sugar, Catholic Monks, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, Nakuru RFC. Pool B have Daystar Falcons, Mombasa Club Rugby, Kenya Harlequins, and Nondescripts. Pool C, we have KCB Rugby, we have Mwamba, Homeboyz, and Embu RFC. In Pool D, we have Strathmore Leos, Menengai Oilers, Impala, and Kisumu RFC. Walter, I've just seen Pool B and I've seen Daystar Falcons at the top seeds in that pool, which reminds me about the KCB 7s last weekend. Yeah. What a run these boys had. First ever main cup semi-final, and then they again stand Strathmore Leos to make it to their first ever main cup final. The likes of Amukwachi, the likes of Agonda, Patrick Odongo jetting in from Monaco and helping his side, man. Yeah. What a story for them that was last weekend.
Yeah, it was a very, very good weekend for them last weekend. The Daystar Falcons have been building. It's been coming, and the turning point really was that semi-final match against Strathmore Leos, and I take you back to that game simply because that is where it was decided for them. Strathmore Leos were a depleted side going into that semi-final. They had lost a few of their stars. Gabriel Aimba was concussed on match day 1. That meant that they lost one of their stalwarts. They did also have a problem with Nigel Amaita. He had a bit of a knock. They also had a problem with Shemo Kola. So by the time they got into that cup semi, it had taken a toll on them in terms of the squad. Now, the other side had a returning Patrick Odongo, very, very serious on trying to make his mark on his return. And remember, Patrick Odongo is a natural winger. Yeah. His job on the park is to finish. And once you get somebody like Patrick Odongo back onto the team, it means your numbers slightly go up. And that is what it meant. So Daystar have had a decent season. All they needed was a small injection of one person called Patrick Odongo.
Patrick Odongo it is. And so this season, the 2025 National SportPesa 7 circuit also presents a chance for a new champion because, of course, Kenya Harlequins are not going to be able to defend their championship. So you've seen the title permutations. KCB only need to make sure they get out of their group and at least a quarterfinal. Teams have nothing to lose anymore. This is the last leg of the outing. Will they face KCB being a bit more serious than they would, and will KCB find it tough, or will they have the answers?
Well, Steve, it's interesting to see what kind of mood KCB go into this weekend in, and would be interested to know how they fare on match day 1. But one thing I know, they're ready to finish the job. They were really, really happy that last weekend they won the KCB 7s. It gave them 1 foot at least get to the cup semi-final, and that's it for you, KCB. So they have their job, they have their road very clear ahead of them. You've spoken about this being the last weekend. There's nothing really for everyone to hold themselves back for. If you had something to win, this is your last opportunity. And as such, KCB are in dangerous territory. However, I do know within their ranks, they're experienced enough. They have the quality for them to make the cup semi-final at least. So I don't know who's going to be the champion of Dala7s, and that is why we're in Dala. We don't know who the champion of the SportPesa National 7 circuit is. However, I am certain that KCB have it in them to make the cup semi-final.
And just to give you a recap of why I'm still on KCB, because KCB are the joint most winners of the National 7 circuit since it started in 1999. They have 4 overall titles, and coming into Kisumu, they know they have a chance of making history. Because if they win today, they'll be the only side to ever win the National 7 circuit 5 times. And so 2025, I think they're gonna be having that in the back of my minds coming to Kisumu, right?
Most definitely. And as a brand, it's important that KCB gets such milestones under their belts. It's important for the club itself that they win this 7th series. They've invested so much. They've recruited well. They have the best players, if you ask me, in terms of the 7's proponents. They've put in the work and it's showing. Let's give credit where it's due. They were ready for this 7th circuit and they prepared, and they're here, and we are awaiting that crowning moment. So this is an opportunity for KCB to make history, and we are here at Dala7s to witness it, Steve.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know action was supposed to start at 9 a.m., but what getting to me is that we're just still waiting for an ambulance to get here before the action gets underway. You know, of course, player safety comes first. But just to give you a recap of how the pools look like in the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Pool A is headlined by Kabras, who are the defending champions in Kisumu City, and then they'll be joined by Catholic monks, and then they'll also be joined by Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology. And finally, Nakuru, who landed an invite in this pool. In Pool B, there's Daystar Falcons, there's Mombasa Sports Club, there's Kenya Harlequins, there's Nondescripts Rugby. And Pool C, there's KCB Rugby, there's Mwamba RFC, there's Homeboyz RFC, there's Embu RFC, and then in the final pool, we have Strathmore Leos, we have Menengai Oilers, we have Impala RFC, and we have Kisumu RFC. In case you're joining us, we are just at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, where we are having the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So right about now, we're just gonna go on a short commercial break before we come back and hopefully get ready for the action from Kisumu.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
Hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're gonna get a thrash.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakama. Una feel too I'm supporting the right team.
This was then chairman, Dr. Manduku. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that we'd come to this standard. Even uniform was being watched here. Yeah, nakumbuka.
Hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Dream yangu ingekuwa primary nichezee timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tena bado jamaa. Tumesema tuenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana Kakamega Homeboyz. Walikuwa na Joana Alice. Brand Michira Migiro!
Nadhani ilikuwa dream. Si yote mwenye alikuwa around na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fataki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda primary. Hata wakati anacheza hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa primary.
Shabana has become the brand.
One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana and getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, and this marks the venue for the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, the place where one of the 16 top teams will be crowned the overall champions of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So right about now, that's Catholic Monks and Nakuru RFC who are just going through their paces, and there'll be the game that will be marking the first game in the 2025 Dala7s. So we are just waiting for one ambulance to get to the venue before the action gets to start here. And just this thing is brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa. And what you're watching right there a minute ago is the SportPesa documentary talking about Shabana, which is one of the teams SportPesa is sponsoring. It was all a dream, and their journey from grassroots football into the top tier football. That is what was taking place. So go and visit the YouTube page, the SportPesa YouTube page, and watch the splendid documentary brought to you by SportPesa. Back to the action, we are in Dala7s, and this is how the pools will be looking like for the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. In Pool A, it's headlined by Kabras, who are the defending champions in Kisumu City. And then there's also Catholic Monks, there's Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, there's Nakuru RFC. In Pool B, there's Daystar Falcons, there's Mombasa Sports Club, there's Kenya Harlequins, and Nondescripts. In Pool C, there's KCB Rugby, we have Mwamba, we have Homeboyz RFC, we have Embu RFC, and in Pool D, we have Strathmore Leos, Menengai Oilers, Impala RFC, and Kisumu RFC. Overall in the standings, I think it's only a two-horse race who are gunning for the overall 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So KCB top the standings on 104 points, Strathmore Leos are on 95 points, Menengai Oilers are on 77 points, Kabras Sugar on 64 points, and Kenya Harlequins, who are the defending champions, are on 57 points. So right about now, I want to loop you in, Walter, and talking about consistency. KCB, we've already said, are the one of the teams, the only team, in fact, that have made it to all the main cup finals this season. And one player in them, it's Vincent Onyala, just bringing the experience from the Kenya Sevens team and the experience from having played this year in, year out. What have you made of his performances in the 7th circuit?
Well, a credit to the likes of Vincent Onyala. That is the reason why KCB are competing for the SportPesa National 7 Circuit title. And Onyala exudes the confidence, and you can see that he's a man at his peak. Speaking of being at his peak, I think his performance, especially going forward, have been very instrumental. He's a very good restart taker. They fetch the ball so well. He's on one side, Elvis Olukusi is on the other side. Sometimes they employ Japolo, they bring him in on that restart angle. So Vincent has had a decent season this season. I wouldn't say he's had better seasons. He's been better in terms of his body, and you also, as you age as a human being and as an athlete, you're not always at your peak. But even when he is not at his peak, Vincent Onyala will always stand out. So that is the quality of the man that we're talking about.
All right. Aside from Vincent Onyala, that's about the experienced players. I've watched a couple of youngsters in the team, and I don't know if it's someone you've watched very closely. I've been impressed by Mike Lukusi from Kabras Sugar, and I think he has a really bright future. What have you made of that player if you've managed to watch him closely and follow him closely?
Well, I have had an opportunity of watching Mike Lukusi. I have seen Mike Lukusi playing for his high school team. He is a decent young man. In terms of quality, he's top. In terms of his ability, you can see that he has the skill. He can develop into a top player. So Mike Lukusi has a good future. He's at a good club. He'll develop at Kabras. He's also amongst a few youngsters who are coming through at Kabras. So it's quite an interesting rank there. You can tell that. The young man has the ability to thrive amongst his peers. So Mike Lukusi has been one of the best, and he's shining at Kabras, must add.
And Kabras also, I think Rayvon Ambale deserves a shout for how he's played this season when he's come into the side, right?
Yes. Ray has deserved his chance. Ray, we look forward to having Ray play in our local series for a very long time. He got an opportunity to go to the UK. He's been there in school. He's come back. He's garnered a bit of experience out there. He's played for one of the best age grade sides in the UK. And Ray is a natural talent. All he needs now is to just get the opportunity to play. Kenyans should be excited about watching Ray Ambale play. And looking forward to this weekend. I think this is the perfect stage for Ray to light up Kisumu and actually tell guys who probably are speculating about his abilities and all that this is his game and he's ready.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we get back into talking about things, in case you're joining us right now, we're just waiting for one ambulance that has not yet arrived at the venue, and that is why there is a hold-up. Ordinarily, games should have started by 9, but it's just an emergency for ambulance that has not started, and that is why action is yet to start. Remember, the first game will be Catholic Monks versus Nakuru RFC. And Walter, just to bring you back to the action and just to take you away from the pitch itself, this year we've seen SportPesa bringing in live stream for the very first time. I think players have been able to get a chance to just go and watch themselves again. Teams have been able to go and see the officiating calls, and there's debate, there's plenty of content. What have you just made of this initiative of having the live stream and just giving that coverage in areas? Because I remember other tournaments, even last year, we would not get the coverage and we'd not get to see other tournaments as well.
Well, it has been a welcome inclusion to have a quality production teamwork behind the local 7 series, and it's something I think I have to give credit to the Kenya Rugby Union for actually thinking about it, because it standardizes the product that they have across, because this is the local 7 series. This is where we get national 7s players to play. The future of Kenya 7s is here, so everybody else across the globe has an interest in knowing where the next Onyalas are coming from, where the next Patrick Odongo is coming from, because this is where we get our national 7s players from. So it has been a very, very good addition to have the SportPesa National 7 circuit brought to you live and produced. Well, there has been challenges. It has been a first. Like for instance, a place like Embu. For those ones who visited Embu, you know, the stadium is in a depression, really.
Yeah,
so you go straight into a hole. So you have to get your internet coverage well. You have to sort out your so many things that go behind the scenes to make sure that the production comes through.
Yeah.
So the challenges have been there, but most importantly, it has taken off. It's important that we look forward to the next events, the upcoming events, so that we tend to solve the problems. You know, if you know that Embu last year you suffered this problem, next year you're ready for it, right?
Yeah.
Because the market and the sponsors and the public, the people that follow the local 7 series and their clubs so religiously, do not want to have a repeat of what happened this year. So it has been a welcome addition, and we really give credit to the Kenya Rugby and everyone else who's involved behind the scenes. And we look forward to having a better production. And most importantly also, remember, this production here doesn't end with the live stream itself. The coaching unit, they come here, they pick the clips, they go and assess them. So this gives them a clear tool on how the players are performing and how they're going to pick. So this is really an important tool. And looking at sevens is part of the Olympic cycle. We are getting ready for LA 2028. This is where we're preparing the national team from. So I would actually implore the likes of Nok and those ones who are involved. This is where you start. The journey for the sevens team to make it to the LA 2028 games, and where you feel like we are ready for a podium finish, starts here. So this is where you invest, and this is very, very good for SportPesa to invest in this live stream production.
Very well said, Walter. And just to take you back to last weekend, I mean, we were in Kabeberi. We saw KCB making their 5th straight main cup final appearance, and they faced off against Daystar Falcons. Some would say it was a favorite versus the underdogs, but I don't know how you found that match. Just taking a recap coming into Kisumu with KCB having all the form and all that match, watching it from your perspective, how did you find it?
Well, I thought Daystar had played their final in that semi-final match when they beat Strathmore Leos. It was always going to be a tall order for the Daystar Falcons, as they were going to try and unseat KCB. KCB came in to that final. They played very well in the first half. And considering also, if you look at the game itself, it was lost for Daystar in the first half.
Yeah,
the high
is fast right.
Exactly. You can see that KCB came off the blocks. Ali Bob was in some very good form, and at the end of it all, it meant that they had a good first half, which surmounted that in the second half. Even if Daystar Falcons had laid a comeback, it wasn't going to be sufficient enough.
Yeah, and then we're just seeing Onyala touching down for his second try. I think the first half, in my memory, I don't remember Daystar Falcons crossing into the KCB half, if I can remember really well. And that's how you've said it. In the first half, I think that's where KCB just did the damage. They just got their big boy guns out and then just ran over Daystar Falcons. They didn't stand a chance at all, right?
They did. And you know the threat that Daystar offers on the outside with Patrick lacking, it meant that KCB had to target the restarts. So that is why that first half was really as hard as it was for Daystar. And it seems like KCB had learned the hard way from how Strathmore has been beating them. So it meant that the restarts they were going to be very keen on how they start the games, and this meant the difference this time round. So you can't be beaten so many times by the same mistake. So the progression was very key for KCB in that regard.
Even just going back to Kabeberi, man, like Patrick Odongo, the recovery tackles he made, man. And then we also got a chance between the long-awaited debate we always wanted, Patrick Odongo versus Floyd Wabwire in a foot race, and we saw who came out on top, didn't we?
Yes, indeed. You can see there Patrick Odongo racing the whole pitch down. Now, that try itself, if you pull it back slightly, Patrick had a job to do. He took on 2 defenders. I am disappointed in Floyd Wabwire that Floyd could not cover the outside space, because you can see Patrick came in and engaged the first defender. There was space on the outside, and all that Patrick needed was that tiny space. Let me tell you one thing. Patrick is a bad man. Patrick is a bad man,
you say.
On defense and on attack, because once Patrick gives you the shoulder, you can't see him. And if Patrick is defending you and you make a slight advance, I mean you outrun him slightly, there's no way you're making it to the try line. So it is important to have a fit Patrick Odongo firing for the Daystar Falcons once again this weekend.
And then we're just seeing the second try by Daystar Falcons, but unfortunately I think it just proved too little too late. But just going back to the Patrick Odongo versus Floyd Wabwire debate, I felt like, I don't know, I think Floyd Wabwire, I think he could have done better. But it's just that Patrick Odongo, man, he was unstoppable.
Bro, let me tell you, there is no substitute for pace. And when you put these 2 individuals together, they are totally different people. Floyd is fleet-footed. Floyd changes direction so easily. He fights through the spaces and does his bit. So most importantly, I can tell you for a fact, Floyd works with minimal space as well. However, acceleration, if you're talking about speed, sheer speed, speed that kills, speed that burns, we are talking about a fit Patrick Odongo. Patrick Odongo is the fastest player we have locally in the East and Central Africa. I am telling you this. Patrick Odongo right now in this country is the best sevens player that Kenya produces, because if you can't beat him for what he doesn't offer in terms of skill, you can't beat him for pace. Once you give him the ball, Patrick will do the rest. Patrick will defend, Patrick will attack. What else do you need from Patrick?
I mean, and that is why he's been called to play in India, to play in Monaco, because of how good he is. And people praise him for his attack, but I think Patrick's greatest asset is his defensive skills, man.
Yes, I have watched Patrick play from high school, bro. He used to make, you know, those last-ditch marginal tackles where this is the pitch side, the markings on the pitch. Patrick will defend on that space. Patrick will allow you, if he knows you're big enough to hurt him by coming straight on and take a tackle, he'll let you step into that gap. There's always a pseudo gap that appears. The wingers allow you, and it's never a gap. And this is the secret with how Patrick defends. So he will deceivingly give you that opportunity to give you the outside of his outside shoulder. Once you step into that green zone, and then he now comes in and completes his tackle. So it is he knows he packs the speed and his acceleration. The first 10 meters of Patrick Odongo's break are devastating. That is where the job is done. And Patrick is just amazing to watch.
I mean, it's only right that we stayed here for a long time, because I think this thing dominated the rugby content for the whole week, and it is courtesy of top-notch production from Live Eye that is brought to you by SportPesa. So let's switch over a little bit. We've talked about the men's final, but there's also an interesting women's final that took place between Mwamba RFC and Impala RFC, and what a match that was, I'm telling you. From regular time all the way to sudden death, and still these two sides could not be separated until the final whistle, when Edith Nariaka just broke away and touched down the final try of what was a remarkable game, Walter.
Yeah, it was a remarkable game. Now, that game was crying out for somebody to take it with a scruff of its neck, and that is where Nariaka came through. That is experience personified. But most importantly, I was really impressed by Impala. Impala, this is their first final this season, and they gave a very, very good account of themselves. They gave Mwamba a run for their money. Remember, Mwamba have been beating everyone left, right, and center. So I looked at this game and I thought that Impala gave a very good account of themselves. You can see every other time they defended well. There were lung-busting runs that were made by both sides. At some point it was helter-skelter. I mean, that game needed someone to take it up, and that is where Nariaka Edith came through. So it's important there. As you can see there, Naomi Amuguni, who had a spectacular weekend at KCB 7s. Yeah, she was amazing over the last 2 days at KCB 7s. And Amuguni was, I mean, she's one of the pillars of Mwamba RFC's unbeaten season. And you can see from that run itself why she is part and parcel of the national sevens side.
She just wanted it so bad, and she wanted it for Mwamba to win.
She did. Ball tucked in the right arm there, and nobody was at home to make sure that she could defend, or they could defend Naomi Amuguni. It was a game that showed the future of the local sevens for women. Yeah, it did. Look at her just slicing through. Edith has a good running line. She picks her running lines well. She's a hard worker, both on attack and defense. And you know, that opportunity just came to her. She stood up and took it. It had to be Edith Nariaka, nobody else from the Mwamba side who could take that job and win it for them. It had to be her.
Yeah, and that ensured Mwamba finished the whole season unbeaten. Can you imagine? We are talking about KCB RFC making it to the main cup final of every of the 5 tournaments. But in the women's side, we have a team that went the whole season unbeaten, Walter. Yes. 4 out of 4 outings, not a single game lost, under the guidance of Mary Mary Ochieng, who surprisingly made the move from Impala coming to Mwamba. Mwamba have always dominated in the 15s, but now they dominated also in the 7s, winning out, man. I mean, that was some incredible results from Mwamba.
Yeah, those were incredible results. I mean, Mary is experienced enough. She's played, she's coached, she's now an educator herself. I think it was befitting for her. But most importantly, they've recruited well. Mwamba had very good players going into this season. You can see the quality in which they planned for this season. Let me tell you, Steve, there is no fluke in this. These girls prepared for this season. Kina Camila and wherever they are, Kina Mary, they worked really hard for this season. And it came out and it showed. Nona. So a credit to Mwamba RFC. They went the whole season unbeaten. And also for the club itself. It's very important that the girls are stepping up, the ladies are stepping up as compared to how the men are performing. There is a shining light at Mwamba, and that is the ladies rugby at Mwamba. Yeah.
And they form a big part of the women's national 7s team. Of course, we know they are now in the Division 2, same as the men's, and they'll be angling. If it were not for the late change in format by World Rugby, right now they'll be in the top division for the very first time. Just unfortunate for them, but I think they have in it for them to make it to the top division, right? The women's team, the Kenya Lionesses.
Yes, they do, and that will be dependent entirely on the fact that if they will have their full squad available for selection, if most importantly they have Grace, who's currently plying her trade at racing, and everybody else really locally who are currently training with the national team, they have a chance of qualifying, just like the men, for the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series top division. So it's an interesting season. They'll be playing at Safari 7s. They've done their season. The ladies have done their season. I'm interested to see who the coaches are going to pick and what squad they're going to present at the Safari 7s, the Premier Rugby 7s tournament in the East, Central Africa. I mean, go to South, go to North, go to Limpopo, go to Mozambique, go to Zimbabwe. Safari 7s on the 10th to 12th of October. That is October at the Nyayo National Stadium. That should be where we should watch the Lionesses.
Yeah, that's about the Safari 7. So in case you're just joining us right now, we are at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu, and action ordinarily should have started by now, but what getting to me is that an ambulance is just 15 minutes away to its way to the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. Remember, this is the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, and I'll just take you and give you a recap of how the pools look like here in Kisumu. So in Pool A, we have Kabras, who are the defending champions, of course, here in Dala, and then they'll be joined by Catholic monks. Then we have Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. We have Nakuru RFC. In Pool B, we have Daystar Falcons, we have Mombasa Sports Club, we have Kenya Harlequins, and we have Nondescripts. In Pool C, we have KCB Rugby, we have Mwamba RFC, we have Homeboyz, we have Embu RFC. In Pool D, we have Strathmore Leos, we have Menengai Oilers, we have Impala RFC, and we have Kisumu RFC. So right now at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, teams are just warming up, and the first match will be Catholic Monks taking on Nakuru, and that is Homeboyz, who won the Division 2 to gain promotion to the Division 1. And just about now, that's Catholic Monks, who are also been an impressive side this season. So we are just gonna be taking a short break before we get back, and hopefully this time the ambulance would have made its way to the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. So coming right up, also, you know, the SportPesa Legends Cup is coming up, and Uganda, our perennial rivals, will be making their way to the RFEA grounds on the 27th of September, where they'll be facing the Kenya Legends. In Uganda, it was a very close affair with only 1 point separating the two teams. But Kenya have never lost against these Ugandan Legends, and so this time again, they'll be hoping to win again. The SportPesa Legends Cup takes place on 27th September. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course they're going to get a thrash.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Nikutan challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
Hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Setting is set once again from the shores of Lake Victoria, one of the biggest freshwater bodies in the African continent, that will be marking the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. That is Kisumu County, county number 42, Dala. Dala. That is how the locals say Dala, karibu sana. And if you don't understand that French language, welcome to Kisumu County. Remember, that will be marking the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. We started in Mombasa, went to Nakuru, came to Nairobi, traveled to Embu, came back to Nairobi again, and finally, we are in the county of greatness, Kisumu City, the county that produced the 44th President of the United States of America, Mr. Barack Obama. Also, the country that produced the only Kenyan actress to ever win an Oscar award. That is Lupita Nyong'o. famously remembered for no matter where you come from, your dreams are always valid. So which dream is going to be coming true in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit? Remember, we only have 2 valid dreams in the overall standings of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So out of 16 teams, I'm telling you, it's been a 2-horse race, and KCB have been a team in form. One of the teams, the only team that has only made it to the main cup final. So KCB top the standings on 104 points. Strathmore Leos are on 95 points. And just about right now, I'm being informed that action is almost ready and kickoff is almost ready at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. Remember, this marks the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. And right about now, it's about my time is done here, and I'm about to take you to the commentary team that will be giving us all the day one action right here from the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. The first match will be Catholic Monks versus Nakuru, who will headline all the action and will get the action underway here in the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. My name is Ochieng Steven, and over to you in the commentary booth.
Many thanks, Steve Ochieng. Asante sana, Steve. Pizza commentary there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, Mambo Leo, Kisumu. My name is Walter Orangi, and joining me, as always, Elijah Toeli. Elijah, karibu sana Kisumu.
Thank you, Walter. Really glad to be here. This is a fantastic day. This is a fantastic day. It's a bright enough sign, and we will have another 2 days wrapped for us. This 6th leg of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So looking forward to really a nice time. Looking forward to concluding what has been a fantastic almost 2 months of 7th rugby in the local circuit, even as we launch off here with Catholic Monks taking on Nakuru, a Pool A fixture.
Yeah, definitely. It has been an interesting season as we culminate right here in Kisumu. Karibuni sana. Welcome to match day 1. This is the Live Eye crew coming to you live from the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, Mambo Leo. The Catholic Monks taking on Nakuru, and currently this is a scrum belonging to the Catholic Monks. They feel the scrum there coming out round. Hassan Wambani has his wing waiting there. Ball is shifted back in. Kwea on the attack. Kwea testing Nakuru's resolve to defend close and out wide. Mulinge on the wing there, steps, floats back in. The ball is lost forward there. Referee double blows. An injury on the field of play there, but that's an opportunity there lost by the Catholic Monks. Dennis Mulinge, as always, breaking down the wing, offloading the ball and not meeting the mark on the inside. Toeli. Early days there.
Yeah, early days. Both teams just separated a little bit by very few points on the overall leaderboard. Monks coming into this one sitting 6th on the leaderboard with 55 points. Nakuru sitting 8th with 36 points. Nakuru just having a yo-yo of a season, just up and down. And in the previous leg of Kabiberi, they finished 12th position, really low. One of the lowest they've had in the whole circuit. Monks on the other side finished 6th. So Monks riding into this one with a bit of wins in their sails, but everything to work for here, Nakuru, with ball in hand.
Yeah, everything to work for there. Cyprian Nombaso missed out last weekend, but he is back on the park there for Wanyore. The new kit there, Felix and company. They decided to have a different hair look last week. That hair look led them to get relegated. Or
yeah, they got invited into this one, and I think just Kisumu RFC being fantastic neighbors for their Rift Valley counterparts, and Nakuru will want to really close strongly here. As you said, there are a few of the players coming back, having missed the Kabiberi 7's leg. Of course, Philip Chrysantas Ojwang with that injury, missing out on this particular leg. So Nakuru will have to work without one of their stalwarts, as we see them just trying to exit their own 22 here. Catholic Monks, of course, to the good here in defense, holding them down, pinning them down in their own 22. Early mistakes, both teams yet to settle down. As we see they are going for the ball and then knocking it on. Javan Otieno just slipped first match of the day. Fantastic underfoot here, green grass, solid. And as we see that just walking away to get some medical attention. Javan Otieno on your screens there.
Yeah, Javan Otieno has had a good season this season. Not the best of the best, because probably he's been struggling with a knock. I think he missed out 1 or 2 tournaments this season, and you could see the weight with which Nakuru was struggling whenever he was not around. So he's been very instrumental for Oscar Uma as they've taken on the rest of the field on the National 7 circuit.
Yeah, a lot of teams, this being the 6th leg and the final one, a lot of teams have had to make do with their bench. The depth of the bench has been very important for all teams, because we see most teams after 6 legs missing out on key players. As we see here, just being chased down short of the try line there. Catholic Monks doing well to scramble on defense there, 5 meters short, and this one looks like it's gonna be a try for Nakuru, going to open our first try of these Dala7s 2025. Wilson Makete dotting down after a good break there from Nakuru all the way from their own 22 with the celebrations to boot. Wilson Makete at the end of it with numbers to burn on their left. Nakuru making the line break, and then enough support, recycling the ball quickly before Catholic Monks defense were able to realign, and then going in to score the first try of these Dala7s. Conversion missed there, scores remain 5-0 in favor of Nakuru. As we know, this is just looking there, numbers out wide, still one man on the outside there, number 45, Felix Okoth, waiting for the ball, but he wasn't needed in this instance. This is the 18th edition of Dala7s, first hosted way back in 2003. And Dala7 has seen quite a number of winners. We do have KCB, of course, with the most number of wins in Dala7s, having 5 of those. Mwamba with 3, Homeboyz with 3, Kenya Harlequins with 2, and Nakuru with 2. So KCB, seeing them later on this morning, will be gunning for their 6th title, just giving themselves a big distance over Mwamba, who have 3 titles. But back to this day, match fixture 1, Pool A, and we see Dennis Mulinge there trying to get his charges out of the 22, barely out Walter.
Yeah, it's a struggle for the Catholic Monks. They've been able to piece together a few faces, but they've not successfully broken through the Nakuru RFC defensive line. They've not had a line break, except that one Mulinge line break that the offload wasn't as successful as it was supposed to be there. Kubasu just looking for who to offload it to. They are bunched up together there, the Catholic Monks. If you threw a towel around, you'd cover literally all of them. And that is a player going off their feet there. That is a clear example of what the Catholic Monks are not doing right. They are not as sharp as you expect them to be this morning. They had an opportunity there. You could see the offload was supposed to be made. They had numbers at that point in time. Sometimes the gap is through the rack area. Sometimes it's just there, you know. But it's the fear. I mean, it's also the risk-reward situation. Whenever you try and attempt something, you might think there's a gap there. You get into that gap, as I was talking about earlier on. You get into that gap that is a pseudo gap, and then you get smashed. So ideally, Catholic Monks are to blame for what just happened there. They didn't protect their ball. They didn't take the ball forward with intent. And as such, Nakuru now have a few meters out of their try line to try and attack. There goes Bonaventure. Bonaventure going down the open side, venturing down the open side. But that's Nakuru knocking the ball on, an advantage being played, and that's a player playing the ball off their feet. That sometimes is a cynical play, and it could earn you a 2-minute break, but the referee allows play to continue. Tapped there, chipped in behind. It's a foot race there between the Catholic Monks and Nakuru RFC, who knocked the ball backwards. Cyprian Ombaso, referee playing an advantage. to the Nakuru RFC side, and that is a scrum down to Nakuru. That is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. A halftime score: Nakuru 5, Kwea 0.
So Cyprian Ombaso ready to kick us off in this second half, the first match of the Dala7s 18th edition. Nakuru leading this one 5-0 at the break. Catholic Monks with a few opportunities to just work themselves back into this game, but they haven't utilized it yet. First game, Navi moments, fast jitters, and quickly Nakuru onto them there, attacking that rack and getting the benefits. The try scorer, Wilson Makete, juggling well there, and a quick tap and go, going over for their second try of this match. Fidel Wekesa. Nakuru hitting very quickly on in the second half, stretching their lead to 10-0, and coming into this pool as the fourth seeded, the last ones in this pool, trying to upset the apple cart here. Catholic Monks second seeds in this pool A, and on the receiving end here, losing 10-0 so far. They have not had the feel of the ball. They have not really gotten any ball to work with. Nakuru have been good at putting them under pressure, pinning them down in their own 2020. See there, just show and go, 2-on-2, and the inside defender not aligning himself there to take the tackle. Felix Okumu, as you see, going in 5 meters out, tucking the ball and stretching their lead comfortably here, you might think, with just over 5 minutes to play. Catholic Monks, of course, have been the masters of playing on the blind, on the shorter side of the set-piece areas. One of their tactics that has worked for them, really picked on by several other teams to ensure that the defenders remain honest and to create space on the inside. As you see, Hassan Wambani Osundwa there with a good carry, steps back in, and they just short of Nakuru's halfway line. That pass not going to hand, causing them to lose a few more meters in territory. Good ball retention. They will look to get themselves out of their half, straightening into the heart of Nakuru's defense there. Mulinge at the end of that scrum, picking and going, showing and evading one tackler, offloading to Wambani Osundwa. Wambani Osundwa looks to be going all the way. Oh, what a good step on the inside. Going back, hitting this one within Nakuru's try and setting themselves up for another try. getting themselves back onto this match. The 5-pointer there, Wambani Osundwa. A conversion that closed the deficit back to only 3 points. And this one, after a slow start, see there, Mulinge just looking at Okea and just stepping in and then getting the wing into his pathway, offloading to Osundwa. And he goes all the way, Walter.
Yeah, Osundwa there, no stranger to the try line. He knows his way to the try line. I mean, he's a confident sevens player. He's the captain of this side. He's a leader, and he packs an interesting. I mean, what would you make of Hassan Wambani as a coach? Really, what are your thoughts? I mean, I'm talking about in consideration of a step probably higher than where he's currently playing. Where would you consider him in terms of his abilities, you know, as a winger? Very few wingers in the country we have. That's why the likes of Floyd, Patrick, and company are just making waves out here. It's all about the speed, and we are lacking that. And when you have the likes of Hassan, you know you have the pace, you have the trickery, you have the ability. You know, you see there he's tackled, he goes off the feet, but he needed to release that ball. He was off his feet when he played it. Nakuru quickly tapped. There goes Okeo. Okeo taps it to Bonaventure. That is Habakkuk, I beg your pardon, and the ball is lost forward there. Victor Matiko couldn't recover that. So what would you make of Hassan Wambani?
I think he's just at the cusp of going to the next level. Whenever Catholic monks have played well, you will bet that it has been down to him and others like Mwambok and Dennis Mulinge. So when those three are in sync, then Catholic monks really post good results. So Wambani, sufficient pace to play the wing. However, he just needs to step up to the next level where his decision making will be crucial. I see him as a strong ball carrier. Just needs, if he's going to play at the wing consistently, he needs to be able to finish all the opportunities that he gets. So very good prospect there. As we see him packing here at the center, and that pass out, beating his man. Now it's a foot race with a sweeper to beat here. Steps in, steps out. Going all the way, fantastic play here from Catholic monks. That was a one-on-one with the sweeper there. And he goes all the way to score their second try. This time round, Catholic monks take the lead, attacking from deep in their own half and receiving that loop pass from Wambani Osundwa, and then going all the way to score their second try that puts them ahead. That conversion is good. 14-10 after a slow start. They do make it here. As you see Hassan just looping that ball beyond the on-rushing shooting defender there, Paul Lusesi, not doing himself good. Then looking at the sweeper, it was always been a tough one. Steps in and then steps out, ensures that the sweeper is flat-footed. Goes all the way to score the second try. That's Felix Omondi on your screen there, the try scorer.
Well, the Catholic monks have rallied themselves back, pulling themselves out of the fire. It's not yet done, this one. We have a few seconds on the clock there. Nakuru are good value. They can score.
Yeah.
Felix Okot there most probably wanted to offload that. Could have lost it there, but the referee allows play to continue. Bonaventure and company. That is a player not coming round. Side entry in an attempt to try and protect the ball. In an attempt to try and cover the ruck there, Nakuru FC with a ruck infringement not coming through the gate. And that's a penalty awarded to Kwea. Kwea could elect to take time or probably kick for the posts or whatever it is they would love to do, they can do it here. They're running down the clock, they're in the lead, and this looks like it's a job done, barring this last opportunity. They've decided to go for the scrum.
Yeah, they have to make it very clinical because the hooter has been sounded. This game will be over once that ball leaves that scrum and they boot it out. However, Nakuru will identify this as an opportunity, apply a lot of pressure here, ensure errors come from this scrum, and they are able to score from their own 22. We've seen them throughout this circuit.
Yeah. Ball is kicked into touch there, safely into touch. Nakuru down. This is the final score, Kwea 14, Nakuru 10.
Nakuru coming back. Nakuru not able to come back into this one. Catholic Monks just working their way back into this match, scoring 2 converted and unanswered points against Nakuru to win this first match of Dala7s 14-10 as we move on to the next match between Kabras Sugar and Masinde Muliro. Welcome on to the second match of this day one, the final leg of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, hosted here in Kisumu, the Kenyatta International Stadium at Mwamba Leo. And this match still a pool encounter between the top seeds in pool A, Kabras Sugar, taking on Masinde Muliro, their neighbors down there in Kakamega. Kicking us off with ball in hand is Kabras Sugar, Brian Tanga, part of the Dream 7's team last, coming from the Kabiberi, will kick us off here. Kabras Sugar really doing well in Kabiberi, taking and finishing third in that particular, they finished fourth in that loss that they had. But here they are trying to finish strongly in this particular match. And in this series, quickly off the blocks there and scoring their first try, Brian Mutua. Kabras not holding back, not messing around, not waiting, scoring within seconds of kickoff here. They were almost the form side last, one of the form sides in Kabiberi, and picking up from where they left. They finished third in Kabiberi, losing in that semi-final against KCB, a hotly contested semi-final. So coming into this one with a lot of form. As you see there, dummy shows and goes. It was 2v1 there, and Masinde Muliro were not going to survive that attack. Nice offload, and then attracting in. So Kabras not converting that one. 5-0 lead here. Quick tap and go there for Kabras. Masinde Muliro punished for that infringement. Again, right into the 22 there, but knocking it on. That scrum in that particular rack. That rack kept coming under pressure there from Masinde Muliro. And then knocking it on to turnover possession. Much needed possession for Masinde Muliro. Early days, pinned back in their own half on 22. Veron Kaburu going the blind side. Does he have the legs? Yes, he has the legs. You can bet he's going all the way. Veron Kaburu pulling Masinde Muliro back into this one with a generator restart there. Celebration. Veron Kaburu is deceptively quick. Give him space ahead of him, and you'll end up chasing him all the way because he has an interesting running style that may fool you and keep you trailing him all the way to the try box, as we see there with Brian Tanga trying to chase him down. That conversion unsuccessfully done there. As you see, goes down the blind side. It was unattended to Jackton also, and Brian Tanga trying to follow him. But he had enough pace to go all the way. We've seen him score a couple of these tries over this year's 7th circuit. That conversion going over, just landing on the crossbar and coming back into the field of play there. So it remains 5-all. And this is gonna be one Western derby. Both teams very familiar with each other. They kick in deep and they put Kabras retain possession there. Good offload with one man to beat. And Ravon Rayvon Ambale going in and scoring one of the top finds for Kabras. That was a 2v1, a clean break. Wow. Taking that rather casually and missing a center kick conversion. I hope it doesn't come to put them to pay. As you see there, Matthews Osimbo just breaking through the ranks, then 2v1 against the sweeper Veron, and he offloads to the good running line from Rayvon Ambale. Goes in and scores, and Kabras hit the front again. A lot of missed conversions in this one, especially that one from Rayvon Ambale. That should have been an extra 2 points.
Yeah, it should have been an extra 2 points. These are close margins. These are these games that require you to get all your maximum. Matthias Osimbo, once again, being the creator, he has been the master-in-chief, creator-in-chief for Kabras Sugar, second.
Yeah, Jackton also going in there and scoring. Kabras' third try. Kabras now getting down to business here. Quick restart there and immediately taking the ball through the hands there before Masinde Muliro are able to set themselves up in defense. As we see, Rayvon Ambale's conversion attempt is not successful. And Masinde Muliro just caught out there, not being able to realign. As you see, Osimbo to Tanga to Jackton also, and you can see they were running out of numbers because immediately after kickoff, if you're able to recover that ball, then you'll always get your defenses in 6s and 7 due to that alignment after kickoff. Kabras benefiting, stretching their lead here by 10 points. Still enough time for Masinde Muliro to come back, but they need to be clinical, running in hard, running in straight at the Kabras defense, recycling that ball. Ngoko with ball, swinging it out wide, coming in on a short line, compacting the pitch here, working with the other side. Attempted interception and it is successful. Kevin Wekesa went for broke there and he was rewarded. Goes in and about to score his try here, just waiting for Ambale. Hands it over to Rayvon Ambale to benefit in scoring his second try of this match. Hopefully this conversion will be better than his first one. Same spot, and he put it below the bar. This one goes over the crossbar. And they stretch their lead here in the first half, putting some clear daylight between themselves and Masinde Muliro. 22-5. As you see there, 3 men out wide. Wekesa had only one option, to go for broke there as he was outnumbered. This time round he was rewarded for his attempt. So Kabras restarters, it doesn't go the mandatory 10 meters. However, Masinde Muliro play that ball, so it is live. Damning, showing and going. Veron Kaburu has been the spotlight here, shining bright light for Masinde Muliro in this match as they try to get themselves back in before we go into the halftime break. Defense there forcing their ball carrier to go back into traffic. A loose a ball there that is cleaned nonetheless, but they lose territory. That ball is out. It will be contested. Lucky enough there, Rayvon Ambale going for the jackal and knocks it on. Referee playing advantage for Masinde Muliro. And it is over, breaking through the defense line there. Line break there. Tanga mauls him down. Masinde Muliro enjoying good spells of possession here, Walter.
Yeah, they do. They have the ball. They're securing it well, but talking about securing it, that is an infringement at the breakdown area. They are piling the faces, but they're not moving forward. You can see the scoreboard. It's really against them in the first half. A heavy conceding first half for them. So it has to translate into something. That possession, here's Ngoko going into contact. But Kabras Sugar be on hand to make sure that they are not caught out. A ruck there formed, needing the player, the third or the arriving player, to come and clear the ruck area. Play on the outside there. Voko comes back in. But that's a knock on there. Kabras have an option. They could kick it into touch. No advantage there as the referee calls it, and that is halftime.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're gonna get a thrash.
Getting ready for the second half. Veron Kaburu for Masinde Mliro kicking us off, putting it high just into the 10-meter line for Kabras, and good recovery there, good retention, and they are off to the races. Quickly bundled into touch, just shy of the 10-meter mark in Masinde Mliro's half. Finishing that first half strongly. Kabras just were very clinical in turning over possession, and they had long-range tries. And then we did have Masinde Mliro enjoying long spells of possession, breaking through the first line, but not being able to use that to good effect, not having it converted into points. That leads to them trailing 22-5 here. Good offload, 2v1. This is gonna be another try, a fifth try for Kabras. Conversion is successful there. Kabras stretching this lead handsomely. You see Brian Mutua there, 2v1, passes it off. Jack Donoso, who just pins his ears back, goes all the way to score another try. And Kabras taking command of this game and this pool, stretching their lead here. Masinde Mliro just finding themselves with too much to do. Nailed in their own 22, being unable to get themselves back into the game. As we see Patrick Lumumba coming in here, he missed the KCB 7s. He's back here to make amends. He's a hard worker, working horse, with, especially in defense, a strong ball carrier. And Kaburu using his foot here, using his boot, coming under intense pressure, having camped in there 22 for the longest, electing to use the boot to just get themselves out of their red zone.
Well, an uncharacteristic error there. Much change side. This second half there has Biden higher, knocks that ball forward. Tieno just scanning there, but I think Biden had made a decision on what to do before catching the ball, so caught out in two minds on what exactly to do. In this case, Veron Kaburu comes out Flavian Otio with Charles Ngoko on the outside. Good line there, cutting back in. That is Tyson Okoth. That is a very, very good try there for Masinde Muliro.
Yeah, Masinde Muliro getting themselves another try. Tyson Juma, of course, stepping in at pace, acceleration, and the cross-cover defense was unable to deal with that. That conversion not getting between the posts, giving the scores at 10-29 in favor of Kabras. That was a good run there from Tyson, finally making Kabras pay in that spell of possession, coming in hard on that switch, handing off the inside defender, and then going round the sweeper and pointing the center posts. Never got there, but did get the 5 points.
Tyson is a sprinter, Toeli, and he's been applying his trade. I think he was qualifying or he was running in Uganda a few weeks ago. But
racing.
Yeah, he's a sprinter. Like there are 100 meters and 200 meters. So he's no stranger. He's a good rugby player, and he's also blessed with pace. And I think he's chosen a career path that offers him options, so he's able to sometimes go run when the opportunities. And he's also had an opportunity here to represent Masinde Muliro. And so importantly, it's good to have him in the park this weekend as Cantona there steps 1, steps 2, and has one person on the outside there to have Otieno Victor brought to the floor there, but the referee blows a penalty advantage and now adds a penalty to Kabras. Eric Cantona tapped away from the mark and the referee has to pull them back to wherever the infringement occurred. Now, Toeli, have you downloaded the new KCB app?
I'm yet to.
I think you need, just get your phone out as we speak.
Share the benefits, share the features in this, because it really has been on the buzz.
Yes, it has. It's a brilliant new app, and KCB have partnered with Kisumu RFC, and they're doing beachside activations. You get to the activation tent, they onboard you, they have agents there who onboard you. It has great features in terms of all your banking needs. If you have loans that you need to sort out and handle, it has a wide range of financial services as offered by KCB, so it's an interesting one. I would really implore you to have a look at it and then get back to me.
Yes, indeed, Walter. Worth checking it out as we see there, Kabras tightening the screws and just nailing the last of those nails onto Masinde Muliro's coffin there, just 34-10. It's a blowout. Masinde Muliro never in this one. Brian Mutua goes over for another try for Kabras Sugar. Cantona with searching for the extra 2 and skews it far off to the right of those uprights. As you see there, ball in hand, quickly goes into space. Cantona checks into that gap that has been opened by the overshooting of Tyson Juma in Masinde Muliro's defense line there, and then going for a switch pass. Brian Mutua comes in, straighten his runs, was already into the try box. Masinde Muliro not dealing with this kickoff. Kabras Sugar regaining possession. That's a loop pass that is a bit loose there. Referee calls it as an advantage. It was a forward pass of Kabras Sugar. Now Masinde Muliro trying to get themselves out of the 22. Story of the day for them, being pinned down on territory and getting punished for whatever mistakes they make in their own red zone. Running out of space here. Kabras with really good defense pressure. Picking off the base, having numbers out to their right. Veron steps back into space and takes it cleanly. Line break here, but no supporting players. He has to go onto deck. Gathered some few more meters, 10 or so, and another line break. Kabras not clean on their line, on their defensive structure here as Tyson Juma goes over for another try. 2 successful line breaks by Masinde Muliro, offloading in contact, ensuring that there is no breakdown for Kabras to realign their defense. And what they needed to have done the whole match, they do it here right at the end as they score their 3rd try and Tyson Juma's 2nd. Conversion to come, which will definitely be the last action, last piece of play in this match. Kabras emerging comfortable winners. That conversion not finding its mark. That's the end of this 2nd fixture of Pool A. Kabras winning this one comfortably, 34-15. And we move on to Pool B, where Mombasa Sports Club will take on Nondescripts. Match number 3, day 1 of this final leg. Dala7s, Pool B encounter this one. Nondescript taking on Mombasa Sports Club. Nondescript coming into this tournament after playing Division 2 in Kabeberi, winning that one and getting themselves rightfully promoted to Division 1. They will want to close strongly here. They currently sit not where they would have wanted the beginning of this 7th circuit, but they have 29 points seated in the bottom half of the national standings. Mombasa Sports Club, on the other hand, have been here for a while. They have participated in almost all the legs, doing well to get themselves into the first quarterfinals in Kabeberi. That was their first appearance in a quarterfinal this year. And they are here for the Dala7s all the way from Mombasa. Going down there, having good feel of the ball early on here, going through the hands, using the full pitch, and then straightening at the heart of Mombasa's defense there. Good recycling by Nondescripts, applying pressure on Mombasa Sports Club, and the pressure finally pays there as Nondescripts go over for their first try. Magoro Joffrey benefiting from that long spell of possession. Quick off the races here, Nondescripts. Smarting from playing in Division 2 in Kabeberi after they were relegated in the Embu 7s. As you see, they are picking it off the base. Wily campaigner Ronnie Omondi then offloading for an easy stroll in by Magoro Joffrey. And Nondescripts putting it high here in the restart, being gathered well there by Ryan Odua. Then offloading to Charles. Charles out wide to Ronnie. Ronnie trying to manufacture some space here for Nondescripts. They come back in, offloading in contact. Finally the hit deck, going around the fringes of that rack, carrying strongly. Route 1 rugby here, but trying to attract in Maxwell Omondi. Successfully that, then just tripping over himself. Ian Mumbwani but they do have ball. Alarm bells here for Mombasa Sports Club as Nondis go over for their second try. Charles Odhiambo with another 5-pointer. Yeah, Mombasa reeling under pressure here, not getting themselves out of their half. That conversion is wide, but Nondis going about this the right way, giving ball to Mombasa, then pinning them in their own half. As you see, they are cutting back into traffic at 5 meters out. There was no stopping Charles Odhiambo there. He's a very strong ball carrier. Ball restarted there and knocked on by Nondescripts. Finally, Mombasa with some ball to work, but going there under the attentions of the tackler, Ezra Mumbo knocks it on. And Mombasa just trying to get some territory here. First time into Nondescripts half. Have to apply some pressure in defense here. Look to turn over. Going all the way to score another try for Nondis. Just sustained pressure, sustained possession, picking the spaces in Mombasa Sports Club defense and making good use of possession. Nondis stretching their lead here to 15. They're just dancing through the gaps there in Mombasa Sports Club defense. Looking Ronnie there, attracting in Kelvin Chege, and once he took the bait, opened up gaps for Nondis to go in. Nondis being the 4th seeded team in Pool B, making a statement here very early on, wanting one win into their pockets, looking for another one later on, where we also have Daystar Falcons and Kenya Harlequins in this pool. It will be a tough pool, this one, because those 3 teams are able to get out of this pool. Remember, Daystar Falcons getting into their first finals last weekend. As we see Ryan Odua stepping back in on a cut and then going all the way to score their 4th try. Nondis standing on the heat here on Mombasa Sports Club. No breather for the coastal side, being pummeled here by Nondis. 24-0 with a few seconds remaining in the first half. Tough one here, tough outing, tough first game for Mombasa Sports Club. As you see that switch play, leaving 2 defenders dead there. Kelvin Chege and Collins Amayo not able to respond to that cutback, guilty of overchasing. They identified Ian Mumbwani, went for him, but when he pulled it back on a switch, that was it. Highway all the way for Ryan Odua. A restart that does not go the mandatory 10 meters. Mombasa being gifted possession, but not really using it well. Going route 1 there, going straight into contact, resetting. They need a nice dummy, but that gap quickly shut down by Ryan. Then pick and go there again. Ezra Mumbo trying to get some space, offloads to Kelvin. Kelvin goes down. Not 10. Quick tap and go here, not waiting for options. Ezra Mumbo carries it offloads, and finally Mombasa Sports Club hit back. Nation Mwangemi injecting himself onto that ball. And that momentum and pace, 10 meters out, puts Mombasa back into this one. Still a lot of work to do, of course, but finally getting themselves onto the board, getting the reward for that possession and territory. We go into halftime here with that unsuccessful conversion. Nondis leading 24-5, as you see there. Nation putting them back into this game. Mombasa Sports Club kicking us off for the second half, in which they're trailing Nondis 24-5. Nondis with all of the ball in that first half and making Mombasa pay for playing in their own 22.
Yeah, it was a very, very bad first half for Mombasa Sports Club. Should be offered another opportunity this second half to claw back that deficit. Nondis, good value for money there. Ian Mumbwani apprehended. Ronnie comes, rips the ball. Ian. Slow play there. Charles. Ryan flings it to Tony Fidens. Tony steps, but he's well apprehended there. Mombasa defending well. Charles Odhiambo flings the ball to Ian. Ian. Mabua. Mabua has Brian Kadenge on the outside. Kadenge to Ronnie. Ronnie cuts back in. Players missing tackles for Mombasa. Long pass there, but that's a knock on there. An advantage being played to Mombasa. But the advantage is not gained, and Mombasa will be offered an opportunity, a scrum advantage, which turns into a scrum down for Mombasa Sports Club. Ryan Odwa there, I mean, it was a good pass. There was an advantage for Nondis. They had numbers on the outside there. All he needed to do was just to gather that ball, but he couldn't. And 5-24, an opportunity gone begging. Ryan, you can see tired bodies there. He's pulled out. Shisia makes his way into the park. So early days, he scored. He has been tested. And yeah, Nondis comfortable.
Yeah, Ryan Odu has been a workhorse for Nondis, disrupting those racks and just putting Mombasa Sports Club up in the tackle, creating opportunities for Nondis to turn over that ball. And he gets his well-earned break. Shisia coming in, Fred Shisia. And Mombasa Sports Club will want a game of two halves here if they're to get themselves back into this game. Going strongly at the heart of defense there, carrying Hannington Mbaka. Hannington Mbaka, good pick and go there from Mombasa Sports Club. Kim Kuloba, 7 meter short. Another carry by Hannington. Is he held up? Yeah, referee penalizing them for being offside on that breakdown. And Mombasa enjoying some good territory here. 5 meter short, tap and go, floats in the tackle. When it looked like it was easier to score, just goes into contact there. and gives Nondescripts an opportunity to put their defense back into shape. Bad pass, and they'll be punished for it. Goes to deck and it's picked up, pinning his ears, going all the way. Oh,
that's a bad mistake there by Mombasa. They had them there, 5 meters out.
And finally, putting the ball down for another try. Fiden Stoney with that try. Mombasa Sports Club were just applying pressure on Nondis there, 5 meters out, but that loose pass, good play here, but that pass going below, going to deck past Kelvin Chege, and then pouncing on it, Fiden Stoney going all the way and scoring.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake there by Mombasa Sports Club. They had them 5 meters out too early. I mean, all they needed was just one pass, ball to hand, dive over, create that 1v1. Nondis there have another opportunity to pile more points. Remember, match day 1 is all about securing your top position for that cup quarterfinal berth going into match day 2. And so these are very, very good opportunities to try and see or settle down your nerves. Early days, get the points on the scoreboard, and I mean, going into the last games of match day 1, you are comfortable if you have a good tally in terms of the points.
Yeah, you must always identify your first game to be a win. And once you have that, then pressure eases off a bit. But you lose your first match, then you're chasing rabbits all day long. That becomes really hard work.
I've been wondering why you're nervous. You know, you're shaking just right up and I'm disturbed. Right. But the All Blacks are taking on Springboks, and you and Brian are all the same. You're going to score without saying.
Kadenge Brian going over there to score another try for Nondis. Nondis now really comfortably ahead in this match and looking towards the next one in this Pool B, where they do have also Daystar Falcons and Kenya Harlequins awaiting them. This is a comfortable outing for them in this match day 1. Mombasa Sports Club really on the receiving end. Probably the travels getting onto them. They have really crisscrossed this country participating in these legs. And as you see there, 2v1, Hannington Mbaka for Mombasa couldn't get himself to stop Kadenge Brian.
Yeah, Toeli, you can stop vibrating. You know, second test last weekend was a tough one for the world champions. I mean, Eden Park has never been a good place for...
They lost by 1 score.
It's fine. It's still a loss. I don't know what Pogi Peter Ndonga is doing wherever he is.
Oh, you can be sure he's waiting for the final whistle.
So that he can call us the Kenyan Maori. Anyway, we take it with a pinch of salt, but first things first, they have to beat the All Blacks today. If you are an international fan, we hope you're enjoying your All Blacks versus the Springbok match. Meanwhile, it's try time for Nondis.
Nondis taking Mombasa Sports Club to the cleaners here, 41-5 with seconds remaining. Biggest score so far in these round 1 fixtures, surpassing the previous one that we did see, Kabras hammering Masinde Muliro 34-15. This one crosses the 40-meter mark with a conversion to come, conversion that does not get the mark.
Yeah, it's really lights out for Mombasa Sports Club. This is a game that probably would have offered something for them, but seemingly Nondis have, I mean, having gone down, they've come back. It's a statement of intent that we are Nondis and you shouldn't forget about us.
Yeah, and this score just tells you a lot of stories, because you can see Nondis 41-5, probably aware that this pool, to get out of this pool, will require not just wins but also good wins, and emerging victorious here 41-5. They put themselves firmly in discussions towards the business end later on as they take on Daystar and Kenya Harlequins, who take onto the beach next. Daystar Falcons, finalist in KCB Sevens. First time ever for them to be in a Sevens finals, taking on Kenya Harlequins, who had their own matters to contend with. Several players not also appearing in this leg after upheavals back at the Ngong Road home ground. That kickoff by Daystar not going the full 10, and quickly tap and go there by Kenya Harlequins. Last weekend, this new team took on, and they had very strong first halves, as we see here. Ramadan Masete going over. They had really fast starts to their games, and they remained in the hunt in the first half, only to fizzle out in the second half. But we are looking at Kenya Harlequins trying to ensure that that is not the case in this match, as we see them here moving and shifting the ball quickly from that tap and go and getting themselves onto the board. Ramadan Masete with that try. Successful conversion there. Queens hitting the front, 7 points against Falcons 0. Falcons inviting back for the third tournament their speedster Kenya Shujaa winger Patrick Odongo. Is yet to have a say in this match. You can be sure that he will do so. But as it stands now, quick early lead here for Kenya Harlequins. And they have possession and territory to work with. Put in there, nice solid scrum. Then they take off to the shorter side into Daystar's 22. And knocking it on when they just needed some safe pair of hands at the base of that scrum. Guilty of that knock-on, Michael Ochieng. As you see, they're just coming in, pulling in a lot of defenders from Daystar Falcons, attracting them to that breakdown. And then fourth man in, one too many on that track, knocks it on. Michael Ochieng just gives the ball back to Daystar Falcons, who are just beyond their trial and danger man here. Cuts back in, Patrick Odongo with ball in hand, looking for gaps in that line, chest down and offloads in the tackle there. Daystar Falcons just rebuilding, 5 meters out. Long pass to the wing to Agonda. Agonda just staying on his feet long enough to ensure that his supporting players come in. Then they're still working themselves out of this territory.
Yeah, they believe they can play out of the danger zone. There's some reprieve there for the Daystar Falcons as that penalty is awarded. I mean, Queens have come here with a specific thing. Pile pressure on the Daystar Falcons. Don't allow Patrick Odongo with ball in hand and some space.
Yeah.
And as such, so far so good. Queens there with Patrick. Dave Maura there. Mwangi there losing the ball forward. Queens with a lead there. I mean, what would you make of Queens? Last weekend, a changed squad. This weekend, so far so good. They're holding on. Would you say this is a rebuilding phase? Would you? Where would you place Queens in this?
I think they're rebuilding, particularly from last tournament, by circumstances beyond the technical bench input. But the new players really doing good, of course, supported by some who have been there before: Ramadan Masete, Dave Mwangi. Those are regulars that we've seen over the circuit. But everyone else just putting their hands up, trying to ensure that they can put in a good show. The only concern, as we noted last weekend, is how they close games. Do they maintain their shape and structure in the second half when other teams are now coming back at them? And that was an area that they didn't master well in KCB Rugby.
Yeah, it's an area that they needed to master. Well, Queens with a line out. All taken there, but lost forward there. Clinton Amukwachi on hand to receive the gift. Try time. Daystar Falcons.
Yeah, hitting back with authority. Clinton Amukwachi putting that ball down. As you see there, just the seas opened up for him there. Goes over and pulls Daystar back into this one. 5-7 with a conversion to come. Getting themselves back into this one. Conversion not successful, as we see there. And therefore, a tight one. This one, 2 points separates them with a minute to play in this first half, raising it high into Queens 22. Queens have to work it out from here. Dave Mwangi goes the shorter side, offloads a pass to the shoulders of Dennis Nyongesa, who knocks it on, and it goes into touch. So choices there between line out and scrum down. I think Daystar electing to go for the scrum down here. Prime territory, just 20 outside Queens 22, probably something good that they can work with.
Yeah, it's a good attacking platform. Remember, there is no danger if you have Patrick Odongo lacking on the wings. So all you need to do is just get the man with the ball in space there, loop around there. Eddie comes around, has Patrick switch. Patrick passes backwards. Arnold, one pass. Maraka receives the ball there, tackled to the floor. Referee tells Kenya Harlequins not to encroach. Agonda steps back, looking for Queens, trying to deceive Queens. Queens not falling for that. Patrick scans. Patrick has to come through the center. This time round, Wambugu passes, and that is a line break there. And that is a clear run-in for Vincent Omuroka. Try time, Daystar Falcons.
Patient play there, patient build-up by Daystar Falcons, using the ball well, moving the ball, and Queens were left chasing shadows there. And finally, coming in on a short, hard run, Vincent Omuroka straightens off that pass and goes in unattended, as you see there. Just floats the ball into space, Eddie Wambugu, and punching onto that ball, Vincent Omuroka goes all the way and scores. Second try for Daystar Falcons to stretch their lead as we go into the halftime. With that unsuccessful conversion, they lead 10-7 against Kenya Harlequins. get into the second half of this Pool B encounter featuring Daystar, the top seeds, against Kenya Harlequins, who are the third seeds. That first half was a tight affair, and Daystar finishing strongly. Then they begin their rally. They were trailing 7-0, have worked themselves back into the lead. Kenya Harlequins with a much changed side from the first 3 legs, and in this one they try to rebuild themselves, get some confidence with the ball in hand. Second half has always been their undoing. They will see how they can get themselves steady and keep themselves in the contest in this second half. Daystar finished second in that final against KCB in KCB Rugby, and they will want to ensure that they get out of this pool by confirming a win here. Number 11 punished there, but for Kenya Harlequins playing the ball on the ground under pressure there from Patrick Odongo.
Nyongesa was isolated. The ruck was completed, but then there was a counter ruck. Patrick and company noticed that there was only one player at the ruck area, so it was an opportunity to challenge for that ball. And once they got into the counter ruck motion, the player on the floor cannot be part of the play, so he kept on pushing the ball backwards, and that's a penalty infringement. So, well, Queens have lost an opportunity at least to score their second try. They scored early days. Ever since, they've not put something together. Would you say that it's a bit of stage fright for some of these boys who've been selected? Because they've changed, they've cut and changed the squad quite heavily over the last few legs.
Yeah, you will say so, because they've had possession. They have worked hard enough on defense to gather back possession, but being clinical in the finish has been the challenge. As you see, a clean line break there. Robin Wanyama just got a few meters short of the try line there by Dave, and then Arnold Agonda with another carry. Danger times here for Kenya Harlequins, 5 meters out from their try line. Shifting it quickly to the left here. This should be a try. Goes in strong. Wilson Otieno puts Daystar another 5 points ahead. They worked really hard on defense, Kenya Harlequins, but that missed tackle cost a line break and gave them an opportunity to score this. As you see, it was always going to be a physical contest 2 meters out from the try line. That conversion not finding its mark. Daystar with more than a score ahead now against Kenya Harlequins, 15-7.
Up next, full C, Mwamba taking on Embu RFC, and after that, finish off full C.
Ball goes high, good one. This one just into Queens 22, and it's knocked on by Wycliffe Ochieng, and immediately Daystar and no advantage, so the referee brings them back for the scrum down. As you see there, that ball was knocked on, and Sindoli just trying to see if he has any soccer skills in himself. Never getting the ball into Kenya Harlequins' try box, and referee calls them back, and they quickly shift it to the right. Eddie carries it, shows and goes, attracting all defenders with that dummy pass, and they let him through the gates. Eddie Wambugu goes over to score Daystar's 4th try. Always a creator, always a tricky customer, though you can see there his shirt a bit torn there, but with ball in both hands, Eddie Wambugu, you have to make that tackle count when it comes to him, because he can actually dummy, and he has sufficient pace to get through the line and go and finish it. That conversion not successful. Scores 20. As you see there, dummy 1 to Arnold, and biting it very hard there was
I mean,
Dave Mwangi here.
You can see that Queens are sort of now accepting their fate this second half. They've allowed Daystar so much ball, and it's always a danger when you allow Daystar Falcons to have so much ball. Remember, they have so many people to attack you and hurt you. They've now made changes to their first 7. You can see the likes of Sindoli on the park. Kenya Harlequins equally have made changes there. Victor Gichana steals the ball, which was open there at the breakdown. And why would he run straight into touch? He had people on the inside who were looking to assist and support him. That is one of those mistakes that once you pay for it, the coaches will never forgive you for that.
Yeah, he had 2 men on his left on the inside. He just needed to take a break, step, and then offload. But he thought he would outsprint Clinton Amukwachi, who bundled him into touch, started a quick line out, and off went Daystar Falcons.
Yeah, with one bad attacking play, there's also a good defensive effort in that run of play. So credit to Amukwachi, who never lost the hope in bringing that player down, and caught up with Victor Gichana. Victor Gichana, who had an option to offload, once again there, hitting the line well. You can see his teammates are trusting to give him the ball. He should also give them the ball. But anyway, we keep going. Queens are looking for the second. Running out of time, 29 seconds and counting. Kenya Harlequins. Queens, 5 meters out, Nyongesa. Daystar Falcons, tackler needs to release. Omoroka releases. Easy try there, try time. Kenya Harlequins go over, and going over is none other than Wycliffe Ratemo.
Yeah, good play there from Kenya Harlequins, trying to stay in the hunt here. They have done well. They have played in Daystar Falcons half, and they are getting the rewards here. As you see, stay in your opponent's half and have sustained possession. Then you're able to apply pressure on their defensive lines. And in this case, Daystar Falcons cracking and putting Queens back into this one. The hooter has sounded, so Daystar Falcons need to repossess this. Arnold Agonda with ball in hand. They either kick it out or risk. It's less than a game. It's less than a score here. And cool heads prevail, common sense prevails, and they kick it out. There are 6 points separating the two teams. Any turnover to Kenya Harlequins, and they would have faced some nervy moments here. Daystar Falcons emerging winners in this one, 2014. And we move on to Pool C, where we do have Mwamba RFC and Embu RFC in the next match. Mwamba RFC kicking us off. This is match number 5. The first one for Pool C. Mwamba taking on Embu RFC. Embu invited into this one, having found themselves at the lowest of ranks the previous tournament. Mwamba, on the other hand, seated 10th overall after 5 legs with 33 points. A bit of start and go for them on those legs, over those legs, a bit few quarterfinal appearances. but they have to contend with this Embu side that play with a lot of vigor and give them a sniff, give them an inch, they'll take a mile out of it. So Mwamba have to be wary of the danger posed by Embu RFC. Quickly going down that left flank. Does he have the pace to make it to the end? No, he's bundled into touch. Fast forays, fast attack, fast forays into Embu's 22 there. Brian Mutugi bundled into touch, turning over possession to Embu with a good scramble defense there. You see Mutugi tagged in the ball, fend off one defender, and then he has speed, but was never going to get past Samuel Githinji, who trailed him and reeled him in. Nice hoist there from Embu RFC under that defensive line out. They have to work their way out of the 22. Good carry, but that is being attacked and jackaled. Referee says play on, first man in. He's allowed to play the ball and they turn it over. Quick transition from defense to attack here, and this pass almost butchering the opportunity for Mwamba, but they recover it and Byron Webo goes over to score. Embu just guilty of not supporting their ball carrier there on deck. That ball was turned over and Numbers just folded over to the left from in that particular rack, and they had Numbers to burn out wide there. As you see there, just identifying the opportunity that arose from the jackal and then just peeling off to the left and creating more Numbers going over to score. The conversion is unsuccessful, so the scores remain 5-0 in favor of Mwamba. This pool also has the current leaders of the SportPesa 2025 National 7th Circuit, KCB, and also Homeboyz RFC, who did well to get themselves into Dala7s after their first appearance in this year's Division 1 last weekend at Kabiberi. Before that, they had missed out on 7 previous Division 1 fixtures running back into 2024. So first time in and retaining the slot in this last leg is a good show.
The previous one, so Vimix what it does, you are going to detect omega cracked. So the moment utagoka mpya itakata. So lazima uende kwa system yote ufake everything ya Vimix. Imerudi ama bado? Stop streaming yako. Stop hapo, acha inaonekana nani anapata. Funga tu kabisa tu basi. Alituma do, but haiko nini. Like kata kwa browser uweze kufungua sana. Hello. Hey, sahi kuna unapatia ile holding pala. Sahi unapata nini? Hello, so unapata nini?
connectivity. Those are technical issues, but on your screens here is the first half of Pool C encounter pitting KCB Rugby against Homeboyz.
Toeli, umekanyaga waya.
Yeah, we really apologize for that break. But the previous match ended in favor of Mwamba RFC 40-0 against Embu. Mwamba just standing on the hit there on Embu. And this is early days here. 1 minute into this one. George Oro making his way back into the starting lineup for KCB. Badges over for his first try. He's been struggling with hamstring injuries. They have worked on him and he's back into the starting squad, having missed KCB Rugby 5-0 to the good Homeboyz. Second leg that they are appearing in the Division 1. And they acquainted themselves well in KCB, as you see there, just taking route one, strong in contact, strong ball carrier, and there was no stopping him there, close to the try line by Sam Bachai, together with his mates. Homeboyz did make an appearance in KCB, did well actually to finish 9th, and therefore earned their place into this last leg of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit. KCB, of course, won that particular leg in that final against Daystar Falcons. 2010 it was. And they get a restart here, applying pressure immediately on Homeboyz. Another carry there by Sam Bachai, goes into contact. Brian Juma with ball in hand, dummies from the base and opens up KCB's defense. Now he needs support here. 1-2v1, that pass not going to hand. It was a low pass when he had a 2 versus 1 situation here. Brian Juma not executing that final pass very well. That would have released them. As you see, almost a no-look pass, and it was really low, causing problems for Masuda Dhumani, who knocks it on. And when they would have had an opportunity to hit back, they do themselves a disservice there. He had done well to run around the rack area, the fringes of that rack, and opened up KCB's defense, so they have something to work with there as Osumbwa steps back in and then pins his ears. He's going all the way, chased down by Ronald Ndira, but Stephen Zola Osumbwa scores KCB's second try, coming into the squad this year after a spell out at Strathmore Leos. Rejoins KCB and makes his impact felt in this 7 squad. Brian Wahinya goes for the extra 2 and misses. Now here, Osumbwa just stepping off his right and guilty of overchasing there. Dan Kagwe was left, but the inside defender was never really there to help Dan Kagwe, and Osumbwa was able to straighten and go. Restart that just gets into 22, but the referee with a hawk eye notes that George Oro was ahead of kicker there. Turns over possession to Homeboyz. First time into KCB's half, and then just knocking it on. I mean, succession of errors here, Walter, by Homeboyz, knocking on, passes not going to hand. Whenever they get possession, just turn it over to KCB immediately.
Yeah, that is the story of Homeboyz RFC in this particular game, offering KCB an easy way out when they've had them backpedaling, struggling to find a footing. KCB, though, with a much changed side there, with the luxury of actually having the rest of the pack have an early run out. Floyd Wabure there testing. Brian Juma there, hung on to his coat. Jojo Oro going into the man there. Philip Patrick Mwakina says, no, not this time round. Loop around. Floyd, one pass, long looping pass. Mike Wekesa with his long limbs fends off the first defender. That's Masood Athman, and that is a try.
Yeah, Mike Wekesa going over for his second try in this match. Very clinical play there by KCB. Very efficient use of ball, high strike rates from the set pieces, just pushing them. Homeboyz, that's a conversion that is successful. Homeboyz just trying to filter through KCB's attack line, but that wonderful overhead pass cutting out two of Homeboyz defenders released Wekesa at the end of that ball, and he scores his second.
Yeah, he scores his second try. Mike Wekesa there had one man to beat. Masood Athman there attempting. Good catch. Sam Bachai takes the first man on. Good defense there. KCB being asked a bit of questions defensively. Masood on the outside there. Homeboyz with a run, with a line break. A good counter coming through, but the referee says you have to go round. You need to come round. Tap there. Homeboyz going to contact Zola. Zola is told to release. Once again, Homeboyz. Juma goes straight into the KCB defense. It's a high tackle. Referee blows a penalty. Tap there, Homeboyz. Homeboyz looking for their first try. Their first 5 points of the Dala7s 2025. Atman there spilling the ball forward. Opportunity there, but KCB lucky enough to go into the halftime break 17, or is it 19-0 against Homeboyz RFC.
Yeah, that final pass, Masood Athumani caught in two minds, even as Zumba lined him up, and he spills it, just missing out on an opportunity to get themselves onto the board as KCB take us into the break 19-0. Get ready for the second half. This is the Pool C encounter. The first one went Mwamba's way. The second one between KCB and Homeboyz. KCB going into the break 19 up. Homeboyz yet to get themselves onto the scoreboard. They had an opportunity at the very end of the first half that was knocked on by Masood Athumani when he was just 10 meters short of KCB's try line, Walter. They have to work themselves back into this one.
Yeah, they do have to work themselves out of this. It's a hole they got themselves in there. Long pass, not hitting the mark. KCB on the defense. It's a long It's a big carry over the top there. Good strong counter coming through for KCB. KCB have to remain on their feet. Yeah, they have to be on their feet. Brian Juma taps quickly. Samba Chai sees the try line ahead of him. Try time, that's a high tackle there. And the referee will be awarding that penalty. Or is it?
Yeah, and a yellow card.
Yeah, that's a penalty try. That's a high tackle.
Yeah. So Homeboyz finally hitting KCB's try line here, carrying in strongly Samba Chai and Michael Wekesa, guilty of just letting his arm slip onto the neck area. That is adjudged as a high tackle, and he gets his marching orders for the next 2 minutes, and it will be a restart for Homeboyz, a penalty restart, because no, it's actually a full kickoff as KCB are down to 6 men. Good retention there from Jenkins Kipruto, and KCB quickly putting the ball through the hands here. Onyala coming in, and also coming in is Tyson Maina, making his way back into the team after missing out the last 2 legs. Shifting out the ball to speedster Floyd Wabuire, testing his man here. Not getting him unsettled in any way. Remaining strong there in the tackle, Ronald Ndira. And the ball has to be shifted back. KCB just managing the clock here with 6 men. Again, Floyd take 2. This time round is barely successful, just tiptoeing onto the touchline. The assistant referee calls him back. He was almost gone, Oscar. Walter.
Yes, he was almost gone there. Floyd just toying with the touchline. You can see there his foot barely did he touch it.
Touch and go there, really.
Well, it's all about the referee's decision, and there you have it. It's a line out in favor of Homeboyz RFC. The thread lying on the wing there, visible for Homeboyz RFC, but most importantly, good value for money. They're defending with the touchline.
Yeah, Homeboyz coming in strongly in this second half. They have had possession. They have had numbers in attack as KCB were down to 6 men, and they've had territory too. They have played in KCB's half, so really doing well in this spell. Oh, good show and go there. Jojo Oro biting that one as Stanley Nyatiende goes over for the second try for Homeboyz now. Pressure times here, worrying times for KCB. You will think Homeboyz have been strong in this half. Just that yellow card making them pay, because they have been stretched on defense as that conversion just remains on the floor. As you see there, show and go. Oro caught with 2 men to defend, and he bought that dummy. Expensive one, that one costing them 5 points, Walter.
Yeah, it's quite expensive, that dummy. KCB, everyone would have thought that this game was an easy one for them, but they've made a meal out of it.
Yeah, they have. Back to the full complement, but it's a Navi last 3 minutes.
Must be. It must be very, very Navi for Homeboyz RFC and KCB. KCB, on the other hand, will be looking to settle themselves. At least get a win. Hope for the next few games there. They've not unlocked Floyd. Floyd has not had opportunities. His tackle there, break the first tackle, was an opportunity to offload, but opts to keep the ball in. Sati meets ball playing centers. Mike Wekesa to Lukusi. Lukusi now breaking the first line of attack, of defense. And there goes Mike. That is Elvis Olukusi, I beg your pardon. Try time, KCB.
Yes, Elvis Olukusi coming in from the bench and making his presence felt. Shrugs off Ronald Ndira with a strong handoff there, and then trots all the way to score another try for KCB. KCB mixing and matching here the lineup, using the full bench. Every player getting time on the pitch, keeping every player fresh. You will think for what is the very crucial day one for them. They need to get the top of this pool and get a favorable quarterfinals. All they need, remember, is to get to the semifinals tomorrow, and they walk away with the overall circuit. So a good restart there from KCB. Now finally getting Homeboyz in uncomfortable situations. Olukusi coming in again on a hard run. Goes down on his own terms. They have to release him. They don't. Emmanuel Opondo going for a quick tap and go, but knocks it on. So they'll get take two, a restart, because Homeboyz were not 10 meters away from that restart. Asati also coming in for Wahinya. Taps and goes, attacks the line. Opondo shifts it out, who's coming for Stephen Osumba, and that long pass from we have seen it many times from this gentleman, Onyala, and they always float forward. I don't know why he keeps trying them.
Well, I think the idea is it's execution. The idea is good. The execution is a problem, because you're at that point in time you're moving backwards, but you're moving forward, but you're needed to really throw this ball backwards.
Yeah,
it's the momentum.
He has been guilty of always. The referees always catch that one as a forward for him.
Yeah.
And I think he needs to work on that, because it's going to cost him at the very crucial moment. It's going to cost his team.
One of these fine days, it will be costly. Coming down the line there, an easy chance awarded to KCB. The ball is lost on the floor there. Not sure if the referee will be calling time, but we're playing into the referee's time now. And Toeli, most importantly, KCB have been made to work so hard for this opener. A result, yes, but I think this is what they need to just shake off that relaxed attitude towards Dala7s.
Yeah, they have to remain focused. They have remained tuned in. They have won the battles, but the war is still on for the national sevens overall circuit. So any slip-ups, and they have happened over the last many years. We've seen slip-ups happening, even as Asati gives that one out to Onyala to score, who was packing in at the wing. We've seen those slip-ups happening on the last leg, where a team needs this or that result, and they end up not even getting out of their pool. We've seen that with Mwamba before, we've seen that with Homeboyz before. So KCB should be wary of ensuring that they remain professional and disciplined in this day one fixture, where they have won this one 29-12, and one in the bag, two more to go later on. Asati with that ball, and referee still has time on her clock. Couple of breaks just allow us to go into the last bit of action. Last play here by Homeboyz, receiving that ball, coming under intense pressure in this rack, and the ball is turned over illegally. The referee penalizing KCB. Homeboyz floating that ball. Lucky enough that bounce went into Homeboyz' hands. Then Olukusi initiating, attacking the line flat here, and finally this one had looked a bit slippery going into the second half, but KCB emerging victorious with that successful conversion there, 36-12, and they march on as we move to Pool D fixtures. Coming up next, match number 7, first one for Pool B, Menengai Oilers taking on Kisumu RFC. get ready for taking on our hosts for Dala7s, Kisumu RFC. Receives that kickoff and go. See there, just they couldn't touch him while he was airborne. He finished 5th, winning that 5th place final. Kisumu RFC on the other hand in KCB 7s. Oilers have flattered to deceive, and their season has threatened to start but never really sustained their momentum as Beldad Ogeta just weaves himself through the Kisumu defense, slithering through, going all the way to add another 5-pointer. As you see there, Daniel Kipchirchir attracting 2 defenders and then offloads to Beldad, who runs back in and then swerves and takes off. Another restart there by Menengayolas this time, and Bukuse applying himself well airborne, plucks it out of the skies there, goes all the way to score. Kisumu making a meal and a mess of everything here. Then Bukuse seems to have gotten himself in a spot of bother while scoring that try, because it looks like he's limping there, but quick fire tries here from Oilers, making the intentions clear. They want to top this pool. This pool also has Strathmore Leos. Strathmore Leos, current runners-up in the national rankings. That one not going the full mandatory 10 meters, and Oilers will be punished by turning on possession of that.
Well, test match weekend elsewhere. The All Blacks 10, South Africa 29. Seems like it's revenge. Best served.
Yeah, that's an interesting match, and really at the top there, nothing separating those top teams in the international level.
Let me ask you, the opener today, Argentina are playing
Australia. They managed to win. They won by 2 points.
Australia won.
No, Argentina. Yeah, so that table just looks, anyone can beat anyone. It's gonna be the closest championship we've ever seen.
Yeah, it is. Because Argentina holding their own. Wallabies are rebuilding. Once again, Dennis Abukuse breaks the line. That's a try for the Menengai Oilers.
Dennis Abukuse eating Kisumu here for breakfast. 3rd try in as many attempts for him. One gentleman who never has a sidestep, but has acceleration, swerves through defenders, shifts his angle of running and accelerates, as you see there, off his left, off his right, off his left, just swerving and going. But the acceleration with which he does that and maintaining high tempo, the high pace, is what takes him away from defenders. Other wingers, other backs will use the conventional sidestep, but for him, it's weaving and changing direction at pace. Kisumu, the hosts, having a rough time here. First half is not yet over, trailing by 26-0. We are seeing a lot of big blowout matches in these round 1 fixtures. Earlier on today, earlier on this morning, we've had big scores. Mombasa Sports Club conceding 41 against Nandis, and then Masinde Muliro conceding 34 as they responded with 15 of their own. Mwamba pumping 40 against Embu, and here Daniel Kipchirchir adding another 5-pointer to take it to 31 in only the first half of this match. This one's gonna be a big one. Running away from Kisumu rapidly here. Daniel Kipchirchir, saw him earlier this year with Chipo. That's impressive outing in Zimbabwe, and he has been the solid rock for Menengai Oilers in their 7th campaign. He has been in all the legs, and he has been instrumental in ensuring that Oilers remain competitive. You can catch clips of him on the SportPesa YouTube page, the interviews that he's had. Oilers with another restart, going high, and they have benefited from these restarts. Philip Okeo putting it high there for Oilers, who recover it for the umpteenth time. Kisumu have had no ball to work with, Walter.
Yeah, they've not had anything to work with, and that is simply because KCB has been piling pressure. And that is testament. A halftime lead, a 31-0 halftime lead is the biggest gap we've seen today.
Yeah, over halftime.
Yeah, that's testament to what you'd expect. The Menengai Oilers looking strong going into this. The halftime score, Oilers 31, Kisumu 0.
Get into the second half, and the Oilers running away with this one. Kisumu finally with ball in hand. Albeit they are able to get themselves out of this half. If they can be able to get out of their 22, get into Oilers' half, then they might be able to have something to work with. Philip Okeo going to the right. Another offload to the wing there. Builder Dogeta has been lethal, but this time around, Kisumu are up to it. They have been able to stop him from getting away. He is a strong ball carrier, and give him space, he'll put you to the cleaners. Some of the earlier games we've seen almost mirroring those final scores, just an indicator of how tough it is for teams on this last leg. Many teams just at the end of their energy levels. This is the 6th leg, the final leg in this 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit. Some of these players, they have played in all the matches, either in Division 2 as Kisumu have been for a few legs, or Division 1 as Oilers have maintained themselves this year. Stepping into traffic there, David Chichi just stepping back in, committing men. Bildad trusting in his strong carrying skills. Kisumu holding on strong here. That ball is being contested. Referee asking for play for Kisumu to let that one go. This one was the referee calling on this one? Offside call. And Oilers prefer to go for a scrum, splitting that Kisumu defense into two. Yeah, I still do not yet understand that call. Perhaps it was just too fast. Ducking off quickly and going unattended to score, just using the outside channel where it was left open for him to go and score. This one is a blowout for Oilers, and the home side struggling to get themselves even to the scoreboard. Look at that, that's off. The sweeper was just too far away. And 5 meters out, that was always going to be problematic for any team, leave alone Kisumu. Teams really practice on how to attack, especially center field scrum downs. And strong carry there, fends off one man. Fortunaturo just coming back into the squad, creates space here in the offload for another try from Glaciers Owino. And Kisumu, 2 minutes to go. They will want just to put some respect onto this one. Otherwise, it will quickly turn into a half century. As you see there, just popping it off the ground. Glaciers coming in on a wraparound, creating an extra man in that attack, and then going to score as Oilers empty their bench and every player is on to the pitch now. First match, comfortable win. Eyes set on their second match later on when they will take on Impala RFC. They restart and recover the ball. Kisumu have nothing to work with. It's one of those really tough days for Kisumu in the office. Over the circuit, I think this is the worst that they have performed in one match. They have had no possession at all, especially in this second half. They have been on the ropes. And their next match, probably they will want to see how they can get themselves to work on their attacking skills. But they're in a tough pool, have Impala and Strathmore Leos to contend with. A preset move there, going to the front of the lineout, just inside their try box now, trying to kick out. It's charged down and going over to score another try off pressure ball there. Oilers stretching this lead short of the half-century mark. Alvin Kabuli. With that successful conversion, we get the first half-century score in the Dala7s. This is the 18th edition Dala7s wasn't played in 2007, 2008 due to administrative issues, and then 2020 and 2021 when there was a lockdown due to the COVID pandemic. So 4 editions not played. We have played 18 editions, and KCB leading in terms of cup victories. They have 5 under their belt. Mwamba 3, Homeboyz 3, Kenya Harlequins 2, and Nakuru 2, and shared single solitary wins amongst other clubs. As this match comes to an end, Oilers stamping the authority in this one, 50 leaving Kisumu, shutting them out with a 0. Move on to the next one, the last match for the pool, for the round 1 fixtures. It will pit Strathmore Leos against Impala RFC.
The runners of SportPesa National 7 circuit, ladies and gentlemen, 62nd Brazilian road coming up against Impala RFC. Impala, coached by Louisiana former Strathmore Leos, and the Strathmore Leos coached by Dala7s. Kenya, Impala taking on the Strathmore Leos.
Blue ready? Last match, ladies and gentlemen, of the opening round, the morning fixture. Coming up is the Strathmore Leos taking on Impala.
Yeah, Strathmore Leos will hope for a lot of things to work in their favor.
Yes,
but they have to start by winning everything today and tomorrow.
Yeah. For them to be on the way to that elusive Dala7s title, they have to start off by winning their opening fixture. Promises to be a good one, this one. Impala have matured. Impala have matured, as I was saying. I mean, they have matured throughout the season.
Yeah, they've had good matches. Yeah, Impala have really been, you know, thereabouts in the quarterfinals, and then playing really strongly whenever they're not there. So again, with the Strathmore Leos suffering some changes as you discussed, so it can be a slippery one coming against Impala, who really have nothing to lose but all to gain if they can get Leo's scalp. And if Leos not get a favorable outcome in this one, there are a lot of stumbling onto KCB's path that can happen.
Yeah, it's all about a spoiler weekend with this one. It promises to be a tough one for the teams that are interested in winning things. Like now, KCB look like they are a hunted animal. You can see from that opener. They've been matches on paper that they should have really closed that game as early as they should. The timing and all that. So we're looking forward to an interesting weekend, this one. And I'm also keen to see how the hard games later on today will fare, and try and see who really progresses to the cup quarters for match day 2. Call this a spoiler weekend.
Yeah, if KCB slips up or Strathmore Leos slips up, none of them, either of them slips up in their pool, and we have quarterfinals tomorrow. Are these two on each other's path?
Well, I'm not sure.
I believe they are.
I don't think. I have not seen
the
tournament
draw.
Manual.
Yes, we'll see the draw later on. But I believe they're on each other's path. If
what
one
have we
finishes
been using?
first and second.
Have we been doing A, B, C, D, or A, D, B, C?
It has been a mix of both.
So if there's been a mix of both, then we'll have to wait and see what entirely happens. I know the tournament organizers have the responsibility of sorting out the formats, and as such, here's an opportunity for Strathmore Leos at least to get off the blocks. KCB have won their game. Strathmore Leos have to win their game. Kila mtu ashinde game zake.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, we are discussing about Strathmore Leos' pathway to taking the overall national 7th circuit. They have to hope for KCB not to make it to the semifinals, and they have to go all the way and win the Dala7s. So that's the simplest of permutations. Anything after that is too much. But Strathmore Leos here, Collins Maina carrying it first time into Impala's 22, shifting the ball out. Barnabas War to Shikoli, Stanislas Shikoli just offloads in the tackle there. It goes into touch. Referee calls it as a forward pass first.
Yeah. So Elton and Malemba, they are guilty of passing that ball forward in motion. You can see one step, Shikoli stood up the defense.
Oh, it was Samuel
It was actually Wafula who was offloading that ball to Elton and Malemba.
Yeah, David Nyangige was all over him there. And
what do you make of Strat's season? Has it started off well? I believe in the grand scheme of things, would you be a happy Strathmore Leos tactician with how things have unfolded, or would you be a bit disappointed that you do know that you could have won this, or you can win this?
Yeah, I will be impressed with what they have been able to do so far. As we see Stanislas Shikoli going over for the first try of this one, just peeling the ball off that ball and going all the way to score to put Strathmore Leos ahead here against Impala. And yeah, Walter, to your question there, I will be impressed with what Strathmore Leos have done. As a technical bench, I will still be a bit concerned about the depth of the bench. I think we have seen crucial when Gabriel Aimba and Shem Okola and just a few other players have not been there, and it has seen a drop down of Strathmore Leos' intensity, Strathmore Leos' performances. So I think depth is their issue, but I will still be very impressed. They have gotten themselves in a good space. They are currently sitting just shy of 100 points, which is a big achievement for a runners-up.
Yeah, it is a big achievement. Still in it though, but it all depends on the results from elsewhere. I wouldn't put it past them to have a strong outing here in Kisumu. I mean, it's territory that they've been here before. The Strathmore Leos of the past, they've produced teams that have been able to compete amongst the best of the best, so Leos can hold their own. I'm just looking forward to this weekend. Interested to see how the results from match day 1 tend to affect what's happening on the other side of the draw. So Leos have something to play for this weekend.
Yeah, they have to give their best. They have to go all out and leave everything else to other teams, but they have to win everything in front of them in these Dala7s.
Yeah, they have everything to play for. As we await this scrum feed going to the Strathmore Leos, quickly fed in. The hooter sounds in the background. Switch. Mola tracing his roots here in Kisumu. Former Kisumu RFC player, now a student at the Strathmore Leos. Barnabas goes into contact. Preended there. Bombok makes the tackle. Shikoli to Wafula. Speaking about the players that they're missing, they also miss Nigel Amaitsa. Once you pull out Nigel Amaitsa from this Strathmore Leos side, you've lost quite a big punch, either going forward in terms of your conversions, in terms of your restarts, in terms of your attack. He brings so much versatility to that Strathmore Leos side.
And that's a problem for them because the Gabriel Aimba is one of those creators. You have Nigel Amaitsa, another playmaker. They are down to Arnold Mwita only as a recognized playmaker in this back line. Even as you see Stanga Shikoli going over for his second try, stretching the lead here for Strathmore Leos. And that missing of two playmakers in Gabi and Amaitsa will just stretch Strathmore Leos' attacking options. But they go into this halftime leading 12-0 as we see that 2 meters out, stretching and scoring. Second half here in this last game of the round 1 fixtures. Pool D encounter between Strathmore Leos and Impala. Arnold Mwita starting us off, and they do recover that possession. Collins Maina going all the way, stepping in, stepping out, and goes to score another try. Strathmore Leos going around this one, going about this one with precision. Not using a lot of energy, you will see, but the efficiency with ball in hand on that side step. And Leos stretching their lead to 17-0. Restart again, into hand. Reynold and Vates getting that one. Good jackal there by Victor Mola, turning over possession to Stratwas in that contact. Elton Amalemba carrying at the heart, straight into the heart of Impalas, pumping his feet. Good protection there from Mwita. Numbers to burn out wide as Samuel Wafula goes over for the 4th try of Leos, turning up the heat here on Impala. Leos 22, Impala RFC 0. Impala finishing 8th in this Dala7s. As we see there, nothing that Impala could do about that one. It was a quick rack. That ball hardly stayed in that rack. Impala unable to realign their defense lines to stop Wafula from going in, as they also knock on his restart. Amon Boambok guilty of knocking it on there, just communication problems. At gear 3, gear 2, not really taking off, but the effectiveness of it all from Strathmore Leos is there to show, doing them well.
May the sun, Scrummage Africa, CSC Trans.
Impala have to work themselves from this one. That 0 on the scoreboard, not something to take home with them. As Nyangige, top try scorer in Embu 7s, together with Victor Odhiambo, trying to manufacture and manipulate Strathmore Leos' defense here. On a loop around move, trying to bring an extra man into attack. But that ball to Patrick Mutuku was judged to be a forward pass. All the effort to create an extra man not working there. And Strathmore Leos putting Impala under defensive pressure here. They are not exiting. They are 22.
Yeah, too much pressure there on Impala RFC. They have to find a way out, but first things first, Leos have to punish Impala for not being able to play away from their own half. Mola there with Collins wrapping round.
Pay for that turnover, for that forward pass of fast face ball on that scrum. Vincent Mola electing to park himself at the wing, attracting both of them to himself, offloading to Collins Baina, who was into space, and he goes over for his second try. This one is a shutdown by Leos on Impala. Another big round one score. This round one has been littered with big scores, Walter.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose. You snooze, you get 50. You snooze, you get a 40 here and there, you know?
Yeah.
So it has been a punishing first round of games. Well, the top sides have won their games. It's needed. It was expected. The teams that are chasing, the chasing pack has also done its bit. And as such, Toeli, I think the opening fixtures should be setting the platform for the afternoon session. And of course, do you expect the trend to continue in terms of the top sides keeping up and winning their games, or you do expect maybe an upset here and there?
Well, we do expect upsets to Dala7s. This is the last opportunity for players to put up their hands for selection into the national sevens setup. As we look forward to, we'll expect round 2, round 3 to be much closer, rather than this first round, which has panned out to be a round of blowouts.
Yeah, we do expect, like you've said, there's nothing to lose. And speaking of Safari Sevens, just to tell our viewers, it's happening, it's going down at the Nya National Stadium, 10th October to the 12th. Grab your tickets, rush onto the ticohub.com platform. Buy your early bird tickets, be part and parcel of the Rugby Africa Premier Sevens tournament. That is the Safari Sevens. But most importantly, from here, our stars get selected into the national team, get into camp, get ready. We are accustomed to this gentleman or this lot of guys going into camp, getting ready for the World Rugby 7 series. But now next year we have a shortened Division 2 series. We have a few games, we have 3 legs being played later on in the year. That means there's so much time this year for the preparations. Safari Sevens couldn't have come at a very good time, and it should be part and parcel of what we should be looking forward to.
Yeah, we should, because we won't see a lot more action for the Shujaa, and therefore Safari Sevens becomes a big tournament for us when you look at it from that aspect. So those players who get themselves into the squad will have at least the Safari Sevens to play in. Therefore, this Dala presents an opportunity, a final opportunity for them to put their hands up for selection, and also looking forward to other things. This one ends Strathmore Leos shutting out Impala, who did not get any score in this one. 29-0. Strathmore Leos marching on the second round of fixtures. Kickoff for the second round of fixtures. This one is between Catholic Monks and Masinde Muliro.
Yeah, the Catholic Monks looking to win their second game, first match. Catholic Monks beating Nakuru FC 14-10, looking to...
Leave it, no, not now. Down. More.
Referee calls a maul on that one, and playing all earlier on in the first round. As we see that fend, seal off that maul. Catholic Monks won a close one in that first one. Catholic Monks did beat Nakuru 14-10, whereas Masinde Muliro lost heavily to Kabras Sugar 34-15. So Catholic Monks going for their second win that will put them in good stead to get out of this pool A and into the main cup quarters.
Well, Catholic Monks, they win this. They're in the cup quarters. Masinde Muliro lost their first game to Kabras Sugar. A resounding victory in that one. Folk looking for the first try of the match. Referee playing an advantage there, an offside infringement. Kwea down the blind. Masundwa. Kubasu. One pass on the outside. The Catholic Monks. The Catholic Monks going over 4-5. Masinde Muliro 0. Philip Walukana was the try scorer. The conversion is successful. In your picture there, Philip Walukana just battling his way to the try line. A successful foray made. MMUST looking to bring it back. Brian Makaka with the big carry there. Referee says tackle is complete. You need to release the man. The player was released, a counterattack coming through. Referee playing an advantage. There was no clear, quick release. Play on is the call there. Ngoko cuts back. Ulemi Moses. Ngoko. Collins. A breakthrough there. And that is an easy try there. Joshua Tomulefu. Well, the battle there being won successfully by Masinda Muliro, who go over for their first conversion successful. Masinda Muliro will be looking to restart. Veron. Players in front of the kicker. That's a free kick. Hassan Osundwa taps. Goes. Has customers on the outside. Good offload there. Hassan once again coming and picking the pieces. Kubasu going into contact there strongly. Catholic monks recycling the ball, looking for that opportunity to attack on the outside. The ball is in the rack area for the Catholic monks. Hassan is isolated, but the cavalry arrives. He elects to take his medicine. Mulinge steps back in. Once again, Hassan Osundwa.
Offside.
Quick recycle.
Number 3.
An offside advantage there. Free play for the Catholic monks.
Number 3, offside.
Number 3 called. Collins Ngoko offside, caught offside. Hassan to Walukana. Walukana has one man to beat, 1v1. That's a try.
No try, just a knock-on.
That is not a try, it's a knock-on.
Okay, let's go.
Coach!
Sit!
Kisumu RFC and Dala7s. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be bringing contents down to this year's SportPesa National 7 Circuit. And we really like to have you guys here on the run with us. Behind the score. Now you need to separate the students. Coming on 7.
After me 1 minute.
Time now for the second half. Kicking us off this second half, Catholic monks. They kick it deep. Received in the 22 there, Josephat to Collins Ngoko. Collins Ngoko runs straight into Kubasu.
Tackle, number 5.
Referee says tackle, they need to release Collins. To Veron. Veron shows, goes back against the grain. Comes back against the grain, ladies and gentlemen. Josephat Omulef once again steps, has the try line inside. Puts the head down, pins back his ears. But good defense there. Free play, an open ball. Dennis Mulinga, first man to arrive. That is a turnover, is it? No. Yeah. And that is the first try for Masinde Muliro this second half.
Second half, ladies and gentlemen. This game was crying out loud for somebody to take it with the spark for his neck. Masinde Muliro score fast in the second half. The conversion is unsuccessful. Masinde Muliro 12, Catholic Monks 7.
Masinde Muliro kicking us off.
Play on, play.
Referee says play on. Ryan Makaka.
Leave it, get back, wait.
Omulefu to Veron. Veron steps against traffic. Going into traffic like a traffic policeman going against it. And once again, Collins, trying time. MMUST.
Take it, man.
And they know on the front door till it opens. Collins Boko win that 5-pointer. Veron Kaburu misses the conversion, ladies and gentlemen. Square 7. Masinde Muliro 17. Coming up next. An extension of Pool A. Kabras taking on Nakuru RFC.
Tackle!
Felix to Hassan. Hassan steps in. Poses. Double blast. Danger signs there. Flavian Otio. Intentional tap sent to the bin. 2 minutes. Dennis Mulinge. Mulinge has Walukana.
Tackle, leave it.
Step back in there. Good stepping there. Tight spaces. But an opportunity for Mulinge and Felix. Felix to Walukana. Now sprinting straight to the try line. Veron Kaburu is there. But number 18 for Kwea. The ball is knocked forward there.
Come on, you guys, come on.
That's an opportunity gone begging. You can see there Felix Omondi trying to offload. 5 meters out of the try line, all they needed was just create that opportunity to just dive over. Masinde Muliro asked to take this ball 80 meters down pitch. Charge down there. The bounce of the rugby ball, where does it go to? That's a knock-on. That's a scrum awarded to the Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks defending strongly. Piling pressure there. See, as he attempted to regather that charge down. Nothing really going in favor.
Approach. Bind. Sit. Make sure you hook it. Thank you.
So it is try time there for the Catholic Monks.
Blue, exit to the top.
Time, Catholic Monks. Current position on the 5, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute 50
There by the Masinda Muliro side, 48 seconds, looking to try and waste precious little time. Catholic Monks will be hunting down this ball. Kaka, Ryan. 32 seconds. A long time in sevens rugby to try and keep possession with everybody else trying to hand down for that possession. Strong tackle there. Coming down, the blind Flavian Otio shows for that switch. They come in, Ryan Makaka, strong carry there, floating to nobody. Quer have that opportunity they've been looking for with ball in hand. Quer have that ball that they've been hunting for. What do Quer do with it? What do Quer do with possession? That's a charge down. Could easily have lost that possession. That's a knock-on. Yes, and eventually they fluff that opportunity. Full-time scores, MMUST 17, Catholic Monks 12.
Full-time score. We get into game number 10, the second one for Pool A. Kabras Sugar taking on Nakuru RFC, and kicking us off is Kabras Sugar. Ball in hand, Brian Tanga.
Yeah, Kabras have another opportunity this weekend to try and entertain us. They have nothing to play for so far this season, so to them it's about sharpening their claws, getting the combinations ready for Kenya Cup here and there, trying to get the injured players back. No better place to try and catch a bit of fitness for them, the likes of Matthias Usimbo. So Kabras have, they've had a torrid season by all standards. If you were to listen to the management at Kabras, most definitely they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, they've never really had the opportunity to do like 3 legs, but last tournament in Kabeberi, we pretty much saw what they can do. Yeah. Especially with the young boys coming in and the younger guys coming in. They were really a threat, and they were a good side to behold last weekend, finishing 3rd in Kabeberi. So I think for them it's just a matter of closing out this 7th season on a high, and then looking forward to moving on to the Kenya Cup.
But with the changes, with the cuts and changes, those are rich people problems. And you're trying to impress your 30 players, or not even trying to impress, just trying to get the best 30, the best 13 out of 30. And as such, it means that you have to keep changing each and every weekend, because you're not sure who's who, you see? So that's why I say it's a rich club problem. It's a good problem to have.
It is a good problem. As you see, we've not seen much of Rayvon Alemba before the last outing in Kabeberi, but here he comes in, stepping on his left. He's one of those talented players, very skilled, highly skilled, good with both feet, and very adept with ball in hand. He has come in and has taken charge of this particular squad, if you would say so. And then you have the likes of Jackson Sketa, and you have also on the bench Cantona. So not short of playmakers, but he has
those opportunities. And Rayvon Ambale, given an opportunity, you do know that he'll take it Speaking of opportunities, here's an opportunity for
kick and chase tactic there. It has to be backed by sufficient skills, and in this case you can see Bonaventure chase down that kick. Good running line there from the supporting player, and then being able to offload from deck going into the try box and hitting back with a conversion to come. Again, kick and chase is a tactic used, and if well used, it can turn matches. It can be able to produce results. Nowadays, with most teams playing without a sweeper, whereby the winger just falls in, the farthest winger falls back into the space. This kick just exposed that particular tactic. Though Brian Tanga was at hand, he couldn't. The supporting players were the solution.
Last twist, he'd already scored. Well, that is what the price. You can see that left knee is heavily strapped, and as such, it's definitely going to be a struggle there. As you can see, Bonaventure Pande floating the ball off the ground there. Mwanji making the tackle. Then there's that last, that last. You're facing one side and then you're twisted the other. The ligaments also have so much to handle. It's not really. And you'd see in this case now we have Brian Tanga who's also injured. We do have, you can see there Suji asking for the medics to come in with a stretcher. Hopefully Brian Tanga recovers from that knock. Cyprian Mombasa looks to have shaken off that knee problem. You can see him pointing to his knee. Again, he goes down.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable at all.
Yeah, it's a struggle there.
Yeah, probably might not continue with this match, but we'll wait and see. Even as Brian Tanga seems to have really come out worse from that tackle he made, that scramble tackle he made. We'll just have another replay just to check and see what happened to Tanga there, but he's on his feet, which is a good sign, and he's being walked off by the medics. Of course, Kabras have sufficient numbers on the bench to cover, but he is such an important player for them, really important, as you can see from that particular tackle that he made. So the conversion was yet to be taken. The medics were around the area of play, so the player had to come to a stop, and it is successful. It's a tied match, this one. A bit of seeing who will emerge victorious in this first half. The Nakuru.
Yeah.
They raise it high.
Long kick there. That should have been a knock-on, but anyway, Matthias gets away with it. William Mwanji brought to the floor there. Roy Maruti. Wekesa looking for that loop. Missing the first man. Goes backwards. Referee allows play to continue. Well, bit of an hesitation there, but you play to the referee's call. And easily, Nakuru would have considered a try there. Simply because they couldn't play to the referee's call.
Yeah, you really have to stay in the game until the referee stops the game, because clearly he had identified that as okay to play, but then I don't know whether it was the assistant referee or he had a reflection and adjudged it to be a forward pass initially. Nakuru now here. Wekesa will be penalized for that.
Overreaching.
Yeah, just wheeling.
So
and
they actually wheeled it, and then
offside.
The guy that came round the other side now had an opportunity with the ball. Well, it's those trickery options that are always up somebody's sleeves. And Kabras just looking to fix Nakuru in this case. Cyprian Mombasa will be looking to feed this scrum.
I have never seen Nakuru with this alternate kit.
Yeah, it's a new kit. I think it's because of the color clash.
Yeah, it would have been a heavy color clash for sure.
Yeah, it would have. But this kit, nonetheless, I'm not so sure if it's their new kit or is it a borrowed kit.
It looks like borrowed.
We haven't seen the front part of the shirt.
Yeah. But most teams coming into sevens, you have to have alternate kits, just
to have 2 kits.
Yeah, to ensure that those color clashes are taken care of for those on the field, in the stadium.
Man, try time. Nakuru.
Yeah, Nakuru putting Kabras under pressure here, using the full width of the pitch, shifting them and attracting them to one side, and then swinging it back to the left where they had numbers. That strolling into that gap, a testament of the spaces that had been created. And Kabras, having led early on, now trailing this one by 14 points to 7. As we get into the halftime, Nakuru coming in and finishing almost strongly here. We are on the referee's time, that medical break. So you see there, Felix Okoth delaying that pass to allow the injection into that gap by Josephat Nyunje.
Yeah, that double pump there. That was the money man, the money moment for that specific try. It meant that the defense had committed. And here goes Kabras Sugar on the attack. Kabras keeping the ball alive, floating the ball, changing the point of contact. That's a player going off his feet. It's lucky enough Kabras able to retain that position. William Manji is scanning and looking for options. Matthias passing it and getting Jackton also a dangerous customer who offloads the ball. He's knocked, goes backwards, but then eventually Matthias Usimbo knocks the ball on. Scrum for Nakuru. That should be half time.
Yeah, Nakuru weathering the storm there to take us into the halftime, leading this one 14-7.
We're not one thing, we are many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi.
Restarts are a very important part of the game. If you master it, then you starve your opponents of possession. But again, you can also use it as a defensive weapon. Put it so deep into their 22 and defend well, waiting for pressure, turnover opportunities. But in this one, Kevin Wekesa with all the confidence. Good, nice tackle there. Solid, brings him down to the deck. But they retain possession. Then they take off. Felix Okoth intercepts that one, turns it over, but then it's a loose one. And they pounce on the loose ball. Brian Mutua going all the way to score. Felix Okoth was exposed on that wing. Had to defend against 2 men. Therefore elected to go for the intercept. However, he tapped it onto the deck. And with the numbers out there, pounced on the loose ball. Brian Mutua goes all the way to bring Kabras back into this one. 14 all. And we have all to play for. Nakuru must win this one if they are to remain in contention of the quarterfinals. As you see, Brian Mutua, not a slouch when it comes to pace, able to hold his own over 25 meters or so. Going deep all the way into the dead zone. This one will be a restart, tapped free kick for Nakuru.
Yeah, an opportunity gone begging. For none other than Kabras. Cyprian taps, cycle the ball well on a venture. Venture gives it to Wilson. Felix has Javan on the outside, looking to connect with Javan. Cyprian. Wilson. Wilson with a long flank pass. Ball hits.
Doing the ball end to end without puncturing the defense can lead to those moments where one player just is not clinical, is not, it's a lot of pressure. So at times it's just good for one player to take matters into their own hand, take responsibility of resetting that defense and upsetting the defensive structure. As we see an extended break in play here, Felix Okoth being attended to on the right hand side there, just jogging back into the set piece, the line out where he is needed. Time will restart once he's there and ready to go. A tight match this one, 14-all. Both teams very aware of the implications of losing this one. Kabras lose this one, then it opens up the pool. Nakuru lose this one, then they are basically out of contention for the quarterfinals. As they knock on that ball, will Kabras take advantage of it? Now it's nothing accruing for Kabras, and they go back for the scrum down. As you see there, nice floating pass, but he had his mind made up to float that ball out to Opande. Sorry, to Javan Otieno, but you have to catch and then pass.
Yeah, the trick is in catching and passing. You can't pass without catching. Really.
Absolutely, Walter.
Nakuru on the attack. No, I beg your pardon, that is Kabras. Matthias passing it to nobody. Nakuru fighting for the scraps. I did hear you say that Nakuru have to win this. Yes, indeed, they have to win this. Nakuru falling short in the opening fixture. Looking to bounce back almost immediately in the second fixture. And that counteract there is not one of the ways they would have thought of bouncing back. That's just an opportunistic play from Kabras. That is Kevin Wekesa.
Yeah, outnumbered, outgunned on that breakdown. Then Kabras identified this as an opportunity to turn over possession. On point, darted down the shorter side, the blind side, which was unattended. He has sufficient pace to get himself over. As you see there, just came round, and then a bit of dark arts from Brian Mutua there. He held in the Nakuru defender who was part of the mole, part of the rack. 21-14, just over 2 minutes remaining. Nakuru have to out of time enough for them to get themselves back into this, but they have bunched up 4 of them within 5 meters here. They have to play it short to ensure that they can get enough reset ball. Steps back in, and again Kabras with the same approach, making a meal of every breakdown. This time though it was illegal.
Yeah, just piling pressure there. There's no way. Yeah, this kit is a Nakuru kit. This is their new kit. They're celebrating NSC at 100. You can see on the jersey.
Nakuru Sports Club.
Yeah, Nakuru Athletics Club.
Yes, Nakuru Athletics Club, NAC.
Yes.
NAC, yeah, you're right.
Well,
a lot of history in that part of the country.
Yeah, the
especially
ball
for
doesn't
rugby.
find touch. Raven brings back possession. Oh, what a big tackle there. That's a high tackle. Felix on Raven.
Yeah, that one. At the break of play,
The advantage. Trying to deceive. It's a big tackle on Raven. Raven trying to cut back in.
It was a clean
I
tackle.
thought that was a good tackle
Very
under the
clean
sternum.
tackle, yes. In fact, it's the ball that was in between the
man and the sternum.
Yeah.
Well, that is a textbook tackle. If you're just joining us, you're interested in watching or playing this game. 21-14 is the scoreline. Nakuru rise high. An advantage there. Offside advantage. Why would you kick away possession, Bonaventure? Referee was playing an advantage. I'm pretty sure he'll be pulling that one back. Second bite of the cherry. But most importantly, not the play that you'd have wanted with the clock going red.
Yeah, Nakuru just trying to see what they can conjure here. But that pass, those are the mistakes that just kill off momentum and finish the opportunities. Matthias Osimbo, of course, up, and Kabras Sugar emerge victorious in this fixture, and with that they comfortably sit at the top of Pool A, followed by Catholic Monks. Nakuru, with that loss, 2 losses, find themselves out of contention. Kick us off is Mombasa Sports Club, and they do raise it into Harlequins half and just short of their 22. However, there's an infringement there. Referee calls for a knock-on in that contest by Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa Sports Club at the receiving end of a defeat against Kabras Sugar, 34-15 earlier on. As for Kenya Harlequins, they did get a loss there against Daystar Falcons. So both teams effectively need a victory here to bring themselves back into better positions. Second tournament in a row, they are playing together as a match-changed side from the earlier 4 legs that we had seen. They did well back at KCB, but unable to close out games. And the same theme being seen in this day 1 of Dala7s. This being the 18th edition that you're watching. Referee penalizing Mombasa Sports Club for not taking the hit in that scrum, and quick on tap and go was Joshua Franklin Mukaisi there, stepping back in. Another advantage for being offside. Quick tap and go. We want to keep the tempo up. Stepping in and off the board. Wycliffe Ratemo. Again, that tempo getting Mombasa Sports Club and Prit can be very deadly, because they either result in the points you're seeing there or a yellow card for any player interfering with the attacking team 10 meters from the tapping area. Conversion is successful. It's 7-0 advantage Kenya Harlequins, knowing that they need this win. They play Nondescripts later on in the afternoon, match number 18. That one, if Queens win this one, they will identify that as a win that can be steep, culminating in a quarterfinals during the KCB 7s, causing an upset where they did beat Nakuru in the first match of KCB 7s and got themselves an opportunity to get in the quarterfinals. This one looks rather difficult outing for them. Kenya Harlequins just pinning them in their half, and they are guilty of making mistakes. The turnover position, going on the shorter side, going between the winger and the inside man, but that's just when Ramadan Masete was looking to go and get himself onto the scoreboard. So Mombasa Sports Club surviving that onslaught. Dave Mwangi did well enough to get himself into that space, causing confusion between the two defenders. But that offload wasn't straight enough for the referee. Still yet to get themselves out of this space. Mombasa Sports Club trying to play themselves out of the 22, but eventually using the boot. So barely out of their 22. They have participated in quite a number of tournaments, so clocking the most mileage. Both teams probably also followed closely by Kabras and Masinde Muliro, some of the teams that really do a lot of mileage on the road to participate in these 6 legs of the 7th circuit. 7th circuit had moved to 6 legs from the year around 2018. We've played this circuit from 1999, the turn of the century. Then it used to be 4 legs, then went to 5. Now from 2018 we've had 6 legs. In those 6 legs so far, over the 6 legs, around 122 back in 2018. So a lot of opportunity also later on for whoever emerges victorious. KCB with holding that at points tally in a circuit. Just shot, 5-meter shot here. Kenya Harlequins go over for their second try. They have pinned Mombasa Sports Club in their 22. That attempted clearance earlier on by Mombasa Sports Club, and Kenya Harlequins come back progressively, made their way and scored to stretch their lead with that successful conversion to 14-0. Kenya Harlequins are the defending circuits champion, winning last year, making it to 5 semifinals and a couple of finals from those 5. Very consistent last year, and that consistency is a key ingredient for any team that desires to win a six-legged circuit. Again, Mombasa not protecting ball, not securing possession, allowing that counterattack to happen, and immediately they're on the ropes again, once again in their own 22. Masete getting on the end of a high tackle there, and this is worrying times for Mombasa's Nation Mwangemi. He gets his marching orders to cool his heels for 2 minutes in the sin bin. So advantage Kenya Harlequins 7 against Mombasa Sports Club 6. What do they use? What do they elect to use here? They go for a tap and go, a predetermined set move off the training ground, 10 meters out. Finally, Dave Mwangi calls for a scrum down.
There's some sanity there.
Yeah, 6 versus 7, really. You should call for a set piece. Try and contain that back line, 2v3. And then you should aim for that corner flag. But the key determinant here, the decision maker, is this man with ball in hand. Picks it up, going to the open side. Oh, wow, just leaving 2 supporting players out wide, making this a very hard move. Should have put the ball through hands there. Had numbers to burn on the outside. Might be a try, but it will be a hard-worked try by Ramadan Masete.
Ramadan
That's when Wycliffe Ochieng looked like to have butchered that from the base of the scrum down, giving and offloading it to his number 10, who just carried it into contact. They eventually score, missing the conversion and taking us into the halftime leading 19-0, as you see Masete there going over for another of his day one tries, donning the shirts of Kenya Harlequins. We get into the second half. Kenya Harlequins leading this one 19-0 and kicking us off. Immediately knocked on by Mombasa Sports Club. That ball is spilled there, causing a knock on Jared Osindi. Kenya Harlequins wanting to finish strongly, getting their win here will put them in a good place, having lost their first game against the Easter Falcons. Still having a Gong Round derby to come later on in round 3 fixtures against Nondescripts. Good shove there, but just wheeling to the inside and being punished by the referee for that one. That was excessive wheeling. Quick tap and go from Kenya Harlequins. Then they are short there. Michael Ochieng. Another strong carry coming in from Kenya Harlequins as they try to build momentum. Wycliffe Ratemo. Ratemo goes down and going all the way to score another try. Wycliffe Ochieng. Kenya Harlequins pulling away in this match, continuing from where they stopped in the first half. That shorter side was left open and Ochieng darted off, going there to score. 5th try for Kenya Harlequins. And Mombasa Sports Club now at risk of leaking in so many points. So far, Mombasa Sports Club, did they score in their first match really? Yes, they did, only a solitary try.
Well, they did score at least. They are on a 5-pointer somewhere. Kisumu haven't scored.
Yeah, days can be very nice step there. Another step, trying to hurdle past the sweeper, then gets brought down. Hannington, Nation Mwangemi just coming in from the sin bin, and 2 versus 3 here. They put in the right decisions, then they will have gotten it going on the shorter side, then immediately going to deck. That will be contested. Referee says not releasing. Route 1 going all the way to score their first try in this match, though there's a double blast from the referee. We'll wait and see what the decision is.
Definitely be looking forward to knowing exactly what the referee has awarded, but that looks like a try.
Yeah, it is a try. Hannington Bata carrying it in. I think.
Scoring was supposed to be fast throughout the match.
So he spilled it over to Collins Amayo. Collins Amayo. So Mombasa getting themselves onto the scoreboard finally, and the restarters off that, barely making it into Queen's 10-meter mark, and Mombasa with their tails up now trying to get themselves back into this one. Good interplay there, cracking through. Kenya Harlequins defense pumping his legs 10 meters out. They need a quick ball here. Need a quick ball. They have numbers out to the left. Dummies and goes over to score their second try in quick succession. Mombasa Sports Club hitting back. Ezra Mumbo with that try.
Ezra Mumbo scores Mombasa Sports Club second. Queens 24.
That is what pressure and possession can do. Territorial pressure and possession, putting Queens on the back foot here.
Yeah, Queens are on the back foot just simply because they've not played any bit of rugby this second half. It has been a game of two halves. First half belonged to Kenya Harlequins. Second half, most of the ball has been with the Mombasa Sports Club side, and testament to that, they have 14 points put on Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins now looking to take it 80. That's a forward pass there. Brian Yambeki, keen-eyed, hawk-eyed.
Yeah, as you say, so Michael Ochieng just coming back onto the pitch. He had received a yellow card and had stayed out for 2 minutes. Remember that try scored earlier on, the first Mombasa try. He was guilty of interfering with play within 10 meters of the restart of the tap penalty. And Mombasa Sports Club have used their numerical advantage well, pulling themselves back the deficit of 10 points against Kenya Harlequins. And they have an attacking scrum here that they knock on. Big opportunity, but they knock it on and turn over possession to Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins surviving that attacking scrum from Mombasa Sports Club. Kenya Harlequins putting, is a defensive scrum for them. Their forwards doing well to steady that, and then they use the foot to go to the backyard of Mombasa Sports Club, right into their half, getting pumped and pushed, waiting for his supporting players to come, and that rack is attacked, but they do survive. Ezra Mumbo with ball in hand loses another number of meters there. They get that ball turned over. Kenya Harlequins with a quick tap and go. This will be a simple walk-in try for Kenya Harlequins, keeping the momentum, keeping the tempo up, and making amends for the earlier yellow card, going in and scoring. Michael Ochieng, another try for Kenya Harlequins. Michael Ochieng scores another try, which we are waiting the conversion that just sails out wide to the left. And with that, Kenya Harlequins get first victory here. 29, as you see that quick tap and go. Michael Ochieng scoring that one. The referee stops this match. Kenya Harlequins winning this one 24-9. And we move quickly to the other fixture in this Pool B, featuring Daystar Falcons and Nondescripts. Nondescripts get to kick us off for this Pool B encounter. Nondescript having won their first one, a big win against Mombasa Sports Club, 41-5. And Kenya Harlequins made Daystar Falcons to work hard for their win 2014. So both teams will want to win this one and get one foot into the quarterfinals.
Hard work. Daystar Falcons looking to win their second game of match day 1, as Nandis also look to get that second W that surely seals that cup quarterfinal berth going into match day 2.
Yeah, Nandis starting very well here, putting Daystar Falcons under pressure. As you on your screen there, you see Patrick Odongo, the Kenya Shujaa winger, back a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago from Monaco, where he went on some duties together with Kevin Wekesa, and coming back last weekend to assist them get all the way to the finals, their first 7s finals. Now they have to contend with Nondis. Nondis carrying it right at the center. Charles Odhiambo going in and scoring the first try for Nondis. It's been a strong ball carrier for power and energy in that frame. And Daystar Falcons caught napping there from that scrum pit, straight up, but misses it. As you see there, Ronnie releasing Charles Odhiambo, who steps back in against an overshooting Angonda. Arnold Angonda just went too much, and the inside defender not arriving in time to support him. Nondis, who won the Division 2 of KCB to get a berth in the Division 1, will want to close this year's 7 strongly. As we see Patrick Odongo finally ball in hand, takes out the 3 of them, and now they have numbers out wide. Nondis just shifting, Ryan Odua chasing him down, then getting the this nice play from Moses Keragori. Show and go on a defense that was on its back foot. Ryan Odua was chasing him down, then that dummy switch made him stop and gave Moses Keragori the ticket and the license to go around on the outside channel. Daystar hitting back very quickly. Moses Keragori missed their heroics, losing only 1 match in KCB, going all the way before coming unstuck against KCB in the finals. Again, Clinton Amukwachi pouncing on that loose ball with his signature celebration that you cannot see me. Kickoff try for Daystar Falcons, looking to keep the momentum from KCB 7s, gunning for their second win here. Conversion goes high, but misses the uprights. So it's still a close one for Nondis, 10-5. But they have to acquit themselves early. As you see there, Ronnie Omondi being hoisted and missing that one. No man behind that jumping pod. And Clinton Amukwachi filters through to take the bouncing ball. Goes to score. Nice restart here that will be contested. Ronnie swiveling off that and looking for support. Charles Odhiambo try scorer for Nondis. Hands off 1, hands off 2. It's a foot race here between Arnold Agonda and Charles Odhiambo. Lays it off to the inside man. Nondis with a fantastic piece of play there. Wow, hitting back very quickly from that kickoff. Nice play by Nondis here. Try scorer for Nondis, Magoro Geoffrey. Good support play, broken play. It was an open, no racks, just defenders tracking the ball carriers, and Daystar guilty of letting the supporting players have a field day. That conversion is successful, goes over, and Nondis stretch their lead by 2 points. As you see there, Arnold Ogonda had Charles Odhiambo, but Sindoli and Moses Keraguri jogging and watching the supporting players, just tracking their attacking player there and not making a hash of that kickoff in this case. First knock on by Nondescripts. Leicester Falcons have a defensive scrum here with a minute to play in this first half.
2 points the difference here, really.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close one.
But there's something about Nondis whenever we come to the final leg. And Nondis always wake up when it comes to the final leg. And this is another opportunity where they're comfortable causing an upset. Last weekend, Leicester Falcons were finalists. Nondis were playing in Div 2. This weekend, here they are. So you don't know which Nondis you'll get on which specific day. But Nondis are good value for their money. I see Nondis having a very, very big weekend this one. I'm just predicting, really.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not really wrong, because when you look at Nondis over the last few years, they have every circuit. So as they take us into the break,
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that
Leicester Falcons trailing this one by 2 points and kicking us off for the second half. A good take it off to the right, coming back on a hard line. Will he survive the contest? Because the referee not playing advantage. That loose pass pulls Nandis back into their own, deeper into their own 22. But a strong carry there brings them out of their 22. They shift the ball quickly to their right, looking to manipulate defense here on a loop around move. And then coming against Arnold Odonga inside, ball there, tracking well. Oh, an intercept by Eddie Wambugu. Intercepts it and goes all the way to score with a celebration to boot with Nathan Sindoli there, as he attempts to get caught in that moment. Lose with passes as that was, because the earlier face play was really smooth between the Nondis players, and that just was overplayed there by Ryan, as you see him clapping his hands in frustration, and gives Leicester an opportunity to come back and hit the front. 17-12. This one will be played all the way to the wire. Oh, loose ball that is intercepted. We'll have to listen to the referee here. Probably there's something. There's a call. Yeah, Daystar really nice with those restarts. Nondis making a mess of them, not protecting the balls. That's the second ball that just hits deck there and makes it difficult for them to get out of it. The second ball that hits the deck and is collected, and they're made to pay. That's another high restart. Really nice. Ian coming in and immediately trying to get the green, the rub of the green from the referee. They attack to the left, cuts back in, carrying strongly, leading with the forearm, but survives that call. Very lucky Charles Odhiambo there. Have to reset here. They're into Leicester Falcons half. Going back the shorter side. Ryan carrying it back into contact. Patrick Odongo trying to jackal but does not survive that one. I have to shift it out wide to the right. Ronnie losing, one has to carry it up the line surely, or losing territory here. They get into contact again. Proper recycling of ball here, protection is good. Now they have to make an impact of loading in the tackle and knock it on. Just when they try to up the pressure in attack, the ball handling skills let them down, Walter.
Well, if at any given time they needed something to happen, it had to come at that point in time when Okito needed to regather that ball, that restart to go their way. So that means the Kodongo lacking.
Scrummaging at an angle.
Yeah, they're scrummaging knowing that they have to put in pressure here at the scrum for it to allow Daystar Falcons to have easy ball at the breakdown. Or is it at the scrum down?
Absolutely. And Daystar electing to take another scrum down for their penalty. Eddie Wambugu has ball in hand. Ronnie just trying to hustle him. Karaguri comes into the space, then stepping back in, playing with the numbers, playing with patience, breaks through the line, gets to the sweeper Ronnie Omondi, who puts him down. Daystar just making their way up the field. Oh, this is a fantastic opportunity. Hurdles from that tackle and goes all the way to score their third try. Tony Ogoma. That's their fifth try. Tony Ogoma just huddled that tackle. Had a man inside. That man would have been at hand to pick up any scraps, any offload. Really nice support play from among the Daystar ranks, and a successful conversion there from Eddie Wambugu. They really marching on for their second win. It's a good run of games that Daystar Falcons are having lost only in the finals at KCB. Now with 2 wins in their belts here, they are looking to have good form there. That pass floating forward, and that puts Nondis in a lot more misery. As you see, they're just huddled off that tackle from Charles Odhiambo, then going all the way to score. That came off the back of a patient play, shifting the ball from one wing to another and taking time in their resets, knowing that they have the advantage. But they lose the ball in that scrum down against the shove. Nondis win back the ball. Yeah, knocks it on. And the referee calls a halt to the proceedings here. Daystar emerging handsome winners. 31-12, 2 wins in as many attempts. And they have pretty much booked a slot for themselves into the quarterfinals coming tomorrow.
Yeah, they have booked a direct ticket. This one's Daystar Falcons, Mwamba RFC. Nothing to really lose for these two sides. Just an opportunity to have the boys go out there, play some 7th rugby. No trophies whatsoever, no league standings to chase.
Yeah, I think for Homeboyz especially, they'll just be happy to be playing.
This is about vibes and inshallah for these two sides, eh? Or maybe a good finish.
Yeah, a good finish
to a good season.
Exactly. I think that's the aim of teams that pretty much are not in the gunning for the National 7th circuit, as Mwamba's Tony Omondi kicks us off here.
Backwards, always backwards.
Yeah, quite an interesting one.
At our feet.
Advantage being played there by the referee, as Homeboyz applying the pressure here. Brian Juma with ball, just picks it off that rack. Nondis looking for chinks in the armor here of Mwamba, and they find it. Punching through that defense. Brian Juma just mauled down 5 meters out and not surviving that. Oh, after very nice work from Homeboyz, coming all the way from their 22. As you see there, Brian Juma with ball in hand, show and go, looking for the spaces, fends off, and he takes off. He has sufficient pace, but he is followed by Eugene Ojiambo. Yeah, medical break. As you see Brian Juma on your pictures there, old boy from Maseno School back in the years 2015, his way into Homeboyz and has been there for the longest. Huffing and puffing, stepping there, fends off Eugene and then takes off, pins his ears, but Eugene has his number. Brian Juma does not trust in his pace, cuts back in, which was good, but scramble defense there, gets onto him, locks onto him, and stops him just short of the Mwamba try line. I think a Mwamba player should be okay here on his feet. Mwamba have had a bit of going up, going down between the challengers and the main cup quarterfinals, the 5th place finals. So they have been all over in terms of what they have been playing for in the last 5 legs. Currently, they sit in 10th position with 33 points in the overall circuit leaderboard. Homeboyz, we had spoken before about them, spent around 7 tournaments in the Division 2 before coming into KCB 7s in Division 1, finishing that one strongly in 9th position and getting themselves rightly invited, qualified for this final leg of this year's 7th circuit. Mwamba making a mess of that. 3 minutes into the game, no scores yet. Opportunities have been there and defenses have responded well to shut each other out. That was a maul for which the ball was unplayable, taken in by Mwamba. Brian Juma going off. No, that's not Brian Juma, he just darts off to the shorter side. Tries to bring players to him, Trevor Impala, and then they shift it back now with more space to work with. On their left, cuts back into the heart of Mwamba's defense. That ball, will he survive the contest? Yes, he does. The numbers to burn here, they have to go straight up and pass ball, creating leaving space outside, but he steps back in. Mwamba, good counter-rack, turning over possession in their 22. Brian Mutugi goes back to the shorter side. His favored style of play, always looking for spaces where none expects it. Nice dummy, but it's not being bought. Mwamba still under pressure in their own 22. Bunched up, the field has really bunched up towards the left of the pitch there. Stephen Juma with close quarter combat there, being well manned by Homeboyz. Both teams kept Homeboyz backyard, but no supporting players coming in. Advantage for a high tackle, offloading in the tackle and going to score the first try of this match is Eugene Ojiambo. Goes in and scores, finally breaking the deadlock here. He tries to break the deadlock here. There was really nothing much happening, trying to use their ball handling skills in their own 22, trying to get out, working the defense there, but Homeboyz defense was resolute, as we see that conversion going in for a 7-0 lead. And then finally going into the backyard, which had no sweeper, and then quick support play, resulting in that offload. No defenders really to track Eugene Ojiambo as he goes over for another of his tries in this day one. tight affair on your screens there between Mwamba and Homeboyz. Tony Omondi puts it into Homeboyz 22. Brian Juma attempting to chip over, and it's recovered by Eliakim Kichoi. Goes to deck and they reset. Stephen Juma carries it strongly into Homeboyz defense there, offloads to Tony Omondi, who knocks it on. Yeah, you can see Tony Omondi just showing Juma where he wanted the ball, but all is well. They still have territory. Homeboyz still have to make their way out of their 22. As you see there, Juma going in, freeing his right hand and offloading, but it was at a knee height level for Tony Omondi. Tony Omondi must have been prepared for anything, especially in the contact areas. Going off to the right, looking for a reset here, getting into contact, haggling over that one.
He was on the ground, you have to let go.
Yeah, referee very clear that Mwamba were not releasing the ball carrier. Nice carry here, evading tacklers left and right. Trevor Ibala sets up a good platform for Homeboyz to work with, but that ball was slow in getting out. Show and go, 15-meter channel. This one will be turned over. Yes, it was, because the supporting players were late to arrive in that rack. Not taking it on the mark, not allowed to take it ahead of mark. First man in from Mwamba gets the advantage and is able to get rewarded play. There is not a penalty in this match. We come to it's halftime, and Eugene just kicks the ball out into touch. We're going to the halftime. This is a very, very close affair between
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
Referee blows the whistle to signal the start of this second half. It's a very tight affair between Mwamba and Homeboyz. Mwamba with a big win in their game earlier on against Embu, and Homeboyz 36-12 losers to KCB. So therefore, Homeboyz really need this win to put themselves in a better position later on. Second win here for Mwamba, and you will think that bearing any upsets that may occur in the last match. Clean out there by Stephen Juma. Then that ball is shifted. Oh, it steps back into traffic. Nice play by Eugene Ojiambo. Went behind the set piece there. That rack, that space was too huge, too big, enormous. Steps back into that space, leaves all the defenders to his left, and then steps the sweeper, goes to score. Omondi with a sure conversion. This one stretches to 14. See that? Those players of Homeboyz were still down on deck. Didn't anticipate the game. Is what they needed to do.
can't do that. You can't do that. I release him.
It breaking through, pins his ears and goes all the way. He has been threatening the whole match. Trevor Ibala pulls Homeboyz back into this, making it a contest. And Mwamba just center post conversion missed there. That's a collector's eye to see there. Coming in, shooting up and opening the space for Trevor to get into it, and he shrugs off the inside defender, goes all the way, scores it under the post, but surprisingly missed the conversion. Scores remain 14-5 in favor of Mwamba. Fight back here from Homeboyz. Kick restart short of Mwamba's 22. Then Steven Juma carrying it at the center, the heart of Homeboyz defense, and shifting it off. That pass beats forward ahead of his players. Brian Mutugi does well to recover. Then another loose pass that gives Homeboyz an opportunity to hustle Mwamba, and Elgeakim Kichoi just resetting this one to give themselves by Mwamba in contact, and this will be a maul. It has been called a maul by the referee. Yeah, referee not giving Mwamba benefit of doubt there. They are trying to contest that they got out of that maul before it went down. Referee, however, was on side. Brian Juma looking to put it. Does so, and they take off to get the benefit.
Still a tight one here.
Eugene Jambo looks like he'll take a break from this one. Will he? Yes, he does. And on comes number 12 for Mwamba, Mark Kizinji. Therefore, Tony Omondi moves to the scrum half position, fast onto that rack. Yakim gets the ball out from Homeboyz tackler, penalized play from him there for their first win. That will keep them in the hunt. Mwamba just managing stuff here. Brian Mutugi carrying it in. Omondi ball out to Juma. Juma gets back into traffic and offloads to Omondi. This will be a try. Now offloads to Tony Omondi. This time round the pass sticks and Tony Omondi goes over. Misses his own conversion. Misses conversion for his own try. That you see, always knew that Tony was on the inside, and then offloads to him to go and score their third try with time running out of the clock here for Homeboyz. Second defeat will mean they are relegated to the championship. The Challengers Trophy. Mwamba recover that restart. They want to finish here, apply some fine blows on that scoreboard. Rips the ball from his player and goes out. Mwamba doing well to recycle the ball quickly here into gap. One man to beat. Doesn't offload.
Offside. Offside.
Mwamba still playing here, Walter.
Yeah. Mwamba still looking. Remember, we talked about the point difference, and this here is an opportunity for Mwamba to, get the points that they probably should deserve if they play so well in this game. That's an isolated player there. Should be a penalty. That's Strathmore's ball. One guy's leg is stuck in there.
His leg trapped in that mole, high up, knee level, and was hobbling and hopping as the ball moved around. Mwamba scoring, very end here. 4th try for them, putting it at 24-5. Mwamba emerging victorious in this one. Finals, in the quarterfinals, they still have top of the table clash against KCB. Later on, that will be the second last match of this day one. Next up, KCB taking on Embu RFC.
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
This is day one, the 18th edition of Dala7s. Had a Pool C encounter, getting victorious in their first outing earlier on this morning, beating Homeboyz 36-12. Embu, on the other hand, lost heavily to Mwamba RFC. That was a 40-0 blowout. Donning their alternate kit here, both teams with a shade of green. Embu with the dark green, or is it the bright green? Is it the green grass? You take your pick. You leave that one for the decorators. But KCB with the lighter green here on the left, playing to the right. The playing boundaries there and little possession, losing that opportunity to apply pressure on them in their territory. Jenkins Kipruto starting this one at position 9. Themselves.
So much early, and I'm interested to see how they fare for the next 14 minutes. Coming round down there by KCB. KCB making it hard to play at the breakdown area, and that is a ball stolen. Jojo Oro coming up with a ball, having ventured into that ruck area, the dark places of this game, very, very dark corners where the biggest reward is the risk. It's equal to the risk that you put in by putting your neck, your body on the line there, trying to jackal for that possession. No rolling away. That's an opportunity that has gone begging for KCB, but once again, second bite at the cherry. Jenkins Kipruto taps, goes straight into El Gringo. That should spell some danger for Embu. Trying time, KCB.
Advantage is over.
Off. Brian Wahinya looking to take KCB forward. 70-80 meters down pitch. Jojo Oro has the last defender there, struggling to bring him down. Floyd cuts against the grain. Floyd accelerates, goes into contact. Embu know the threat that he poses. That's a play off their feet. Cynical. Side entry. Players not 10 meters out. Wahinya has Tyson. Tyson has Jenkins. Jenkins has Mike Wekesa. Mike Wekesa adds a bit of acceleration. Brian Wahinya, 0. The diving skills of Jenkins Kipruto there, clear for everyone to see. KCB just warming up to the occasion. At the tail end of this, if they've worked so hard the whole season, this should be the rewarding point of their hard work over the last couple of weeks. And all they need to do is make the cup semi. They could as well go home as Dala7s champion tournament inside another tournament for them. So a lot at stake here. Floyd goes, fashions as if he's going down over. Could have sworn that that player was off their feet in that attempted jackal there. You can see Floyd cutting back. Tyson goes straight into contact, goes to the floor. The arriving player comes in, but the left. Here goes Embu. The newest kids on the National 7th Circuit front. Remember to book your tickets, to buy your tickets early for this year's Safari Sevens, Premier Sevens tournament in Africa, hosted and brought to you by the Kenya Rugby Union, ticohub.com. That's where the action is. Bring a friend along, tag your crew. It's going to be a party. Let's have Kenya Corner, literally the whole stadium at the Nya National Stadium, as KCB fashion space and an opportunity down the blind. Steven Osumbazola puts the boot to the ball, kicks, chases. But Embu RFC well at home there to take care of that attacking threat coming through. Going down the blind once again. Jenkins Kipruto knows his way down that path and making the conversion easier for
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
wacha, no hands. Wacha, no hands. Forward pass.
Six minutes, 21 seconds. That's a forward pass there, clear for everyone to see. That line, the halfway line, just offering that opportunity for the referee to actually confirm if it's a forward pass. Zola there, guilty. Off goes Tyson, in goes Bob Mohati. These two players, imagine changing players. You remove Tyson Maina, you put in Bob. So far so good for Embu RFC. The scoreline hasn't blown up. Embu just giving a good account of themselves. They know the challenge. And that's a knock on there. Guilty mistake. Opportunity handed back to a dangerous, lethal KCB side. Yasi doing his business on Smadi in. KCB. It's a knock on. Referee allows play to continue. Sati Tintin, fresh from the bench. Festus Shiasi steps, dances with the fast defender.
KCB. Festus Shiasi. Going on with KCB. We are healthy 24. Four minutes and a couple of seconds to go. KCB 24. Embu RFC 0. Coming up next, the Dala Warriors taking on Impala RFC. This should be for the match number 2 for both sides.
Oh, it's a penalty to Embu RFC. Going into contact, meeting two arriving defenders.
I'm on the mark. White, space for white, thank you. Atubakite tu hivyo. Sawa.
Two options up there. Most stable option in this case taken by KCB. That's a scrum down. KCB. Pondo Emmanuel emerges from that scrum. Wahinya goes down the blind. He knows he has George Oro on the outside. Just commits the last defender. George Japolo Oro. Lights out. Try time KCB. Being played there for a knock-on. A short-lived advantage. A knock-on advantage is over. It's always at the discretion of the referee, but it doesn't go long. Smooth operator, that one. Just a silent servant of that KCB side. Just does his job. Where, when, and how he is expected to do it. Picks out his moments. Calm head, experienced. Well, it's KCB's game. This one, 31, is the current figure of the scoreline. Fed. Balls comes out. Emmanuel Opondo recycles. Asati off to Smarty. That combination. Familiar one on the global stage, the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series for the Shujaa. Elvis Olukusi, one of those rare occasions where he offloads the ball. Big Bob Mohati shows he has skills. He's got pace, he's got the body size, he's got skills. Might even add he has the attitude of a top player. Manuel Opondo, isolated. Embu with a chance to go for that counteract, but they go off their feet. Yeah, the player was off their feet. Side entry. Referee asks for that 10-meter yard, and that's a try for Brian Wahinya.
Let's go.
Dancing his way to the flag for KCB.
Full time now.
Allowed to step the version, Mr. Version. Gets the top and the touch of the line. 36.
We get ready for the match that will be between Menengai Oilers and Impala RFC. This is a Pool D encounter, and earlier on Impala did, while on the harsh side of scores they are losing to Strathmore Leos 29-0. Menengai Oilers with our first half-century score of the day, 50-0 against Kisumu. And Impala on to the shorter side. Abukuse getting through the first line of defense, going all the way, not waiting around, not hanging about to get himself onto the scoreboard as he did in the other game. Quick try, less than 30 seconds in. Signature start from Abukuse for Menengai Oilers. Again, that shorter side not attended to. Being able to dart down that side, find the defense a little bit disheveled, and then going through that conversion is beautiful. It is good. Philip Ogutu, Eric Ogutu with the extra 2. As you see, they are cutting back in, and inside defenders were not really aware. Came in late to the party to find Abuku. Tapped back by Impala, but straight into the waiting arms of Fortune Aturo. Quick fire tries here by Oilers, just as they did against Kisumu, putting Impala to the sword earlier on here. Those kickoffs, a lot of teams not just being able to handle effect by the attacking team. As Eric Ogutu puts an extra 2 points. Menengai Oilers looking sharp, looking well drilled, looking very oiled. A machine that is working well.
Yeah, they will rue their mistakes this season. Oilers know they should be competing for the national title. Yeah, they do. They know that the quality with which they have, the ranks of the likes of Dennis Abukuse, you have experienced Crispin Shitundo, the likes of Fortune Aturo now, John Okoth, Philip Okeo. I think is a culmination of what to them would be looking like a disappointing season campaign.
Yeah, they currently sit third on 77 points. Just around they review the season. A lot of missed opportunities with the kind of squad that they do have. But all to play for, a title proudly with. Builder Dogeta with a strong carry there, short on up together, Impala forwards of Androvate and Kinyari. Then they shift it off to the left, coming on a cutback, very acute, very slicing through Impala's defense. Builder Dogeta. And that's scoring another one. Impala clutching at straws here, not getting any breathing opportunities all over in terms of Builder came in on a switch and no one touched him all the way, Walter.
Yeah, all the way. Is no stranger to that try line. Builder Dogeta wouldn't he is with ball in hand. He's a rampaging runner. I mean, there's so much to anticipate and expect from Builder.
Yeah, another textbook kickoff. If you want perfection, if you want to see how kickoff are turned into weapons, Menengai Oilers are putting a proper exhibition of going in for a second of this game. And Oilers pulling away at a very high run rate here against Impala. That one, Eric Ogutu. Impala even got into Oilers 22, let alone half. I don't think so. Just a testament of how things have piled up against them.
Yeah, it's a struggle there. If you can't get the restarts, once again they go up. Let's see where Impala can piece together a few strings of passes. To nobody really from Gideon Makumi. That
Daniel Kipchirchir, and just a sportsman behavior, just goes there to check on his opponent, who is well. It could be 24 up, but they're not being slack in anything that they do.
Yeah, good sportsmanship there. The tough there. Coming close to the player, not the player going close to the tough.
Yeah, these the grain and scoring that one. As we slowly get into the halftime, this has been a one-sided first half.
Yeah, one-sided indeed. Impala have to do so much in the second half to try and claw back this deficit. 29, add 2 points, that makes it 31 in favor of the Menengai Oilers, as they are Nyangige trying to fashion a chance, trying to deceive Builder Dogeta, Daniel Kipchirchir and company. Long pass there, one man missed through the middle. No mark met, and once again they pass it into contact. Lucky enough, it's halftime. The halftime score, Oilers 31, Impala 0.
Have to work hard not to end with a double digit, a double score. They have to get some ball, they have to talk in defense, they have to work harder, recycle themselves faster, and more importantly, they have to work on these kickoffs. They are leaking possession, they are leaking in terms of territory simply because of those kickoffs. Lucky that Oilers have spilled the ball in this case. Otherwise, they had lost that kickoff too. And Impala on the ropes here. Finally having some ball to work with. Let's see how it goes for them. They have to try and retain this possession for the longest time possible and test Oilers' defense, which has not been brought to the fore. They have had all the ball, they have been attacking. A couple of faces here. Impala are capable of running. They're capable of pulling out a couple of faces. If they are able to do that right now, then they'll be able to get some gaps in this Oilers defense that is yet to be put to work. Kumi with the ball there, swings it out wide. Nyangige shifts it out and defenders come calling.
Questioning how and why Impala are playing this way. They've not had so much ball, and the little ball that they've had, they've not made good use of it. So this one really is a struggle for them. It's a mountain to climb for Impala this second half, if indeed they want to get something out of this game.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise they will be looking at a very huge differential in the points scored against conceded, because conceded, as you look here, they are pinned in their 22. They have to shift that ball quickly. They have to reset quickly. Those passes have to be accurate. Too much pressure really for themselves. They are their own worst enemies here. Spilling the ball is Oilers on that jackal, affording Impala an opportunity to just strike. Referee takes them back to where Oilers did the jackal.
I thought that was a knock-on.
The assistant referee just calling it back. It was better sighted, yeah. It seemed like a knock-on, yeah.
Yeah, initially it was a knock-on. I'm not so sure the TJ can pull back play for knock-on.
Yeah, especially if it's not a try-scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
But I guess it is because Oilers were in a better territory, or in a better space. So yeah, assistant referee probably got it right there, because it's Oilers who have ball in hand. We are a bit unsighted on that particular rack.
I think Toeli, if indeed it was a try and the referee was looking to confirm, then you go try or not. But unless it's a penalty infringement. Anyway,
yeah, it's a tight one. Oilers score another one. Took them more than 3.5 minutes to get themselves into the scoreboard here. A bit of a fight back from Impala, but they couldn't stop. Ended and brought to deck. Probably they should have just carried the ball. Gutu might have a few words after the game for whoever gave that pass.
An opportunity there for Impala.
Putting by Makumi Gideon, and it's a turnover. Ball is turned over, but immediately thrown all the way forward. Referee calls them back for a free kick. Impala not working well with ball in hand. Alvin Havoli carrying it back into traffic. Good support play there to protect that ball. And then stepping out, stepping in. Glacier Owino coming in. Oilers putting the ball behind the defense there. That will be a penalty try most likely, because Abu Kuse was getting tagged and pulled without ball in hand. Yeah, you can see their early tackle as we listen to the referee. Philip Ogutu with that kick pass behind Impala's defense. Then there was a lot of tagging on Abukuse. Immediately the assistant referee calls it, and off your screens there, Impala conceding another try off that penalty. Oilers putting in another extra 7 points here. As you see, Philip Ogutu getting the ball quickly on the 5-meter, taps it and shifts it. And they go in to score. Impala looking disinterested in this one, not putting in a fight anymore, as Amos Onyinkwa goes to score another 5 points. That restart not going the mandatory 10 meters, so it will be a penalty in favor of Impala. 43 down, seconds remaining. I'm sure the Impala faithful want to see that 0 converted to some points. But Oilers have looked really strong. They have really been well tuned. If you look at the way they have approached the set pieces, especially the kickoffs, they have used that as a big weapon in this match. And then they have been able to have a suffocating defense. Whenever Impala had ball, they have been on their faces, shifting quickly to the ball carrier whenever ball moves. As you see here, just communicating well in defense. Impala not getting any spaces. And those are the errors that are putting to pay anything Impala tried to do in attack. Oilers not satisfied with the 43, looking to get some more. Stepping in and going into contact. Goes to deck, gives out ball to Havoli, just looking out there, going through the passes here, going through the motion. Oilers still wanting more. Bukuse playing around the fringes of that rack and creating space for Alvin Havoli to go in for his final 5-pointer in this match. And Impala have been rammed up here. Really tough day in the office for them. 48-0 to follow up on the 29-0 they received at the hands of Strathmore Leos. And the ship is leaking and leaking a lot. An attempt for an extra 2, but it's not successful, selling them the blushes of a half century. This one ends in favor of Oilers, 48-0. So we get ready for this last game in the second round of fixtures here. This is a Pool D encounter. Strathmore Leos taking on Kisumu RFC, our hosts for the 18th edition of Dala7s. Strathmore Leos second on the overall standings, trailing KCB by 7 points, coming into this one, into this final leg, and they'll want to win this one just to ensure that they book their place in the quarterfinals. They need everything to work for them tomorrow in day 2. They will need to win this tournament and hope that other teams do them a favor by shutting out KCB from the semifinals. The home side fans finally streaming in numbers to cheer the local side. Dala7s started way back in 2003 as an addition to the circuit then. Circuit has grown from 4 legs to 5 legs. Now we do have 6 legs of this circuit. This is our 6th and final one. Kisumu with ball in hand from their own input at the scrum. Taking on a winger there, Collins Maina, who is bumped to the ground. Kisumu enjoying some possession here. They have to protect that ball. They do so. They're taking it back where they have numbers. Strathmore Leos slowly just remaining in the hunt here. And finally Kisumu knock it on.
Yeah, Kisumu, they are guilty of not executing right. They had Leos backpedaling. But nonetheless, they have a second bite of the cherry here.
Yeah, going for that ball on deck. I think it was Arnold Muita or was it Brian Mwendwas, just knocked it on, that loose ball. And Kisumu still enjoying some possession here. Puts it in. Ezekiel Ray shifts it out. They use their backline here. Peter Juma with a long pass. Nice ball carry, requires support of loading in the tackle. That was a hard pass to an incoming player, but they do survive that one. These referee penalizing Strathmore Leos for not rolling away from that rack, therefore making the contest unfair. Referee still playing advantage here. Second successive penalty for Leos. They are treading in dangerous waters here, risking a yellow card if they keep this indiscipline up. Kisumu elect to go for a scrum. One of the few times we've seen them in any opponent's 22 with an attacking scrum. Remember, they were on the receiving end in their match against Oilers where they got a half a century. Didn't score anything there.
Yeah, they got 50 posted on them. This is a response. They're looking to respond and responding in fine measure.
Stansla Shikoli emerging from that maul with the ball. Leos turning over the ball and now attacking from deep in their own try box. Collins Maina with ball here, just having a measure of the defenders and cleans out 3 of them. Going. Does he have the legs to go all the way? Just lumbering over and teasing and playing with the defender there. Goes in for the first try of this match. Strathmore Leos hitting the front. Muita with the extra 2. And here you find, as you see here, never really got to full gear. Never went full throttle. He's just measuring the runs and going, but right there at the end had to exert himself some more because the chase was coming in from Agri Kitoi. 7-0, home side staying in this match with over 2 minutes remaining. They have done well to keep the scores this close compared to the first one where they were trailing heavily at the halftime score, at the halftime hooter. Ezekiel Ray with ball in hand, just outside their 22. Seen a better showing from the home side in this second match. But though they haven't scored, they have kept a bit of ball as Peter Juma puts that to boot behind Leo's defense and then chases it down. A good chase. However, they will not regather that ball. Muita to Shikoli. Shikoli to Wafula. Wafula steps back into traffic. It's a high tackle on Wafula there, and it's an advantage here for Leos as Shikoli slices through the defense there, offloads to the top gear, top speed man. Announcing himself in this match, Victor Odhiambo Mola, 5 points. Conversion is good. Converts his own try against his first club immediately after high school. Had a stint with Kisumu RFC for journeying through getting himself onto Strathmore Leos. Coming back home, showing his skills here.
Yeah, Victor Mola, no stranger to the try line. He's a balanced runner with ball in hand, knows that he's playing his former side, has a, of course, even the guys on the other side have a point to prove that Mola, you know, much as you left us, you probably are doing better than would have thought.
Yeah.
It is not going to be an easy run for you. So whenever he gets an opportunity, he'll take it. It's a sign of respect, really. John Baraka there, toying with the touchline. Wafula goes into contact. Kisumu RFC feisty in that contact area. Bouncing pass. Arnold going to the boot. Good football skills. That one should be signed by Manchester United. Moving right, stepping left. Victor Odhiambo Mola. It's his show, it's his game, it's his home. Wow. This is Victor Mola doing what he does best, scoring tries.
Second try for him in this match and third for Strathmore Leos. Kisumu players guilty of chasing that one as Victor just stepped back in. The inside defenders too close to each other and was able to step off 3 of them. As you see there, that's 1, that's 2. Then finds the sweeper. Ezekiel Ray had no chance, slipped and fell. And Mola goes all the way to score and converts his own try to bring this first half to a hold 21-0 in favor of Strathmore Leos.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're going to get a thrash.
Round of fixtures for both teams. We have been through 15 matches today. This is the 16th one. Strathmore Leos leading 21-0 against Kisumu RFC, our hosts for this final leg in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Referee just did a head count there, and Kisumu RFC surviving censure here for being 8 on the pitch. Technical bench. How does that happen? We're starting second half with 8 men. Player runs off and we are good to go here. Arnold Muita kicks it high. And Strathmore Leos have been able to contest these high balls. However, they have knocked on the ball whenever they had it, or they have tapped it to deck. So just a little bit of cleanup from their end to ensure that they are able to retain possession. Barnabas Award, they are trying to start quickly, tap and go, but he was ahead of the mark. The referee just pulls him back to the spot. See that jackal, both players arriving and successfully rewarded by the referee for being the first on the scene.
The first arriving customer at the crime scene. Is it scene or?
Yeah. Quickly takes off to the left there.
That scene is always a dirty one because maybe it's a penalty, maybe somebody's being sent to the bin, maybe it's a knock-on. Shikoli there playing juggle ball. And Shikoli, good value for money there, try time, Strathmore Leos.
Yeah, after juggling the ball under the attention of the Kisumu players, Shikoli manages to control it. And then he was never going to pass from there. He's a strong ball carrier. Goes all the way sideways and scores closer to the touchline there, stretching Leo's lead to 26 with a conversion to come. Barnabas Award taking the kicking duties here. Never watched him. He is competent enough, but in this case, doesn't do favors. Do good to his name.
But how Banu is kicking for points, you know, Victor Mola is also kicking. Well, it's good to see, and that's a team that shows a bit of confidence across the park. Multi-skilled, multi-talented players. These are players you could ask to play several positions. Barnabas Award there with his big body frame. At some point you could probably take him and play him at center first receiver.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's a skill set that they're developing wholesomely. And it's lovely to see. 26-0 in favor of Strathmore Leos. Last weekend, the Strathmore Leos Vice Chancellor was at the RFA grounds.
Indeed, he was.
Yeah, he came to watch the games at Kenya Harlequins. That's at the RFA grounds. Much as they didn't take home the overall trophy, I think he must be impressed about how Leos have performed this season. He's come out. At least you can see that the institution is really supporting the Leos. And it's good to see in terms of the branding, the corporate value. Strathmore Leos are doing quite well, and he has justification, at least for next season, to go and ask for more sponsorship or more financing into the rugby program at Strathmore.
Yeah, it's one thing to get the finances in place and support the teams. It's another when you turn up physically and offer that emotional support. Then your players are able to quickly identify with you, and he has been good for them in that space. As we look forward also to the day that Daystar University, Black Blood University, Vice Chancellors will make their way.
Yeah, I do know, speaking of Daystar, I know Professor Laban Ahiro has been very supportive of the Daystar Falcons. Kenyatta University is where you draw the line. They do have support, of course, from the internal institution, the internal organs of the institution. And a testament to that, they still have that name, Kenyatta University, with them. But most importantly, I think the club or the team requires more in terms of an input from an investment point of view, getting them the right equipment, the right nutrition, more in terms of the player requirements. So it's still a struggle. However, it's an opportunity as of course the other institutions keep growing, keep becoming better. I'm pretty sure that these teams that look like they've stagnated in terms of their growth, the officials will see the value of putting in more in terms of an effort. And you could see results in a few weeks, or not really weeks, in a few years.
Indeed, Walter. Victor Odhiambo Mola getting himself back onto the scoreboard here. Earlier on, he chased down a kick, but Brian Kipchirchir for Kisumu RFC was quick to put him down, cycling that ball to the other side of the pitch, and then finally offloading in contact to enable them. So you see there, those offloads. No ruck, no offside, no defensive structure in those offloads. And he goes in, scores another try for himself and for the Leos, who now move on comfortably to 31-0. Kisumu RFC yet to score a try in their home tournament.
Yeah, don't say it like that. They might say the tournament is up. Really, what do you do if they say it's up? Can't get back to Nairobi. Let's pray for them to get at least some points. They do have the last game. I believe that's a game
that's a game they can target.
They can target.
Yeah, because
they're playing Impala.
Yeah.
Impala also have just gotten a whitewash, so it's going to be a battle of the strugglers in that pool.
Yeah, both teams will be looking for a win there to get a favorable Challenger Trophy draw tomorrow.
Yeah. Leos with Brian Mwendo. Mwendo comes round. The open side is begging to be attacked. Long pass there. Big carry through that middle part. We do have Leos with a try.
Try time, Strathmore Leos. Leos, and the 5-pointer. For the blue, and the contest for Kisumu RFC to go. Rivalries conversion, that is full-time.
Yeah, indeed, referee calling this one to a halt, and Kisumu RFC coming out of this one without any points, similar to Impala, who also haven't scored a try yet in this tournament. So both teams will meet later on. We expect that one to produce tries. As for Strathmore Leos, they move on. They will play the final match of this day one when they will take on Menengai Oilers to determine who tops Pool D. We come back, circle back to Pool A for these third round fixtures. We begin with Masinde Muliro and Nakuru RFC.
Thank you so much to our new production, Albion Sports, Better Media, and thank you so much.
So Masinde Muliro kicking us off for this third round of fixtures. Masinde Muliro playing earlier on in the morning. In that one, they lost to Kabras Sugar 34-15 before losing their second game against Catholic Monks 17-12, finding themselves now contesting for third and fourth position in this Pool A to get a better draw for the Challengers Trophy. Nakuru, on the other hand, lost their first match against the monks, Catholic monks. And in their second match, they also lost against Kabras Sugar. So finding themselves needing a win here in the same position as Masinde Muliro. Both teams not in contention really for the quarterfinal spots. And as we say so, Nakuru hitting straight within a minute of kickoff, pinning Masinde Muliro in their half, not allowing them to exit. And they give us the first try for this match. Conversion to come as the skies turn gray here. The sun that was there in the morning, in the noontime, finally giving way to clouds as they overcast. As you see, they're just carrying it, putting the defender planted on both feet, and then taking off to score first try, Josephat Nyunje. Nakuru restart, that ball won't get to the 10 meter. No, it won't, as Felix Okoth gets it. And that will be a turnover to Masinde Muliro at the halfway mark. Masinde Muliro finally something to work with. They shift to the left there, Ngoko with a strong carry, but is arrested by Felix Okoth. Still going, strong ball carrier he has been for Masinde Muliro the whole circuit. Another good, but charged down. That attempted kick over the defense was charged down. And Nakuru repossess ball here. Bonaventure Opande doing good work to get that ball. Nakuru keeping it tight, going through the close quarter combat areas. Felix Okoth, the spade work there, spade over pass as Nakuru try to make good of this turnover ball. Going back to his left, steps off his left foot and going, holds off Veron Kaburu. Wilson Makete scored tries earlier on today. Does well to get them just within 5 meters of the Masinde Muliro try line. Building patiently. Bonaventure takes it back to the right, and they have numbers to burn here. One man overlap, and Wilson Makete steps back in and scores. Second try here for Nakuru. Nakuru quick off the blocks here. 12 up midway through the first half. Conversion to come. Nakuru will want to see how far they can go in this tournament, having finished 12th in Kabeberi. As it stands now, they will be competing. Best they can get is 8th position, so a lot to work for here to get a favorable draw. They're starting the lead of 12-0, going high into Masinde Muliro's 22. They do well. Ryan Makaka to recover that ball, shift it out wide. Goko just trying to indicate where he wants the ball. Then it cuts back in, coming in on a good angle and cleaning the Nakuru defenders, going all the way to score a popular try. Tyson Juma. Career sprinter this one. Give him a break and he'll be chasing his heels all the way. Javan Otieno trying his best to stay in touch there, but Tyson Juma had too much pace and must bring themselves back into this. As you see, when came in for the switch and then looked at the sweeper and decided we're gonna go for a foot race. Was never gonna get to him. That's running with confidence. Referee allowing that ball, the game to continue. That wasn't a knock on, it came off the feet and a maul has been called here, taken in by Nakuru RFC, therefore becoming unplayable. It will be Masindi's ball and a scrum put in. Now just having this scrum on the 15-meter mark, what do they do here? Veron Kaburu has pace. If he gets himself round the fringes of that scrum unattended, he might goal there. That should be a penalty. We were unsighted, but looked like he was played before the ball left the scrum. Yes, and referee calls the advantage to be over, so Masinde Muliro have to work this one out. Back to Tyson Juma, also a strong ball carrier, manages to reset that and pick and go at the base, attacking the shorter lines to the fringes of that scrum. Masinde Muliro going back to hit the front, and they score this one to even the scoreboard. Ryan Makaka just came quickly onto that rack, assessed the situation within fractions of a second, and decided that he'll pick it around the fringes of that rack. As you see there, pick and go, Nakuru players on deck, and the incoming defender was too far off. Josephat Nyunje couldn't lay a hand on Ryan Makaka on his way to score. This is a tied one as we get closer to the halftime. Nakuru have one last bite. Masinde Muliro players are offside from that rack. Yeah, player caught offside. Josephat Omulefu. Almost at halftime here. What do they do? Score one and they get into halftime with momentum. Tap and go, not being ambitious, putting it out into touch for a halftime score. A drawn match here, very even, 12-all.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
So we kick off for the second half. This one is a tied affair and a very tight one. Both teams lost their first two matches and they want to get a win, closing their final round of matches. 12-all, and Tyson Juma picks off that ball from the base of that track, steps out, steps in, but he's reeled in. A good cover tackle there coming in from Paul Lusesi. And it's a contest, but Masinde Muliro survive. Made many hard yardages here. Ball is swung out, a cutout pass goes all the way to Ryan Makaka. Ryan Makaka going in for his second try. And he scores his second try for Masinde Muliro. Always around the support areas, always running fantastic support lines. But this time around he created this one all for himself. Shrugged off one defender, then stepped off another one, and goes it for his second try and third for Masinde Muliro. Conversion is okay, and they stretch it out by 7 points. Veron restarting high into Nakuru's 22.
Well, Masinde Muliro there. That is Tyson Lusesi, Tyson Lusesi breaking the first line of defense. With a line break. Players on the outside there. Felix flings it to Wilson. Wilson has Habakkuk lacking on the inside. Felix will commit, definitely. I like the way Felix plays his rugby. He commits the first defender, the first arriving defender, every other time before he passes the ball to Eli.
Yeah,
he'll always fix that first defender.
Yeah, and it always works, especially if the supporting player has a lot of pace in him, because then the defense has to scamper. And this one, he steps back off his right, steps again, but runs into Veron Kaburu. Good defense there from Masinde Muliro, surviving that line break. Still trying to find their way onto Masinde Muliro's try line. Having led early on, Masinde Muliro have hit back with tries of their own to take the lead. That ball is knocked on. Josephat Nyunjen knocking it on. Veron Kaburu taking off to the right there, then swinging it back where they have numbers. Now another turnover. That seems to have drifted forward, but referee allows play to go on as Javan Otieno gets into contact. Bonventure, big hit on Felix Okoth, and he has felt that one, though it was an offside play, but trying to shift the ball quickly there, and he gets hammered. Probably his elbow or the upper part of his arm. As you see there, he was lined up. By the time he was bringing down the ball, in came Masinde Muliro's player and just rammed into his side. That arm will require some attention. It was a hard collision. So a short break in play here for Nakuru. Nakuru, who are missing Chrysanthus Ojwang, got injured in KCB 7s. Could not recover in time to make it for these Dala7s. One of their dependable players, Kenya Shujas, also. And Felix Okoth comes back into play.
Good. Boy. Sit. Hold it. Stay.
Ball comes out successfully for Nakuru. Then trying to take on his man Fidel Wekesa with ball in hand. Gets bundled into touch, but the ball remains in play. Nakuru are coming under pressure here. Masinde Muliro falling in that rack, not staying on their feet, and quick off the tap goes Javan Otieno. Referee penalizes Masinde Muliro for no clear release in that tackle as they went for that ball in the rack. Javan with another tap and go. Nakuru not wasting time. They are chasing down this lead from Masinde Muliro with just over 2 minutes to go. Going down that closed channel, Habakkuk Ouma with a good carry that is recycled well. Ball is out to Felix. Felix goes back to the shorter side. They have numbers there, but they have to work hard to get it over the line. Felix Okoth still goes back to the shorter side. Does he ground that ball? Yeah, the assistant referee confirms sighting of grounding of that ball. And Nakuru hit back 2 points separating the teams with a conversion to come. Going for that big kick. Habakuk Ouma, will he nail it? Raises it high, but falls short by some distance. See, Felix Okoth still remained in play, went to the shorter side, trusted his ball carrying skills, drove between the two players, and then swiveled to just get the ball onto the deck there. Yes, indeed. Those blades of the grass touching onto the ball. Assistant referee got it right. Conversion not successful. 2 points separating the teams. Less than a minute to play here. Any score from Nakuru will do it for them and take a win here. That ball raised high. Nice kickoff that is recovered. Referee just confirming that the first knock-on was by Nakuru. Therefore, this will be a scrum put in for Masinde Muliro. Jaron Kabul has been kept quiet in this match. Not seen him with ball in hand. Not seen him with those galloping runs down the touchline. And he picks it up, goes to the open side, elects to go for territorial pressure, puts a very accurate kick, but the ball just bounces and continues going and goes all the way dead. So they'll come back for a scrum where he kicked the ball from. Good tactic, if you ask me, when you're running down the clock. If you have a proper defense and if you can chase your kicks well, then you put it at the back end of your opponents and pin them there under that pressure. It takes a lot of excellent skills to just execute proper possession rugby. Nakuru with ball, comes back in. Oh my, Nakuru going over to score. Javan Otieno, very crucial score, this one that gives them a win at the death. Try is confirmed. There was a hint of a forward there, but the assistant referee says it was okay. And Nakuru staying in the game and scoring as they did a few times before at Prince Lou, where they just managed to stay in the game, managed to come back when all hope is lost, scoring way past the regulation time. And that conversion is good. And this one, right at extra time, Nakuru snatching it away from Masinde Muliro after an early lead, and Masinde Muliro coming back to take the lead. Nakuru coming back strong the end of this one to win it 24-14. We'll move on next match. Kenya Harlequins taking on Nondescripts. This is Ngong Road Derby right here at the lakeside. So we kicking us off for this one. Ngong Road Derby. Kenya Harlequins. Change the line of attack, take it down to their right, and it goes straight into touch. Mistake for Kenya Harlequins on that kickoff, and immediately Nandis have ball in hand and territory to attack from. Kenya Harlequins in their first match earlier on today lost to Daystar Falcons 2014 and then came back to win against Mombasa Sports Club 29-14. Therefore a win here will keep them in good stead as the tournament gets to the business end of day one to see who goes into the main cup quarterfinals and who drops to the Challenger Trophy. Nondis, on the other hand, in their first encounter earlier on today, thumped Mombasa Sports Club 41-5 before coming unstuck against Daystar Falcons 31-12. So both teams needing a win here, with Daystar Falcons running away with the leadership of this pool. Whoever wins here has an advantage, but they'll have to overcome, get a positive result against Daystar Falcons later on. Kenya Harlequins darting down to the right there, now with a whole width of the pitch to play with, stepping back in and going. Dave Mwangi looking for support, doesn't see any, goes into contact there against the sweeper. Then their quick recycling of the ball there. Now barely 5 meters short of the try line. They need a cleaner for that ball. Quickly moving it off. Dave Mwangi steps back in, looking to step again, but that was a telegraphed move that was read well by the inside defenders. Nondis staying strong in defense, shifting off to the right, going behind the Nondis defense line, looking for space there, and they find it, but beaten to the ball there as Ian Mumbwani hacks it off the playing field.
Yeah, an opportunity gone begging there for Nondis, attacking down that blind side, but defending with a touchline. Nondis, that is a tackle off the ball, penalty. Queens have Dave Maura on site. Dave Maura has elected to go for that scrum down. It's an opportunity here to test the open side of Nondis 1v1. That should offer a good attacking platform for Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins with ball in hand, looking to feed the scrum. Solid base to attack this. It's a tackle before the ball came out, quickly taken, not taken at the mark. That mistake there allows the defensive line to realign once again. I don't know why players tend to always want to go take it away from the mark, because the referee will definitely pull you back. So it's an easy one to call, but a tough one once again.
Yeah, I think players always just eager and excited to restart that, and also trying to shave off a few centimeters or meters and gain some unfair advantage. But as you say, they still always want to try it out.
Yeah, you know it doesn't work, but you definitely want to go down that blind road once again. Still no tries this first half of this game. Ronnie, 5 meters out. Cycled well. They have Nyanya Moseti. Moseti scans, looks to take on Dave Maura. That is, I beg your pardon, Tony Fidens. Ball is recycled well. Nondis keep ball in hand. Ian. Charlie has been an outlet for this Nondis side. Big carries, line breaks and tries. He comes in as a one-man package. A good head. Packs. A good punch, both on attack and defense. Mondi. Felix. That is Maxwell Amondi, I beg your pardon, Max. An advantage being played there. The fly-off is caught offside. Patrick Wainaina, the culprit. That's a knock-on. Yeah, the referee was playing an advantage, an early infringement. 10 black, offside, Patrick Wainaina. Caught, encroaching on that offside line. See Ryan there offloading it to Fidens. Fidens fends off the first defender. Second defender finishes off. That was a knock on there, but advantage hadn't been gained. Ryan, Shisia, and Max, the front three of this Homeboyz, sorry, Nondis side. Ronnie. Working then minimal, tiny spaces. Tackle not completed. 10 meters required, meter yardage is garnered. Good offload there, Maxwell Omondi. Carries Nondis forward. Ryan, Ian has Charles Omondi. Charles Odhiambo, I beg your pardon, is an accomplished finisher.
Charles Odhiambo strong in that tackle. Hitch kick and then he's gone. He's been very dependable player for Nondis. He has been one that they call upon. They need deadlocks to be broken. And in this one, he puts the scoreboard ticking. His first points of this match. Right at the end of this first half. Nondis leading 5-0 with a conversion to come. And that conversion is wide. As you see here, Ian Mwamba just giving him a front foot ball that he worked well with. Goes over to score for Kenya Harlequins. Going into the halftime, Nondis leading this one. The Ngong Road Derby in the left side, 5-0.
Champes, uko mood gani? The new KCB mobile app adapts to you, your mood, and your mode. Ingia selfie mode and securely log into the app via your Face ID ama fingerprint. Tunatambua pia wewe ni mjanja ikifika kwa do. Fika thrift mode and access more ways to pay and transfer money. Scan to pay, pay to Vumatil or Paybill, prepaid cards, mobile transfers. Financial decisions pia lazima zikuwe tops. Move to investor mode and grow your money na fixed deposit ama gold savings account. Extend protection yako through the app. Flip to protector mode and access insurance products kama motor vehicle cover. One app for all your modes. Download the new KCB mobile app today. KCB, for people, for better.
Get going for the second half. Nondis leading this one 5-0. It has been a closely fought battle in the first half. Finally, that was resolved by Charles Odhiambo getting over the whitewash for the first try of this match. And Kenya Harlequins will want to hit back here to get their second win of this day. Darting off, Ramadan Masete shrugs off the first defender. He has the sweeper to contend with, but he doesn't need to. He's already in the try box and scores. Kenya Harlequins hitting back within first few seconds of the second half and put themselves right back into the contest here. Ramadan Masete has been strong ball carrier for Kenya Harlequins throughout this circuit. He finishes well. He rides tackles. He loves the touchline, and very rarely will you see him not recycling that ball at the touchline. You see there, Dave Mwangi gave him a good ball to work with, and he just went through, shrugged off first defender there, and the sweeper was way too far off on the other side, Ronnie Omondi, to make any impact and stop Ramadan Masete from scoring. Nondis recover that kickoff. They do well to get it. Ian just attacking the defense line very aggressively there, causing a lot of panic for Kenya Harlequins, and bears fruit there as Ronnie comes in. High tackle from Kenya Harlequins on Ronnie Omondi. Now it becomes a close quarter combat there. Numbers out wide, but Ian steps back into traffic. Still advantage being played. If they puncture Kenya Harlequins defense here, then there's no sweeper. They'll be able to go all the way. But finally the ball goes out to their right all the way to the 5-meter channel, and the advantage is over. Ryan Odua just doing well enough to retain that ball and offloads it as Nondis put another one in quick succession of what Queens had done to get themselves back in. Nondis reply with another 5-pointer. That came at the back of good ball retention, trying to suck in as many men as possible in the set pieces. Then when it went out wide, they offloaded in contact. See, that is an offload in that tackle. Kept the ball alive and going in to score for Nondescripts, getting themselves breather with an extra 2 points. 7 points separating the two teams now. And Nondis do well to have possession of the ball once more. Looks like he has gas, looks like he has pace, but Fiden Stoney is caught out, offloads in the tackle, stepping back in, going to score again. That will have to be adjudged by the in-goal referee. That try by Maxwell Omondi.
Really, that ball has been ripped away in the act of scoring. That is not a try. That is a scrum 5 meters out.
Yes, Ramadan Masete at the back.
I don't think Max grounded this ball. There you go in your picture. 2 tacklers there, but once he turned,
it wasn't grounded.
Ramadan Masete went for the ball. That's allowed. That's a very good play, and that actually allows his team to reset.
Absolutely. In the in-goal area, you're allowed to rip off that ball as you contest, because there is no opportunity for a rack. If the ball touches the ground, then that will be a problem. So a restart here for Kenya Harlequins, surviving that moment where Maxwell Omondi went over the line. Now they have to exit. Ramadan Masete attempting one thing here I've not seen him do in a while, clearing using his feet, and it was charged down and they get punished. That ball was turned over. Going in, finally, Victor Ogena. Ramadan Masete just felt the pressure. Decided to try clear using his feet. Maybe not the best idea, because I've never seen him do that. Immediately charged down. The ball was turned over 5 meters out. That was always gonna be a problem for them. Center post conversion missed. See Ryan Odua doing very well there to charge down Masete's kick, and then immediate turnover and going in Victor Ogena. Nondis now a bit of comfort. 17-5. Ogena with ball. Off to their left, numbers here 3v1. Ryan Odua does the right thing and offloads. And Daniel Okito going over for another try. Nondis now really punishing Queens in this second half. Something that has always been a problem for Kenya Harlequins last tournament and this one. They are very feisty in the first half, staying in the match, and then they fizzle out in the second half. Conversion not good. As you see there, quickly going off to the left where they had numbers and just doing the simple things of taking the ball through the hand, man on man. And there was nothing that Wycliffe Ochieng could have done there to stop that from being scored. Seconds remaining in this match, the Ngong Road Derby. Nondis look to be comfortable winners in their last game, day one. Having lost to Daystar Falcons, they emerged victorious in this one. And against Mombasa Sports Club, as we see another one there, applying the finishing gloss, shiny surface here on that scoreboard for Nondis. Kenya Harlequins just unable to deal with anything thrown at them at the tail end of this match. Licking in 3 tries in quick succession, very quick succession, just collapsing after a very good first, very competitive first half. The hoot has been sounded there. This match is about to be over. Not the way Kenya Harlequins would have envisaged it and wanted it to be. But they have lost this one. 29-5. And we will wait to see how this pool pans out. This is a Pool B fixture, ending 29-5 in favor of Nondescripts. Next up, we'll be having Homeboyz taking on Embu. Homeboyz RFC versus Embu RFC. Pool C fixture. Both teams not having a good outing. Embu losing heavily to Mwamba 40-0 as they received this one in that first match, and then proceeding on to lose 36-0 to KCB in the second match. Homeboyz, on the other hand, lost 24-5 to Mwamba and then lost 36-12 to to KCB. Therefore, they are playing for the 3rd and 4th position in this Group C. And quickly here, Homeboyz attacking to the left of that scrum input, checking into the space and going all the way. Nice play from Homeboyz. Sam Bachai scoring early here for Homeboyz. Homeboyz in their second appearance in the Division 1 this year. That conversion is spot on. They stretch their lead to 7-0. As you see on the replays there, Sam Bachai pinning his ears, concentrating, holding his breath, and sprinting all the way to score. 7-0 to the good here for Homeboyz. Embu with ball in hand, yet to score a try today. They want one as he goes on the shorter side, bringing in two Homeboyz players. He's done enough. Should have a quick reset here. If that ball is fast enough, then they will use that advantage of that space created, but ball was too short, knocked on as he went down to pick it. And once again, Embu, their skills, their ball handling and passing skills, letting them down here. Spilling ball, turning over possession to Homeboyz in their own half. Trying to go to the shorter side and shifting back to the open, giving it out to the speedster. Tries to get some space, doesn't, and Muganzi goes to deck. Then they realign, sending out Dan Kagwe. Kagwe all the way to the wing. Homeboyz staying alive, carrying strongly Patrick Mwakina. Then coming into the fringes of that. Referee allows play to go on. This is at a risk of being turned over, but they do retain possession. Homeboyz doing well, shifting the ball now, finally cutting back in. Sam Bachai, the try scorer, looking for spaces, looking for gaps. Finally, line break there, pinning his ears and going all the way to score a diving one. Gascoigne Muganzi, named after that famous footballer in the 90s from England. Embu just guilty of playing too much rugby in their own half and not backing it by their handling skills, then giving Homeboyz possession to just apply pressure on them here. As you see Gascoigne going there, and that dive, enjoying his rugby in this last game for both teams, hitting the frontier 12-0. There's a break in play here. One of the Embu players receiving medical attention in the field of play. So the ref has to stop the match a bit to just ensure this proper evacuation of the player. This will take slightly longer to get him off. Seems to be in a spot of bother. He comes up onto his feet and he's being walked off the pitch by the medics for further assistance. Homeboyz restarting as after scoring that try that was courtesy of Gascoigne. Muganzi, the referee awards Embu a free kick from the halfway mark. After an infraction there from Homeboyz. Preset move off the training ground, but coming in quickly to shut them down. Dan Kagwe causing that breakdown in Embu's attack, and then now being held up. It's a maul called by the referee. Homeboyz emerge with a turnover of that maul, quickly shifting it out to the try scorer Gascoigne. Gascoigne going and fending off one, but not the second one. But coming in on a good support line is Obed Aberi, scoring their third try. Homeboyz closing this match strongly. This first half, leading it 17-0 with a conversion to come Obed attempting to convert his own try. Drifts off to the right of the uprights. Successful conversion, as you see there. Gascoigne fended off one and then offloaded when he was caught by the second scrambling defender. 1 minute to play here. Homeboyz looking for their first win today. Referee clear on that call. And Homeboyz have to exit that area for a restart. Nice floating ball to the wing. They're stepping back in. Athman Kasim. Kasim goes to deck and they recycle it, going behind the chip pass that is not successful because Obeda Berry was waiting for it. It's a turned over possession. Homeboyz have the ball. Enjoyed a lot of possession in this first half. They look very well playing without a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is a game that you'd give them an opportunity or a chance as Oberi runs against the grain but loses the ball forward. Embu guilty of allowing Homeboyz so much time on and off the ball that you can see the result of not really taking their chances in this first half. I mean, this is a game that on a balance of paper, on a balance of play, you'd expect Embu to give a good account of themselves. And here's an opportunity, at least before the halftime break. The player needed to release. He was on the floor and the referee rightfully so sees that. Homeboyz quickly tap. You have
Gascoigne.
No, that is Mwakina Patrick on the outside.
Yeah, for Homeboyz right.
The space up ahead. Ideally, the player should be running straight, but goes sideways. Gascoigne steps. Tired bodies. Embu. There goes Samba Chai, steps on the outside channels there. Looks to recycle. Pops the ball off the ground. Gascoigne tackled high. Referee allows play to continue. Berry passing it long. There you have number 12 in the figure of Dan Kagwe, but the ball goes into touch. That should be a laboring way to end the first half.
Yeah, indeed. Homeboyz leading this one into the half. They have done all the hard work. Embu not doing themselves any favors, turning over possession. And into the halftime, it's 17-0 in favor of Homeboyz. Embu have a lot to do to come back in.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Nikutan challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds.
Homeboyz comfortably in the lead for this last match for both teams. And you can see the fans have come in. This is the last leg here in Kisumu, Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium at Mambo Leo. Short of those fans who have decided that they will end the 7th circuit attending it here. Find your way to the stadium if you haven't. We still have a couple of around 6 or so matches to go. You can leave your screens and come. For those who are not in Kisumu, we're with us Walter Orangi and Elijah Toili as we take you through this match. Scorching the earth here, taking on Embu RFC, wanting to clean out the whole team. Sam Bachai, but he's brought to deck there. Embu guilty of not contesting on their feet as Dan Kagwe rolls over from that tackle, offloading, going all the way. Quick try here from Homeboyz after the restart, the second half. Fantastic play from Homeboyz RFC. Kept the ball alive, moved with speed, precision, and pace. Embu had never had a chance of recovering those missed tackles, not doing them good. Dan Kagwe walked, ran into one of the Embu players and spinned off that contact to offload to number 10 on your screen, Gascoigne Muganzi. And he scores to stretch their lead to 22-0.
Yeah, an opportunity taken. Well taken there by Homeboyz RFC.
We restart, raising it high, just short of Embu RFC's 22 and taking off quickly, trying to offload in the tackle but loses it, turning over possession to Homeboyz. Trevor Ibala carrying it into contact. They shift it to their left. Have numbers out wide, but they will need to reset here. Shrugging off one defender, stepping another, stepping a third. He has been a thorn in the flesh, and he stretches to score. Sam Bachai.
Try time.
He has been good. He has been good. Punishing Embu's defense for not being able to put him down, as that conversion is missed at the center post. See here, he just steps off his left. The defenders not calling him and not recycling themselves. Those are 4 defenders left in the wake. When the 5th one comes in, does his job, but Bachai stretches and scores. Poor structure in defending there from Embu RFC.
Well, but you can also give credit to the attacking side. Wherever there is a negative, there is a positive on the other end. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, credit to Homeboyz RFC, Sam Bachai, Gascoigne. They put in a monumental effort this second half, this game. So this to me is the most fulfilling game that Homeboyz has played this season.
You're very right.
Yeah.
Coming from Kabeberi to Dala7s, this has been their best showing.
Yes.
Embu just trying to get themselves back into this one.
Yeah.
You can see how
Embu themselves. Well, the season cannot be explained as vivid as we can, because they started off playing in the Division 2. They got invited to their own home tournament. They took that with both hands. However, hold that thought.
Yeah, Eldad Masharia knocks it on, and it spilled just short of within the try area.
Yeah, so as I was speaking, as they knocked it on, so Embu got invited to their own event, played up top, but then the next week they had players who were not players of Embu RFC, and that meant that the squad that put in a very good performance at Embu 7s was not going to be the same squad playing at the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi 7s. And as such, this is now the generic Embu 7s team. This is now what exactly Embu 7s is all about. So uncut, raw. I mean, they have the skill, at least. They have the potential. All they need is good coaching and quality facilities.
Yeah, you're right. Challenges that come with rising up to play in the Division 1, and the real quality now coming through for Embu RFC, but it's a learning curve for them. They have a 2 year, is it 3 or 2 year hosting of the Embu 7s in the National 7 circuit.
Yeah, they have 2 years. They've done one already. Now they have another extra year to go.
Yeah, so again, they will learn from this year and step up, hopefully, to produce better results next year.
Yeah, but ideally for their improvement, I don't think it necessarily tags along or the requirement of them hosting is part of what they need for them to improve as a sevens outfit. I think training together longer, just having the same crop of players, and then you have quality coaches, you have an investment of a bit of time, money into the program. That is what is going to help Embu improve. So we're looking forward. Not every team has a tournament they host.
That's why I was thinking for them it's an advantage because they get to invite Kisumu, they get to invite Nakuru, get to invite Mombasa, and once that is returned in favor for them, they'll be able to play at Division 1 for a couple of legs, which then helps them to play against the best of several legs. So that is good for them in that sense. The onus now is on the team, the owners of the team, to actually do more, as you have intimated.
Yeah, it's important that the development of the game locally matches the ability or the effort that corporates put in. And we're looking forward to a wholesome development of this game that we all love. As Homeboyz RFC there, Ronald Ndira makes a break for it.
Finishing us off here, Homeboyz. Second half, same result, pinning Embu in their half. And Ronald Ndira goes over for the last try for Homeboyz. Conversion is successful. And the last final score here is 36-0 in favor of Homeboyz. So Embu RFC finishing day one without any tries scored, without any win. Tough day, really tough day in the office for them as we move on to the next match between Impala RFC and Kisumu, the hosts Pool D encounter. Yeah, the home team eager to go, raring to go, trying to see what they can get this day one. This is their final match of the day. In their earlier matches, Menengai has got past Kisumu RFC 50-0. Then Strathmore Leos added another 36-0 to condemn Kisumu to the bottom of this pool. Impala, on the other hand, lost to Strathmore Leos 29-0 and then 48-0 to Impala. So both teams losing heavily, but they have an opportunity here to get their first win. Walter.
Yes, they do. They have an opportunity to entertain the local fans who come out. It seems like Kisumu fans just come out in the afternoon. This place is filling up as fast as I mean, I didn't expect them to come in the afternoon. Mombasa crowd comes in the afternoon, but Kisumu, I think they are here for the after party, or they know something I don't.
Yeah, big tournament for them. They are hosting the final leg. The winners will be crowned here, the winners of the circuit, the honors that is due for the circuits, and the season for the sevens is being finished in Kisumu. So the locals really have something to look out for, and they are turning out in numbers, just coming in rows as we go into the last 4 fixtures after this.
Scrum there, the feed for Kisumu. Kisumu number 9, Ezekiel Ray. Kisumu looking to score their first try of this tournament. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Brian Kipchirchir on your screen there celebrating. Don't think I saw him in KCB, but he's back. And he's a swift runner with ball in hand. Scores to give the home side the advantage. And the supporters just up on their feet, cheering on the home team in these Dala7s, the 18th edition. Conversion is unsuccessful. As you see there, he had a lot of work to do. He had no right to get past the defending Impala players there, but backed his pace and went all the way to score. Saluting the home side fans who have turned up to support them. A restart that they get ball and just knocking it on. Errors, basic errors creeping in there from the home side. Impala with the ball now, trying to see what they can do and how they can hit back. Both teams would want to close on a high. Good scrum feed there. Impala with ball in hand, taking it into contact. Callisto Simiyu then going to deck. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That was Patrick Mutuku. Quick tap and go from Impala RFC. Now into Kisumu's half, damming around the base of that rack, then releasing the ball to Brian Were. Brian Were coming against Brian Kipchirchir. The battle of the Brians, and he's bundled into touch. Advantage to Brian Kipchirchir. Referee though penalizes Kisumu for not releasing the tackler as he bundled him into touch. Impala now slowly creeping into Kisumu RFC's 22. Nyangigi with ball, dummies, steps again, and goes to score the first try. David Nyangigi for Impala. Very colorful player, not shy to express himself. Was on the radar of the referees in KCB 7s, finally getting himself booked for a lot of chat back, but he's a good communicator. You see that step and steps back in. Brian Kipchirchir. That's just Jeff Otieno not able to contain him. Lucky to escape with that high shot. And conversion is good. Impala leading this one 7-5. 2 minutes remaining. With that, Nyangigi on the ground, injured. Medic is in, and play has to stop. Just off your screens there you see him. Yeah, that's David Nyangigi after scoring. Seems to have gotten himself a knock somewhere, but he's good to go. Still Makacha, the long-serving physio, and medic for Impala RFC, tended to him and is up and going. Raises that ball, which goes 10, and the Impala recover it. Nyangigi is off again, identify that there's no sweeper, grabs that, puts a grabber kick on that ball but loses it, and Kisumu coming back. Oh my, that is a high shot. That is a high shot.
That should be a yellow card to Eli.
I think so. That looks really dangerous. That's dangerous from Eric Mudhama, but referee just allows it to go. As you see, that is a red card even. Yeah. That could have been a red card if there was a TV referee, because it was straight head contact. Though the player was sleeping, probably will save him, but I think the judicial officers, the citing officials, will have a look at that later on. As the ball shifts quickly, Kisumu with ball in hand. Peter Juma carrying it into contact. Advantage because went for the ball after the referee had adjudged. Should have released the Kisumu player. Knocking it on. Still advantage being played by Brian Kipchichi, knocking that ball on. Advantage was over according to the referee. So it's a turnover ball. As you see, that went into his torso and then he was ready to take off, forgetting the ball had to be in his basket before he took off, knocking it on and turning over possession to Impala.
Yeah, lackluster performance there, but Impala have at least an opportunity to feed the scrum. The hooter sounds in the background there. Free play there, but that ball adjudged to have been touched by Nakuru in the tackle there. That's halftime. Brian Nyambeki, our referee. Halftime scores: Impala 7, Kisumu 5. Wow.
Kickoff for the second half, and this is a tight affair. Only 2 points separating the teams. The home side, Kisumu RFC, trailing by the same margin. Half ball in hand in Impala's half. Carrying it into contact there. Was never gonna pass that one. Mikal Habil. Habil goes to deck, and it's a pick and go around the frames of that rack. James Maranga adding some few meters now comfortably into Impala's 22, shifting it out wide to their left, carrying it and going, flooding it inside. This looks like just stopped centimeters short of the try line there. Impala scrambling well in defense, and then another carry coming in strongly. Malika Habil just short there. Advantage play called by the referee. Marcela Zodori going to deck. Juma with ball, shows and goes, and it's a walk-in by Malika Habil. Kisumu's second try after a lot of pressure on Impala's defense, just short of the try line. See that replay, just playing really close to the defense line, and eventually Impala cracking open. Raising it into Impala's 22, and they are not taking keen notice of that ball. Duvate just pushed back in that tackle. Impala now with 2v1, going right through the defense there. Clean line break. Gideon with ball in hand. Gideon Makumi looking for his outside runner, but he is apprehended, put to deck. Impala knocking on the ball after a lot of good work, coming out of their own 22 and then spilling it when they were just getting into Kisumu's 22.
Yeah, Impala guilty of losing that opportunity. They have themselves to blame. It was a chance there for Impala to score and probably take the lead.
Yeah, it was. And
frustrated figure of David Nyangiga there. He was complaining immediately after the referee called for that.
A big shove there.
Yeah, and that is Impala. They've been targeting teams at scrum time, and yeah, that's a reward, a risk reward there. Most importantly, you need to make sure that you get the timing right, or the referee will be calling that one as an early shove. So there is a balance of both patience and, of course, the right time to try and act as you move forward. So well done there to Impala. Scrum feed, I guess they'll be requesting for yet another scrum. Here's an opportunity. They have a whole open side to work with, stretching the way, or the pitch all the way from 5 meters on the other side to this other side. So danger times here for Kisumu. Let's see what Impala have in store. Gideon Makumi, first man, first receiver. Kenyari goes straight into the man. Well recycled. David Nyangiga with a long pass, seeking out the man on the outside channels. Number 14, Brian Were, try time, Impala.
Well worked out to try fast face attack ball. Just ensuring that they are running, the fly half and the center running really close, coming in for a dummy hard run, and then creating space out wide for Brian Were to remain one-on-one with his man. Stepped off the left, too much space that had been vacated there as they went to defend the dummy runner. You see here that long pass, one-on-one, steps back in, no cross-cover defense because they had been attracted by the initial run, dummy run there. And Impala hit back, 12-10, close one, this one. The home side will want to reward their fans who've turned out as the rain skies threaten to open here. They have come out to watch this game. This is one of the matches that once the draws were released, Strathmore FC would have identified as an opportunity to get a win. And they tried to offload the tackle but turned it over. Impala now with ball. Still less than a minute to play here. Shifting the ball out wide, tense times for both teams. Any slip up will be punished. Referee allows that contest to continue. This is a turnover. Turnover by Kisumu RFC, and going on the shorter side. Strong carry there. Into contact, tried to set a platform for which to work with. Did a lot of work in that shove, Agri Kitoi, and is rewarding his team with possession. Going straight, running into contact, bouncing off one. Short but strong, Ezekiel Ray. Patrick Mutuku penalized for not releasing when the player went to deck. You can see they're riding that tackle, going straight into contact and surviving it. Ezekiel Ray, short but strong. Decision time here for Kisumu. They elect to go for a tap and go. Kicking behind the defense line. This might be a try, and it is for Kisumu RFC. Walter Ambe. Walter Ambe with a nice decision. Just go behind the defense line. And with no time literally on the clock, Kisumu with their first win in their home tournament, beating Impala here. with a conversion to come, but it won't matter unless you're on referee's time. This one has been stolen at the death by Kisumu. Conversion goes wide, and the referee brings this match to a halt as the sky is open here. And the rain pours. Kisumu RFC with a popular win here against Impala RFC. And what a nice outing for them in their last match of the day. We move on to the next match. This one will be between Kabras and Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks kicking us off here, and immediately knocked on by Kabras Sugar. Both teams with 2 wins under their belts. This is a top of the table clash between Kabras and Catholic Monks. I think the rain also coming down, contributing to that lack of concentration from Darrell Omondi. Whoever wins here goes top and will presume to get a favorable quarterfinal pairing being played tomorrow at 9 a.m. Mwamba Osundwa for Catholic Monks going to the shorter side, does well to retain possession. They recycle well, electing to go straight at the heart of Kabras' defense. Going to deck there, not allowed to play it. Dennis Mulinga goes around the fringes of that track, straightening, then looking for support on the inside. Quick recycling of the ball. Kabras reeling here, then going straight again through the heart of Kabras' defense to go down for their first try. Philip Walukana, as the sky is open now in earnest. Catholic Monks, the kings of fringe, play around the rack areas. They always prefer the shorter side. They always prefer to fold around in attack, fold around those set pieces. And this time around, he's carrying it through. As you see there, I think there was an overchase there. Yes, indeed, there was an overchase again by Darrell Omondi, giving the opportunity to Philip Walukana to straighten, go all the way to score, which is converted. And Catholic Monks take the lead here. Mwamba Osundwa raises it high, deep into Kabras 22. Strong carry there. Patrick Lumumba tracking his man to support him. Brian Mutua goes to deck. Ball is channeled out wide to the left. Then shifted quickly with numbers out wide using the whole width of the pitch. William Mwanji with a strong carry, but is brought down by Felix Okumu, supported there. Then they recycle it again, shifting the defense all the way to the 5-meter channel on the other side. Taken down in a haste by Denhayo. Kabras doing well to recycle this ball, gaining territory slowly but surely. Again, Mwanji with ball in the 5-meter channel, offloading this time round to Cantona. Cantona Eric coming into the starting lineup here. Kabras doing well with a lot of accuracy in their passes, and they're aching space, and another offload into the inside channel, going and pumping all his way. Roy Maruti going all the way to hit back for Kabras. Fantastic play from Kabras, a lot of accuracy displayed in that phase of play. They have come all the way from their 22, no breakdowns, and whenever they had the breakdowns, they have been able to back it up. 7-all halfway through this first half. That was what was going to unlock the Monks defense. An offload with no rack to allow Monks to realign their defense. And Roy Maruti, beneficiary of that offload. Cantona restarting as puts it high, and nice kickoff, nice restart. This will be contested and recovered by Kabras. Brian Mutua high into the skies there to recover that ball. Ambale coming in to secure possession. They shift it quickly to the right. Have numbers there. Patrick Lumumba with a strong carry. That ball has popped out. Being shifted again to the left. Roy Ambale, dangerous ball carrier in William Mwangi, who is offload, who gets the offload, and he straightens, goes all the way to score. Successive quick try, hands it over to Roy Maruti. All the hard work done there by a combination of Eric Cantona and William Mwangi. Then at the end of it, Roy Maruti to score. And with a successful conversion, it goes to 14-7. Beg your pardon, that was an interplay between Darrell, William Mwangi and Roy. Good play there from both teams. I mean from both players. That is a high restart. This time round doesn't get to the mandatory 10. And finally, Catholic Monks, after being on the ropes for a few minutes here, get possession of the ball. They themselves are also good in keeping possession. So Kabras' defense will have to be spot on here. Daniel Mulinge goes down that channel, gets nabbed, put to deck. Pass just curtailing their momentum a bit, but Osundwa able to attack the Kabras defense line. Coming in on the shorter side, Osundwa cuts back in, goes to deck, and they are recycling the ball here, just buying time, ensuring that they're able to get something to take a crack at, but losing the ball in contact, turning it over. Still advantage play here from that knock-on from Catholic Monks.
Advantage over.
Kabras advantage over, though they have lost territory, but going behind the back line, recovering that chip and chase. Brian Mutua hunted down, offloads to Eric Cantona. Cantona goes and scores another one for Kabras Sugar. He appreciates that from Brian Mutua. No look pass overhead behind. He had the presence of mind to know where Cantona was running to, and quickly gave a loop pass, overhead pass. That conversion not good. As you see there, after drawing in the defender, Eric Cantona went to the gap left by the defender, and Brian Mutua floated the ball into that space. Cantona skidding over into the try box. This one, 19-7 in favor of Kabras. Mutua getting worse off from that contact. He had a contact straight to his thigh there. He might be in a spot of bother, but play goes on, and knock on by both teams. And Mutua, the back end there, just in pain. He got into contact and came out worse. But we go into the halftime break. Kabras starting slowly, finishing strongly. 19-7. Kabras Sugar. Fans on your screens there. Kisumu RFC head coach just off your shot in the previous shot there. Howard Okwemba looking at the 7th team from the stands here as he waits for the 15th season to begin. A lot of fans in the stadium. The rains are coming down, not torrential really, just a slight downpour. Seems that it will be sustained, but the overcast just drifting off the stadium here. We are into the second half, in which Kabras are leading 19-7. A restart which is called off in favor of Catholic Monks after Kabras players went ahead of the kicker. No proper timing there as Eric Cantona lifted that ball into the skies.
We're here looking to piece together a complete second half in an effort to try and rally back that deficit. An advantage being played there for the Catholic Monks. Mulinge. That's a knock-on.
Changes being made here by Catholic Monks. Breaking play for medical assistance. That I believe is Mwamba Osundwa. Restart. So Catholic Monks put in this scrum for a quick breakout. Fast face ball. That ball is slippery. It's been drizzling a bit here. It's been raining. So there's a need for sympathetic passes, the right type of passes from the attacking teams. Mulinge dances back into traffic. Referee allows play to continue, but Kabras Jackling player goes off his feet as a quick tap and go here. Big contact from Eric Cantona doing his defensive duties. Mulinge cutting back into the space. Shorter side of the pitch, bunching up the play here, bringing it closer, looking for the fringes here. And Kabras had better be wary. Sundwa just checks Rayvon Ambale, takes him on in contact, goes down on his own terms, shifting out ball. This one can't be turned around. Patrick Lumumba and William Mwanja are not the kind of players you want to run into. Surviving that contest, then going back the same direction. Catholic Monks backing their skills in contact here. Getting penalized for not rolling away in the contact area. They cannot touch him within the 10 meters. Floats. Catholic Monks just playing cautiously here, which is their signature. Then they pounce on you and strike when you think they are out of options.
Well, they're always patient with ball in hand. They know how to open those spaces. The likes of Daniel Mulinge, Dennis, I beg your pardon, he knows how to open those tight spaces. They'll always keep the ball in hand. They'll recycle. It's not pretty. It's not what you love. It's not what you want. But it's what they need to do to at least get their way to the try line. They also make up for what they lack in size, for how much hard work they put in. Going into those contacts, you know very well the next man is bigger than you. You know very well that he might hold you up. But then once again, you have to take the risk. The risk leads to the reward.
Fantastic play here from Catholic Monks. Really patient play, backing their skills in contact, ball retention skills that is, and they have been good at it. Running at William Mwanje and Patrick Lumumba, two big, strong defenders, and every time getting the ball recycled, keeping it close, and eventually 6 successive penalties for offside, finally leading them to score this one. Kabras have been on the ropes for the last 2 minutes or so. They couldn't touch him there, and it's just a matter of barging over the whitewash. Wambani Osundwa pulls Catholic Monks It's been 5 of Kabras with over 2.5 minutes to play. This is still an open match. Who will go top of this pool and find a favorable quarterfinal pairing? This is Pool A, the last match for Pool A, determining who goes top. Kabras in there, just barely outside their 22. They want to play out of this with a slippery ball. They are also a team that can keep possessions for long spells. Coming in hard, Kevin Okesa coming off the bench. Then just carrying it with that of Jackton or so. Body frame almost similar to Okesa there, but knocking it on in contact. Walter,
yeah,
the weather coming in as a critical factor now.
Yeah, it's coming in as a critical factor there, as the young man went and lost the ball there. Going into that rack, beg your pardon, Darrell Omondi losing that ball in contact. It's all about keeping the ball in hand. The possession is key. And right there, Darrell, disappointed with himself. He's had his first outing here in Kisumu, and also with the fact that they've been cutting, changing, and chopping their squad. Such opportunities are really gold for individuals like Darrell.
Yeah, indeed, and good to see him out here trying to acquaint himself with top-level Division 1 rugby. One of the many who've turned out for Kabras in this year's National SportPesa 7 circuit.
Yeah, interesting to note, those 3 players are 8th grade players. Dario was former Koyonzo. I think Jackson also is close enough to one of the schools in that western strip. So most importantly, Kabras have something to really look forward to. They've given so many of these young boys an opportunity to make a debut on the 7th stage. So it's not all lost, at least on one end, with losing the chance to win the SportPesa National 7 circuit. They've been able to unearth the next generation of 7th players.
You're right. They're one of the teams that have put in as many youngsters as they can and still remain very competitive. And as we saw in KCB 7s, that was one of their best teams that they have ever put out in terms of team chemistry and in terms of delivering under pressure, playing very nice rugby, attractive to the eye. So building on that, with just this final leg to play, we wish that they had more legs so that we can see more out of these youngsters. As you see Cantona with that accurate kick pass that has afforded them territory right outside into Catholic Monks half. And with that, go into the break. Kabras leading this one. Kabras just getting over Catholic Monks in this one, 19-14. And with that, they take over leadership of Pool A. As we move on to the next one, Daystar Falcons against Mombasa Sports Club. Daystar Falcons taking on Mombasa Sports Club. Daystar Falcons aiming to finish top of this Pool B. This is the final match for both teams. Daystar Falcons have had very nice first 2 matches, winning against Nondescripts 31-12 and also beating Kenya Harlequins 2014. Mombasa Sports Club, on the other hand, have lost their matches, and this is just a matter of Daystar trying to finish tops with 3 wins. We'll see what Mombasa Sports Club have to say about that, as we see Hannington Baka carrying strongly there, advantage play, and then chipping and chasing behind, going to his boots. Collins Amayo, but kicks it into the dead ball area. See, they're going for a second kick and then a third one, which was taken, a defensive kick there from Daystar Falcons. Robin Wanyama puts it out, which will be an attacking 5-meter scrum for Mombasa Sports Club. Early days, but they're in the right territory. That grabber kick behind Daystar's defense line, bringing them 5-meter shot with ball in hand.
Set.
Putting it in, Nation Mwangemi swings it out. This looks like dangerous times. Oh, that ball not delivered. Referee says it was knocked forward in the tackle, so they'll go back for a second take 2. And another attacking scrum from Mombasa Sports Club. That delayed pass didn't work this time round. Should have given it out and let the winger go all the way for the corner flag. And they have another opportunity here.
Bind. Set.
Kelvin Chege with ball. Kelvin Chege puts it in. Big shove there from Daystar Falcons. And then knocked on. Ball slippery. Eddie Wambugu gathers that one. Puts it into the backline hands. Then off. Still both teams struggling with this wet ball. Robin Wanyama there trying to hold on to it. Eddie fishes it out and puts it through the hands. Nathan Sindoli has to make a decision here. Good, nice choice, and puts him into the gap. Duncan Olile going all the way to score. First try of this match from Daystar University. The conversion is good. Vincent Omroka with that successful conversion. As you see there, Nathan Sindoli had to execute that pass well after that dog leg opened up. Good for him that Duncan Olile ran into that gap and went all the way. Restart here. It goes high into the backyard of Mombasa Sports Club. Nation Mwangemi receives that one and goes off into the 15-meter channel, throws the ball back into the pitch here as he was being bundled into touch. Pressure moments for Mombasa Sports Club, defending, having to get themselves out of this space. Referee playing advantage there for a high shot.
Yeah, and a chance there that has gone begging for the Daystar Falcons. But a penalty for Mombasa Sports Club, looking to finish off strongly. It has been a very, very challenging first day for Mombasa Sports Club. Daystar, on the other hand, posting positive results, 2 wins out of 2 heading into this final game. And as such, the gap between Daystar Falcons and Mombasa Sports Club, how narrow is it, or how wide is it?
It's quite wide. Perhaps in this match it will be narrow because of the elements, the weather elements. However, in the grand scheme of things, both teams really had a nice Kabeberi outing. Mombasa Sports Club getting to their first quarterfinals and Daystar Falcons getting to their first finals. So we will wait and see. But going by the previous matches, Daystar Falcons really are more well applied in this version of rugby.
Yeah, they do know their way quite well. And the coaching facilities, the availability of potential players. I mean, being an institution, they do offer a bit of scholarships here and there, so they are able to attract players from far and wide, quality players going to the Daystar Falcon side. And of course, that is the challenge that a community club like, let's say, Mombasa faces, because at the end of the day, Mombasa will develop a player. The player will definitely need education post their playing career, and most importantly, you find community teams struggling to institutional sides, the likes of KCB, Kabras. You can see that if you're well funded, if you're well backed, you can definitely make a decision and back your decision by the money that you spend. So it's a challenge, and that is the gap that Mombasa and Daystar have. Now Daystar, on the other hand, are doing so well for community purposes. They are developing the future generation of rugby players, and of course a future generation of nationals who are well developed. So it is, they've struck a good balance. You get the best, you produce the best. So it is what it is.
Yeah, at the end of it all comes down to the resources at hand, how you're able to attract, how you're able to utilize what you have. And we know that the community clubs just not having the right wrap of green when it comes to that discussion. Hence you see a lot of university sides every year coming up into the higher levels of rugby because of that ability to get those resources consistently. Mombasa Sports Club doing well to participate in all the tournaments that they have been invited into, and here game coming down to the half-time mark, still a tight one. 7-0 is the only lead that Daystar have been able to fashion. Mombasa playing with a lot of grit and determination, putting in the tackles, supporting each other, as you see there. Nation Wangemi holding on to Arnold Agonda, then they recycle Daystar and take it out wide. Bit labored, and Eddie Wabugu decides he's having none of these, puts in a grabber kick, goes all the way behind the defense line and scores another of those that works for him, another of those grabber kicks that have been working for him since day one of Dala7s. They stretch their lead here to 12 with a conversion to come. He has always opted for that as a last resort, but he's good at playing heads-up rugby. Just does enough to check, see if there's a sweeper or not, and he's not shy to showcase his football skills as that conversion goes wide. We go into halftime here. Daystar Falcons leading this one against Mombasa Sports Club, 12-0. So we kick off for the second half in this Pool B encounter, the last one for the pool. The Falcons gunning for the top position, and they have gone about it well in the first half, closing that one 12-0, courtesy of that last minute try from Eddie Wambugu, a grabber kick. And immediately into the second half, they pin Mombasa in their own 22. Nathan Sindoli carrying and rolling over to score in one motion. The goal in goal, referee giving it a thumbs up, Duncan Kyoko, and therefore stretching their leads by another 5 points. They're having fun as they march to the top of Pool B. Mombasa Sports Club gave as much as they could in that first half, trying to stay in touch, but this first try in the second half slowly putting daylight between themselves and the Falcons. The Falcons starting with a changed side. Patrick Odongo getting a rest, trusting his teammates, the technical bench trusting his teammates, allowing for rotation of the squad as they prepare for tomorrow, where they will be in the Cup quarterfinals. Clinton Amukwachi coming in and receiving that ball, signature celebration there. You can't see me. Mombasa Sports Club guilty of not protecting that aerial ball and then conceding possession to Clinton Amukwachi. Amukwachi going in for another try in quick succession. This one 22-0 in favor of the Falcons. With just over 4 minutes to play, you're thinking that this one is gonna be a huge score. It's gonna be another blowout, and Mombasa Sports Club will be at the receiving end of this one. Conversion not successful, as you see there. Clinton just having too much pace, having too much acceleration, and gets himself onto the score sheet here. Another high ball that doesn't go the 10, or does it? Referee allows game to go on. They have to release the ball carrier here. Mombasa Sports Club just letting this one really drift away from them very quickly. It's Patrick Odongo having come in, trying to put some minutes onto his belt here. Nathan Sindoli going on a dummy, going on a run, then comes against Hannington Baka, who doesn't like that particular phase of play and does not shy away from the contact. He thrives in it, actually. Going down the shorter side, Clinton Amukwachi again shrugging off Kelvin Chege and then leaving the other defender, Colin Zamayo, on the deck as he goes for his second try and has many visits. Scoring there finally. The conversion to come from Paul Murua. His lead building quickly in the second half, faster than he did in the first half. We are now at 29. You see the replay there. Amukwachi just cantering in after doing all the hard work in that small, that short space. They raise it high again. Really fantastic kickoffs. Puts pressure on the receiving team. And Clinton Amukwachi once again benefits, turns over possession. Moses Keraguri with a pass that is almost knocked on. Survives that one. Referee allows it to go. Nathan Sindoli takes it to the right. Carrying it deep there, Tony Ongoma. And then Patrick Odongo getting a feel of the ball here, second time with ball in hand. Nathan Sindoli going into contact, shrugs off Nation Mwangemi, then loses the ball in contact. traveled back towards his side, so ref allows play to continue. Kwachi once again, this is a very strong ball carrier. Fends off one, then looks at Nation. Mwangemi coming in for him, and he's having fun with this particular fixture. 34-0. Mombasa Sports Club not having the ball, not putting in the shoulders. No scramble defense, piling in the points here. Leicester Falcons stretch this one to 34. They will have an eye on who they will play tomorrow, the quarterfinals, trying to replicate what they did in KCB 7s. Won all their day one matches, won their quarters, won their semifinals, went in for their first finals in the 7s, scored, and came and stuck that one. But they have been on a good run of form, and it shows now. This one, referee calls that one to have gone 10, so play continues. I think it was more of a contact or touch from Mombasa Sports Club players. Should have let that one bounce in. Probably would have had possession by now. Being penalized for going off it there, carrying quick tap and go. Interchange of play there between Ogoma and Keragori, but the ball goes to deck. Leicester still very good in possession, retaining that one and offloading to Randy Otuoma. Randy Otuoma cantering in, as his dad did many years ago, playing for KCB, and scores his first try, well celebrated here in Dala7s. Youngster here looks very much like his father, Gaston Otuoma, who played for KCB back in the turn of the century. 39-0. This one going over, increasing the lead to 41 as the match comes to an end. Tough day in the office for Mombasa Sports Club. None like they have seen before in the other 5 legs. This one is a big loss, 41-0. We have 2 more games to go, and we are looking at KCB Rugby taking on Mwamba RFC in the next one. Go into Pool C, the last match of Pool C. KCB taking on Mwamba RFC. KCB winning their first 2 matches comfortably, 36-12 against Homeboyz, then 36-0 against Embu RFC. Mwamba, on the other hand, big score against Embu, 40-0, and then 24-5 against Homeboyz. So this will be an interesting one. This will be a tough one. Their previous encounter, Mwamba ran KCB very close. So therefore, they will think that they have it in them to get one over and past KCB. KCB, on the other hand, will not want a slip up, because a loss here, they'll finish second, and the quarter-final pairing will be something else altogether for them. So kicking us off is Mwamba. They don't want to stumble into unnecessary hurdles, but Mwamba will want to ensure that they go tops of this Pool C, raising it high into KCB's 22 Asati, recovering that one, coming into the starting lineup for the first time in this tournament. Manuel Opondo with ball in hand. All the top guns, all the regular starters for KCB onto the pitch for this one. big encounter for them. Bob Muhati also coming into the starting lineup. He shifted quickly to Festus Shiasi. Then Olukusi himself carries it, fends off Ojiambo. Does he have the wheels to go? Gets the attentions of Tony Omondi. Does he have the wheels to go? Just short, 5 meter out. Shiasi has been tracking him, supporting. They have numbers here. Emmanuel Opondo will just take this one over the line. Quick try there from KCB from their own 22, coming under pressure. Reworking that one. And then taking off on the wings there. Olukusi bringing them all the way for Emmanuel Opondo to finish. 5-0 advantage, KCB with a conversion to come. Taking the kicking duties, Festus Shiasi puts that one over, stretching the lead here to 7. See that the defense was yet to reset itself, because that was a quick rack. The ball not staying in there. KCB hit the front here early enough. Manuel Opondo favored over Brian Wahinya, puts the ball high into the skies. Olukusi rises high to recover it for KCB. Restarts very important for any team. Use it as a weapon. That pass was ahead of man there, and it is knocked on by Asati. Floyd Wabwire going back to the shorter side and then putting the ball just ahead of Asati. Asati knocks it on, and Mwamba finally have the opportunity to get the ball in hand in play, and we will see what they are able to do.
Yeah, they have a reprieve. Eugene Ojiambo will be feeding the scrum. This is a good game. Second last game of match day 1. Mwamba have shown glimpses of what they're made of across the day. And here is KCB strongly coming through that rack. This is KCB's textbook play, as Tony is told to release. Coming down the blind once again, Festus Shiasi steps but loses the ball forward. KCB had an opportunity. They wanted to set the rack at the far end of the pitch and then open the open side to Ili.
Yes, they did, and Festus just too laxed with ball in hand, too casual, if you ask me, because he didn't need to skip, hop, skip, and step there. Just pass the ball and follow it through. Set up your team to attack on the wider side. And if this one gets tackled and knocks it on.
Spilling the ball, offering Mwamba an opportunity to feed the scrum. Eugene looking for that solid platform. Steps, goes back the blind. KCB realign on defense as Mwamba look to go on the attack. Strong counteract, but the referee says KCB need to release. They didn't release. Tap and go. Eugene. Tony to Scooter. Scooter takes 1, 2, 3 KCB players. An opportunity for an extra number on the outside there, but Mutugi tackled, turnover. Successful there. KCB punishing Mwamba for not protecting the ball. Floyd Wabwire opening up the wheels. Mwamba RFC left clutching. Fin air, try time KCB.
Floyd Wabwire relishes in open play, and in this case, turnover of that from Asati. Asati went in and jackled well, appreciating the low, hit his knee onto deck. Referee allowed, actually commanded Mwamba to let him go. Then a quick recycling of the ball to the left, leaving Floyd with a lot of space, because that ball came to him quickly enough to decide what he wants to do. As you see here, 15 meters to work towards the touchline. You don't leave your winger, any winger for that matter, that space. They will be able to make you sweat for it. And in this case, KCB hits another 7-pointer with that successful conversion. And they are slowly taking command of this fixture. Another restart that they regather. They have worked and perfected the restarts, king of the restarts, basically. And here you see Floyd coming into with ball in hand. Bob Muhati has been quiet in this one. Takes the ball. Shiasi again with that hitch step of his. Asati jumping out of 1, 2 steps. cracks through Mwamba's defense line. Opondo benefiting from that switch play, and he puts down the hammer, but gets nabbed by Ojambo here. He offloads. They are 1 meter short of the try line. Mwamba pile over that particular rack, and referee blasts his whistle.
Yeah, the referee blasts his whistle.
The high tackle, quick tap and go there from Opondo to Bob Muhati. Muhati goes to deck.
No third man there. We need a scrum off, and that's a knock on there at the base of the rack.
KCB guilty of not coming in quickly for the third man. By the time he was arriving, that rack was under immense pressure, causing the knock-on and a turnover just when they were about to put Mwamba under a lot of pressure. It's a defensive scrum here for Mwamba, 5 meters out from their try line. They'll have to exit from this one. 30 seconds or less to go in this particular first half. Jambo puts it in. Nice solid scrum from Mwamba. Good platform for them to work with. Tony Omondi uses his feet to get them out of that, and it is a knock-on from Festa Shiasi. That ball coming in hard and straight to his torso.
Yeah, 14-0 the current score in favor of KCB there, as Festa Shiasi spilled the ball there. The conditions really not as ideal as you'd have expected. It has drizzled slightly. The ball must be slippery to it.
Yeah, it is, and we've seen a lot of knock-ons in the last 4 or 5 games as Tony Omondi takes off on that 5 meter channel. Good offload, and he goes all the way to pull Mwamba back into this one. It is a 5-pointer for Tony Omondi. KCB caught napping on that shorter channel, and they leak in 5 points. It was always going to be a close one, and Mwamba are at hand to make sure that they remain in contention. This is a big match, especially for KCB in the grand scheme of things. They would want to ensure that they top this pool and have a smooth passage to the semifinals, if they can. Tony Omondi attempting to convert his own try, but misses out. As you see there, Ojambo pulling in Asati, attracting in Asati. Once Asati had beat, then he offloads the pass to Omondi, who has sufficient pace with a head start over Floyd to go and score. We go into the halftime. KCB leading this one just so, 14-5. Another important 7 minutes to come in the second half.
We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
There are a lot of KCB fans there watching their favorite team playing, urging them on. Close strongly, Walter. Fans have really turned up in the last 2 matches, and we've seen the greatest number that we've seen in this day one.
I'm actually surprised. By yesterday evening, Kisumu RFC had sold 6,000 tickets.
All right.
That is pre-sales, that is pre-event sales. You can imagine the numbers that are coming through for the after party. That is match day 1, match day 2. So most importantly, Eugene Ojambo there against Vincent Onyala. Vincent Onyala had to really work hard, yeah, pinning back the ears.
Yeah, you could see his face grimacing there because he was really stretched by Eugene.
And Floyd there goes back where there's no space. Eugene left on the floor there. The back tackle not being a very good one. Elvis Olukusi once again will go straight into the man when he has space on the outside. KCB. Samuel Asati has Vincent Onyala lacking on the outside, but elects to come back against the grain. Mwamba bunched up through the middle. KCB spread out. They just need to make sure that this pass gets to the farthest man on the pitch. Bob Muhati
nice
there with a chicken
pass.
wings. Yeah, that's the skills that the big figure of Bob Muhati has in his bag. Elvis Olukusi will be waiting for anyone who wants the ball to go get him, or either his teammates who want to score a try can go get that ball off him. That's a good work try there by KCB.
Indeed it is. Bob Muhati, a mountain on the pitch, very ferocious, very bruising ball carrier, very soft-spoken off the pitch. That deft pass, that deft chicken wing pass puts Olukusi into space, and the big man fires all engines as he goes all the way to score with no one in front of him. 21-5, successful conversion there by Festus Shiasi. And KCB now putting daylight between themselves and Mwamba. Changes being made from KCB. Stephen Zola Osumbwa and King George Ooro coming into the lineup. As we see Mwamba trying to exit from their own 22 using the boots. Manuel Opondo's parking at the backyard there looking for ball and fashioning open play attack here. Stephen Zola Osumbwa coming in, offloading in the tackle, keeping the ball alive. Festus Shiasi fends off and sets off, putting into space Vincent Onyala, who offloads. Game is still being played, advantage to Mwamba for the knock-on.
Well, an advantage to Mwamba, but
is it Mwamba? Referee pointing.
Must have been a knock-on in the offload there as
so.
Vincent Onyala looked for the inside man, but Mwamba tapped it backwards. I think maybe probably stepped into touch. Yeah, that tackle, yeah. Slightly stepped into touch. You can see there, Masi Dudi just
calling it for the line out.
Yep.
Good call there from the assistant referee. Defensive line out here for Mwamba. They have to be accurate with this one. Any overthrow and waiting at the tail of that line out. KCB, Michael Okesa will be at the tail of that line out waiting for it.
Yeah, you can see where they've positioned him. They're lifting at the front. They also have Mike Okesa at the back. They're testing you. They're making sure that you either have that advantage or you can lift as high as you can to win that line out. So interesting result there for KCB. They challenged. That should be a scrum down in favor of KCB.
Yeah, George Oro there just putting pressure on the ball carrier who spills it. It's a wet ball, so any pressure on that ball, it pops out. And KCB just having all the territory in this second half. Pinned Mwamba in this 22. Pluto Jenkins coming in for Asati. He's at the base of that scrum, takes it out. Preset move here. Stephen Zola carrying it into traffic. KCB resetting this one. Tyson Maina also coming in, and another knock on there. The ball is slippery, making it hard and difficult for both sets of players to do much about it.
Yeah, slippery ball there. Nobody really taking full control of this game. 21-5 is the current scoreline in favor of KCB.
Both benches being cleaned out from both teams. And out goes Brian Mutugi, Eliakim Kichoi, and in come the whole bench in Aldrina Danje, German Ochieng, Paul Tati. So they will look to finish strongly here. KCB scrum very strong, pushing in, and referee penalizing Mwamba for using hands under that. That was a lot of pressure in that scrum, trying to exit, trying to get the ball out using their hands. That's not allowed.
Yeah, using the ball, using the hands at the wrong time. get penalized. Jenkins Kipruto will be feeding the scrum. Jenkins comes round. Open side with Emmanuel. Emmanuel steps, gives it to Vincent Onyala, who spins once, twice. That explains why Onyala has struggles with his knees. Whenever you're going to contact and you spin round once, twice, your ligaments are being tested. Even the steppers, the guys who run around a lot, the likes of Patrick Odongo and company, that is how ligaments are tested.
Emmanuel Opondo calling for the ball back to the shorter side, getting it, and then steps the over-chasing defenders from Mwamba. Accelerates, gets into contact, and then spins off. Is thrown into the try box and scores KCB's 5th try. Seconds remaining. Attempted conversion there by Stephen Zola. Osundwa, it just goes in. Osumba with a good boot. And this one, as you see there, just steps in and then gets into contact, swivels, turns, and puts the ball down in the try box. KCB firmly in control of this one. Put it right on the money, in the 10-meter line. Ball is KCB's because Aldrin Adanje was bundled into touch with ball in hand. Eager to take off quickly just before the referee not amused by that. When you have people in the frame of King George jumping into you as you see here, referee wasn't amused. He had not yet set the mark. But KCB reset and they take off successful in that throw in, quickly attacking that side. Onyala moving to the wing. He's moved between, shifted between the scrum and the wing, and this time going all the way to score. There has been a bit of shifting, bit of testing of positions in the KCB, but in the KCB ranks, and he finishes the game parked at the wing there. Put down the hammer, went all the way and scored. 33-5, a blowout here for Mwamba, just blown out of the waters here. And that is the end of that match. KCB topping Pool C. No banana slip on their way here as they emerge victorious 33-5. If you want to see how your teams are faring, what the quarterfinal pairings are for tomorrow, both for the Challenger and the Main Cup, you go to Tonify Up. Tonify Up has been running since the beginning of this year's 7th circuit. You'll find live standings. You'll find live standings for every pool as we now move to the final match of day one. Dala7s, the 18th edition. Strathmore Leos, big one this one, taking on Menengai Oilers. We are ready for the last match, day one. This is match number 24 between Menengai Oilers and Strathmore Leos. This has always been a fantastic matchup. Strathmore Leos, for one reason or the other, never want and never like losing to Oilers. They've had them for quite a bit, but Oilers emerging victorious previously when they played them. So this is gonna be close. It's gonna go down to the wire.
Yeah, it is gonna go down to the wire. This is arguably the best match of match day one. These two teams on paper quite balanced. Solid teams, solid players, solid coaching units on both sides. Dennis Abukuse has had a good opener this weekend, and definitely they won't stop Dennis Abukuse. Once again from the kickoff.
He has a knack of scoring immediately after kickoffs. He has perfected it in these Dala7s, the 18th edition. And Oilers or no Oilers, it doesn't make a difference for him. Goes over within seconds of the start of this match. Put Oilers in front 7-0. As you see there, he steps back in, steps off Wafula, shrugs off Stanislas Shikoli, and he has space to burn. Goes all the way, puts Oilers very quickly here ahead in this match. Strathmore Leos have to respond here, getting a dose of their own medicine. Quick fire tries against them. This is a strong carry here from Samuel Wafula. Goes into contact. Brian Mwenda has a lot of pressure there. Gives off. Pass between his legs. Arnold Muita, the playmaker remaining in this team. Mola. The elder Dogeta has him this day and looks down upon him. Just telling him, your pace doesn't work at this moment.
Well, that's a good matchup there. Victor Mola taking on Builder Dogeta. Builder Dogeta lucky enough to have that touchline lacking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
the angle just running out of space there was Victor Mola. And winger on winger, you will not want your name just being bundled around, that you are cleaned up by your fellow winger. So a lot was riding on that tackle for Builder Dogeta.
Yeah, a lot was riding on that specific tackle, but well defended.
Worthy to note that Strathmore Leos still missing Gabriel Awimba from that concussion back at Kabeberi day one. Also out Nigel Amaitsa. So missing their playmakers, but they have to make do if they are to challenge for this year's National 7 circuit.
Yeah, they have to find a way. That way is exactly what they're trying to look for right now as the ball is lost forward. That's a knock on. Pretty sure Arnold goes to the young man and says, keep it cool. Disappointed as a captain that you've lost that ball, however.
Yeah, you still have quite a number of minutes to play, so you must pick yourself up and continue playing. Coming into the starting lineup in this particular match, Philip Ogutu with ball in hand. Eric Ogutu, sorry, puts it in, then swings it out to Philip Okeyo. Philip Okeyo elects to use the boot to get past the Strathmore Leos defense, chasing it down, now pinned in their own 22. Kick and chase, never a bad option if you are able to execute it perfectly. Now, though they have ball, Strathmore Leos are under immense pressure here. Any mistake, they'll be punished 10 meters out. So they have to be very clinical. That pass is fantastic into space, and Victor Mola finally. This is a foot race. Will he be stopped? I don't think so. It's gonna go all the way. Abukuse raining him down, but he has their number, goes down. Being released by that fantastic pass from Arnold Muita deep in their own 5-yard, in their own 22. And Victor Mola coming to the party here. 5-7 with a conversion to come to tie this match. That's the coolness, that's the calmness, that is the confidence that Strathmore Leos have in their ball skills. Look at that pass, just not showing here, but floated to speed star Victor Mola, and he, once he got into space, there was no stopping him. Abukuse giving up the chase there when realizing it's a futile attempt. It's a tied one, this one with 2 minutes to go into the break. This is a restart that doesn't make it the mandatory 10. Big mistake here in tight matches. That's a big mistake. Turn over possession easily to your opponents. They have to work, defend this one. Strathmore Leos also one of the teams that elects not to have a sweeper, just playing 7 up front with the wingers folding up into the space. The farthest wingers folding up into the space. Therefore, an opportunity for Oilers to just have a kick behind the defensive lines. Philip Okeo to his brother John Okoth. John Okoth looks and sizes up Andrew Muita and goes to him, but Samuel Wafula comes in handy. Samuel Wafula will be penalized here. Very lucky to get away with that one. Numbers to burn, but steps back in. Fortuna Turo. Turo goes to deck. Philip passes it to the right, again to his brother. John Okoth shrugging 1, 2, but Wafula recovers enough to bring him down before he could take off. Look, quick, crisp passing from Oilers here as they use the full width of the pitch. Daniel Kipchirchir going over, passes it to Belda Ogeta, who just shrugs, bumps defenders off, and goes over for Oilers to hit back with seconds to spare in this first half. Nice play from Oilers. They really did well to recycle and retain possession. And then once they had the defense stretched out, swung the ball the other 15-meter channel. From there, it was a matter of strong ball carrying over the try line. Eric Ogutu going for the conversion, misses it. You see there Daniel Kipchirchir releasing Belda Ogeta, who 3 meters out. I've never seen him stopped in this circuit. Bumps over, he goes over the defender. 12-7, a close one this one for the owners of who will top Pool D. Good restart, recovery there from Strathmore Leos. They are coming under huge pressure in that track. But referee penalizes them from for side entry. Asks them to go 10 Sandler. Shikoli with ball in hand. Why did he miss? Take it 1-on-1. Again, another bad pass that just makes them lose territory. Samuel Wafula will be held up here. That one is going nowhere. Oilers recover it. They have to release him. They have to release Abukuse. Fortunaturo passes it out, but again puts the ball to deck. Loose ball here. Both teams suddenly not just being very keen with possession.
Yeah, that's a knock on there. And of course, the referee was playing into that halftime break. It is halftime, the halftime score. Oilers 12. Strathmore Leos 7. Ladies and gentlemen, it's half.
Prepare to go for the second half. This is the last match. Strathmore Leos taking on Mengai Oilers. And if you get to your 25app.com, you'll be able to see your current standings in Group A. We do have Kabras Sugar topping that one. Nakuru coming in second. So both those teams making it to the quarterfinals. Group B, we have Daystar Falcons on top. 3 wins And Nandis coming in second. Nandis get a taste of the Cup quarterfinals again. Pool C, KCB on top with 3 wins and Mwamba second, 7. So both going into the quarterfinals. This one, a shootout between Oilers and Strathmore Leos to see who goes top and who finishes second. Oilers leading coming into the second half. All to play for both teams. 12-7 is the lead by Oilers. Kicking us off, they get the ball and it's advantage being played. Oilers recover that ball. Daniel Kipchirchir going on to the right. Eldad Ogeta just fumbles and knocks that one. He was raring to go, but knocks on that ball. It's a wet under turf here. It's a wet surface. It rained a bit the earlier 5 matches or so. 6 matches actually, I would say. And that ball, though the rain has stopped, that ball remains wet every time it hits deck because the surface has rain on it. Packing it up there on your screens, Oilers forwards that include Abukuse and John Okoth trying to get the better of Strathmore Leos, applying pressure there. Leos surviving and getting themselves numbers here. Stanlas Shikoli looking at Abukuse. Abukuse hangs on to him, drags him to the floor. Samuel Wafula tucks it in, goes into contact, offloads to Arnold Mwita, who is quick with that pass. Looking for numbers out wide. They have numbers if they can pass. Brian Mwenda steps back in, moving the ball very well. Recycling ball well here. Strathmore Leos pass to Stanlas, who knocks it on again, similar to what Bildad Ogeta did a few phases ago. So that ball again being slippery, causing breaking play here. And Stanley Shikoli doesn't look well. I don't know what has happened. He looks a spot of bother there, calling in the medics. The referee just trying to see what could be the problem. Probably an injury from phases earlier on that causes him to lose concentration. Doesn't look happy. Looks to be in discomfort there. And he's on his feet, packing in for the scrum here, together with his mate Samuel Wafula and Barnabas Owor. These forwards are heavy. Eric Ogutu puts in the ball, steady scrum from Oilers, and then they go for a move there. Daniel Kipchirchir coming in short, Philip Okeo cleaning, protecting that rack. Fortunaturo with that pass that goes airborne, putting Alvin Havoli under serious pressure there. Oilers losing territory here, but still have ball in hand. Okoth taking matters into his hand and passes the ball behind Daniel Kipchirchir. Loose passing here, but they let Abukuse free on that wing. He weaves and steps off that final player offloading to Kipchirchir once the sweeper came in. And Oilers now stretching themselves, stretching the lead here, going ahead by another 5 points. Good play by Abukuse, all created by him there. He sized up his man and then accelerated to the outside. Man without a sidestep, but very lethal on one-on-one. Then took him out, cleaned him out, and then he was unable to put it in time. Daniel Kipchirchir came in, supporting him. And then, as you see there, Samuel Wafula couldn't get to him. Brian Mwendwa was left with a 2v1 situation as Daniel Kipchirchir came in and supported him. Goes all the way and scores, stretching their lead, 19-7. Oilers slowly but surely drifting away from Strathmore Leos. Leos needed to win this one to get themselves back in, but it is Oilers now. And that restart high enough, knocked on by Brian Mwendwa. Things not working in favor of Strathmore Leos here, and they find themselves having to work hard to get themselves back into this match. You see that just coming in. I think the attentions that were coming through from Calvin Mulewa had him distracted. They come to the shorter side, looping around Philip Okeo, and goes through, show and go. That was a simple try. Mistake there, allowing him to go through. He just peeled to the left of the scrum and then went between Brian Mwendwa and his winger. Brian Mwendwa never completed that tackle. Let him go through. And now this one is clearly beyond Strathmore Leos. They will not be able to come back from this one. Tries to put it through. The conversion not sticking. Not going through. As you see there, that dummy show and go right in between that channel, between the two players in decision. That was Mwendwa's man every day. There was little that his winger could do about it. Oilers restart, kicking us off again. 1.5 minutes to go. Arnold Muita goes airborne to recover that one. And then finally, they find themselves with some ball to work with. Still in their own territory, not getting the rub of the green here. Arnold Muita getting into space, attracting defenders, releasing Barnabas Owor. Owor carries it strongly and offloads to Dennis Tubei. Tubei in contact there, getting support from Barnabas Owor. Seems to have been just limping slightly there. Leos working with ball in hand better than they did the first half. Stanley Shikoli now taking matters into his own hands. Coming in from the bench, Russell Momanyi. Russell Momanyi punches through the gap, offloads to the wing, but that pass isn't accurate. Drifts all the way in to touch. That has been tough outing for Strathmore Leos. 24-7, losing this one.
Yellow card offense or not? Nah. I'm sending him off for the yellow card on that tap there before.
Yeah, Alvin Havoli finding himself going to the bin. Yellow card. Hear that from the ref's communication there. Ball still belongs to Oilers, but an early infringement. After consultation with the assistant referee, Alvin Havoli will not get enough time to come back into this one. So Oilers play 6 against 7 for these last seconds of this match. Philip Okeo carrying it, Daniel Kipchirchir going into contact strongly there, and ball is ripped, but the hooter has been sounded to signal the end of this match and the end of day one. That was it from the referee, calling this one to a halt, emerging victorious and going to the top of Pool D. Menengai Oilers winning this one handsomely, 24-7. And you can go into the 25 up and look at those particular pairings about the quarterfinals tomorrow. But we thank you for joining us. It has been a good day one. Dala7s. We have been able to go through 24 games in totality for the whole day. We look forward to tomorrow, the business end of Dala7s and actually the Sports 7s National 2025 season. We'll see you tomorrow from 9 a.m. as we begin the quarterfinals of the Challengers and then the Main Cup quarterfinals. I have been your host, Elijah Toili, together with Walter Orangi. We'll leave you with some highlights and have a good evening.
watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
Mambo VP, it's your girl CJ, or you can call me CJ Wama Vibes. Small in size but big in vibes. From Driftwoods to Prince Lou to Dala7s to KCB and to Embu RFC. And right about now,
Dala7s tuko area mazejo. Tado naanguka, upepo navuma. Rugby mangen saidi.
What an amazing 7th season has it been so far, from town to town, city to city. Manze talents imekuwa moto, mafans wamejitokelezea. The SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Into our episode of the Dala7s, wacha tuangalie vile standings za Division 1 zinakaa. At number 1 spot we have KCB with a fairly commanding lead ya 104 points. Strathmore Leos coming at second place with 94 points, followed by Menengai Oilers at third place with 77 points. Kabras, Sugar and Kenya Harlequins wanatufungia the top 5 slots with 64 and 57 points respectively. And before tuingie full leagues, here are some of the highlights of the KCB 7s.
Nondis, are we ready?
Hey! We are back! Nondis walicheza kama wao, earning back Division 1 status. Daystar Falcons made it to their first ever main cup finals.
KCB!
Congratulations to the KCB champs, KCB Rugby. And of course, we are looking forward to see if they'll get the job done here in Dala7s. Then tukisonga hapo kwa pools, things become really exciting. In Pool A, we have Kabras, Sugar, Monks, MMUST and Nakuru RFC. In Pool B, we have Daystar Falcons, Mombasa Rugby, Kenya Harlequins and Nondescripts. In Pool C, we have KCB Rugby, Mwamba RFC, Homeboyz RFC and Embu RFC. And then in Pool D, we have Strathmore Leos, Menengai Oilers, Impala RFC and Kisumu RFC. Hi guys, I'm here with
John Otieno, Kisumu RFC captain.
Nice. Hey, manze, naona Kisumu weather imekubali.
Karibu Pacho, karibu Kisumu.
Asante.
Hii ni mambo ya kwetu.
And so you guys are hosting the Dala7s. What does that mean for you guys as Kisumu RFC?
For us, first of all, sisi tunataka kurepresent mafans wetu.
Nice.
Tunataka tumekuwa trusted na hiyo duty ya kurepresent Kisumu mzima as a county. Tumekuwa tukifanya since Driftwood, lakini sasa imekuja mtaani.
Oilers. And right about now I'm chilling with
Philip Okeo, captain Menengai Oilers.
Nice. So Philip, ukoaje?
Niko salama kabisa.
Kisumu inakupelekaje?
Ndo kuingia kuangalia climate, lakini this is not my first time, so mimi niko adapt very fast. Looking forward for tomorrow.
Nice. So season for Menengai Oilers imekaje?
Tulianza very far from pre-season, and I think we have had ups and downs. We have been twice in the final. Tumekuwa pia third place, but I think we are doing good, na hii ya mwisho we want to finish on high.
Nice. Na mmekuwa mmejipangaje for this 7th circuit?
Always kila team inataka kushinda, but along the way kumekuwa na challenges. So team yetu, we had high expectations, na right now we want to secure that position and to crown it.
Nice. So na sahi wase wa look forward to nini for this Dala7s for Menengai Oilers?
Menengai always wanna bring it, na looking forward to Menengai bringing a quality side na quality game, na probably kama itaenda mzuri for us, we win it.
Thank you Philip for hanging out with us, and I wish you all the best.
Cheers.
Thank you. So Naam, na manze Jo pale Embu 7s tuli hang out na Philip na brother yake John, na hivi ndo mambo ilienda.
My name is John Okoth from the Menengai Oilers.
My name is Philip Okeo from Menengai Oilers, same as Kenya service player.
I started playing when I was 34. Back in primary school, shule tulikuwa na rugby. So after that, I moved to high school, nikacheza pia high school. And then I was called in Nakuru RFC. Played my first Kenya Cup after high school, and then the journey started there. Got interested more. Then after that, I joined Oilers, played for the national team.
My rugby journey started when I was young, still in primary school. Played in primary school, then joined high school. Continued to play in high school up to East Africa Games. Then immediately after high school, I joined Nakuru RFC. Played for some season. Then right now I'm playing in Menengai Oilers.
For the upcoming youngsters, it's quite possible for them to play at the higher levels. The selectors are here, they are seeing. So train hard, come showcase your talent here. The selectors are here. You'll get a chance to represent the national team and play at higher levels.
Stay consistent and work hard, and definitely it will come through.
Our main goal now, as per now, is to at least win a tournament. Dala will be a very huge test for us.
It will be a good show if Oilers we win, and always we want to win. And even after the circuits, we still have Safari Sevens. If we get to represent, that will be a fantastic season for me.
Oilers Tuko. Oilers Tuko. Hi guys, my name is John Okoth and Philip Okeo, and we're from the Menengai Oilers, and you're watching Hard Tackle.
Hard Tackle tunawaletea exciting interviews, exciting stories na exciting actions. Na manzejo, if you're there, if you're watching us,
make sure you like and subscribe our YouTube channel. You know what it is. Twende nayo.